Here it is. The DNC is officially beginning the 2024 Democratic National Convention. Obviously, we've seen a lot of the Republican National Convention tonight. Joe Biden will be speaking. Then he's going on vacation for, I think, to the West Coast for a week. And we expect Hillary Clinton to be speaking today. So let's listen in.
Chair of the Democratic National Committee. It is a pleasure to welcome you all to my hometown, Chicago. This convention is a celebration of our hard work and accomplishments and of the American spirit that makes this party and our country great. That's the spirit President Biden reignited when he told us we were in the battle for the soul of our nation. Throughout his term, he has brought us together.
This, by the way, is the chairwoman of the Democratic National Convention Committee. And do keep in mind, we'll get some opening remarks from various different lieutenant governors, mayor of Chicago, former Donald Trump voters. We'll hear a lot today. One of the interesting ones, I mean, we'll see the UAW is here today. I believe Clinton is on the schedule for today as well. So we'll get to see that. She has remarks, a lot of different communities speaking. Obviously, Joe Biden will be speaking. So, again, that's set for 7:50. So this is going to go on for a hot minute. I mean, this is going to be like 4 hours before you get to Joe Biden speaking. We expect that Biden will probably be the last thing. That's at least what the calendar certainly holds, is that Joe Biden will be last. You'll have Chris Coons, Jill Biden, Ashley Biden, then Joe Biden. No Hunter Biden, though. But you'll see other names like Raphael Warnock. Remember that standoff that we had in 2021 in January. You've got Raskin. AOC will give remarks today. So you got a lot of folks here from the Democratic Party that are going to be making statements. And so obviously we'll take notes and find all the juicy stuff in all of it and then do a summary, as we always like to do. So somebody says, is Ross Gerber speaking? That's a good one. I have to say, I don't see Ross on the schedule. It'll be really interesting. But what we'll do is we'll watch, what I always like to do is I like to watch Bitcoin pricing as we go through events like this, so we'll keep an eye on that. Still sitting below 60K here, obviously off the bottom that we've seen. And then we'll be looking for any kind of nods to policy, any kind of insights into, maybe even a cabinet, what to expect. One of the things that I find so interesting is you've got this potential for, Gary Gensler to potentially become the Treasury Secretary. I was kind of surprised by that. That was information we heard today. So I'm going to write down sort of just a, let's see, we'll just call it notes. Yeah, there we go. We'll just call it notes. So Gary Gensler, potentially. So remember, Gary Gensler is the chairperson of the SEC, and rumors are circulating that Harris may choose him as Treasury Secretary. Not particularly loved amongst the finance community, but maybe that's because a lot of folks in finance are pro-crypto, and Gary's been a little more reserved on crypto, asking, hey, why do we need a digital currency for? We already have the U.S. dollar as a digital currency. So obviously something that upsets a lot of folks. So we'll see. Be really, really interesting. Let's briefly listen in here, and then we'll kind of keep going through some schedule and some other info. We'll also go through goodies like what... where was I going to go with that? Policy. What the betting markets show. I think, I don't know that we'll see a lot of movement in the betting odds today, but we might. So we'll kind of watch those as well. And yeah, we'll see what Trump ends up sending in terms of messages as well. We know he's been pretty active on Truth, so we'll get to go through those. So we're kind of excited to see what we get. You know, it's really getting. This is kind of like getting into September. You know, we're like 11, 12 days away now from September. Getting into September, this is really when you start getting into election season. Now, I know it's been election year, but like election season gets pretty entertaining right around Labor Day. So we'll take a look at some of these things. Let's see what Politico has for us on tap for the day ahead, and then we'll watch as some of the topics progress. So let's see here. Okay, that'll just take a second. Yeah, it doesn't. Okay, yeah. So they're not live with anything right now. I didn't think so. Okay, so I wanted to take a peek here. Day one of the DNC kicks off. We are sitting down with Democratic power players. That's fine. So let's take a look at some of the live blog here. Biden turned Harris campaign is no longer running away from age. That's a good point. I mean, they do have that benefit now in that you've kind of got this, now they can kind of use age as a weapon against Trump, which isn't what was expected, a month ago. Boy, a month ago, everybody was worried about is Biden even going to make it to the election, which is kind of wild. But after that debate, you can't blame anybody for having thought that. I remember for a while there were a lot of people that were like, "What? Biden's not gonna step down. No way." Boy, how the tables have turned on that thesis. All right, so we'll take notes on the left. We'll take a little note here. We'll just say Politico argues Harris campaign doesn't have to run from age anymore. Okay. People see themselves in VP Harris. I don't know about that. That's a market departure from how the one-time Biden campaign would talk about their candidate's age, who turned 81 last year. You know what I want to see is Gallup. If they have any recent polls on Kamala Harris, since usually it takes a little bit of time for people to get interviewed by these polls, and Gallup usually does some pretty decent polls that are not horribly biased. So let's see here. Gallup News, and I don't know if they have any polls yet, actually. State of the workplace, Harris, nothing going on at the DNC right now. Biden obviously was skewed. Okay, here we go. Harris approval ratings. Yeah, it's been, actually Gallup doesn't really have anything recent in terms of relevant polls on Harris. I'm actually surprised by that. Oh yeah, okay, this is interesting. Okay, we'll take a look at this one. Americans say more women office holders would benefit the country. Take a look at this. 57% of U.S. adults believe the country would be governed better if more women were in office. Now, that's an interesting one. 57% of U.S. adults believe the country would be better governed if more women were in political office. Now, that's fascinating. And only 22% think it would be worse. So, verse 22% think it would be worse. 21% said no difference. The current proportion of Americans saying more female office holders would benefit the country is the same as Gallup's initial measurement in 1999, although it's lower than in 2014, so it sort of hit a curve there. Fascinating. Yeah, there you go. Interesting. Okay, gender gap in positive views about women leadership widens. Let's see that chart. Yeah. I mean, that's a noticeable, measurable difference there. 62% better now to about 68, 69. Attitudes have changed even more starkly amongst partisans, with Democrats becoming substantially more likely to think women in office would be better, rising from about 2/3 to more than 80%. Wow. So this compares to 80% of Democrats who believe this. Someone donated $5.99 to see how many were served. Well, this is statistic. How many polled were women? Hopefully 50-50, right? But we'll look at the bottom when we look at methodology and just like at the same time after registering, just under 50% of Republicans believe that women would benefit the nation. Wait. At the same time after registering, just under 50% from 1999 to 2014, Republicans believed that women office holders would benefit the nation, fell to 21% in 19, and at just 32% today. Wow. So it is heavily skewed Republican, anti. And just 32% of Republicans. That's an interesting one. Men tend to be, as men are more likely than women to be Republican. Yeah, I believe that. That's fascinating. Republicans today are more inclined to say the country would be worse off with more women. Yeah. Bottom line. That's fascinating. Okay, let's see if we have it. View responses. Okay, you're going to make me open a download file, are you? Yes, you are. Okay, this was based on a random sample, 1016, based on the sample plus or minus 4%. Results based on a sample of 5. I want to see where it says women or men. Well, I'll try male. Here we go. It actually skewed male. Wow. That was based on 571 out of 1016 male respondents and 758 white respondents. That's interesting. Okay. So I actually thought maybe like your question there would have been accurate, that maybe there would have been more women surveyed, but there were actually, here, I'll show it to you. There were actually more men surveyed. Right here. That's fascinating. Yeah, all right. So, okay, good. So what else do we have here? Talk about age. Current former Biden campaign and White House staffers plan Monday night party. So, who cares? I don't care about that. I want to know what you're going to do for the country. Democrats, Senate Democrats' chances have improved since Biden dropped out, says Gary Peters. Who's that guy? Senate Democratic campaign chief, Gary Peters. Oh, of course he's going to say that. Things have gotten better. Wonder where we sit on the polling. Oh, I swear it looks like he's in a walker in this picture. Joe Biden, look at that. Because he's kind of, holding like the wheels on the side almost. Or like a wheelchair. That's sad. Stop it, Kevin. Florida's not a swing state anymore, but Democrats don't want Floridians to forget about that. Sunshine State has become the center of the GOP universe, oh yeah? Okay, hold on. We got anything here? Looks like we're getting ready for a circle challenge? Not exactly sure, but this has been on commercial for a while, so we'll keep looking around while they get their act together here at the DNC. Okay. Oh, here we go. Man, I can't do that.
And bright stars through the perilous fights, o'er the ramparts we watched, were so gallantly streaming. On the Rockies sprinkling, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was there.
Well, I definitely can't do any of that. But there you go. So I guess video's demonetized. Just kidding. That's all right. Just here to we want to get as much insight as we can from this. I don't know what we're gonna get, but it's part of election season, so we get what we get, right? So it'll be entertaining. It'll be good. So anyway, yeah, this will be there'll be a lot to cover today. So don't get too excited about it going fast. But that's all right. So anyway, okay, good. Let's see what else do we have. I think we got some commentary. Let's just respond to some commentary, and then we'll keep going through some articles as well.
Is the level of excitement, Chris? I mean, I when I was covering the VP announcement, when Tim Walz was announced, the last time I had been at a Democratic event with that much enthusiasm was an Obama event in 2012.
You know, I keep hearing that a lot, and I don't know where they're getting this from, but it seems like everybody's saying this over and over and over again. Oh, it's like the Obama years. It's like the Obama years. And I think, honestly, that's the MO right now of the Democratic Party. I think the MO is we need to present Kamala as if she is the next Obama. I think that's really what they're going with here. I don't know if it'll resonate the way they're hoping, but it certainly seems like that's what they're trying to do.
Quickly listen to that. Is where Democrats will celebrate President Joe Biden and nominate Kamala Harris for President of the United States of America. As the son of a family that worked to make ends meet, I know that Kamala Harris, the daughter of a mom who worked hard every single day, she is going to look out for the interest of everyday people. I know that as a fellow former social studies teacher, that Governor Tim Walz will never shrink from standing up for our democracy and for those most in need. And as a black man, raising a little black girl on the west side of Chicago, I know that my daughter Brayden will see not only a reflection of herself in the White House, but she will experience the deepest part of American values.
See, I always wondered, like, why do you guys say, like, oh, okay, so, like, I got 4 daughters, so your daughters get a reflection of this? Like, why do we have to go to race? Dude, like, it's okay.
For families not only to get by, but to get ahead. It will take someone with toughness to stand up for us. And let me tell you, America, Kamala's got it. What will it take to defend our fundamental rights and our freedoms? It will take someone with leadership who would fight for us. And let me tell you, America, leadership, Kamala, she's got it. And what will it take to defeat MAGA Republicans and move our country forward and not backwards? It will take everyone, and let me tell you all, Kamala, she's got us. From Mississippi to Pennsylvania to Delaware, Kamala Harris, she's got us. From Michigan to Wisconsin to Nevada to California and right here in Illinois, Kamala Harris, she's got us. To the child care workers, to the tip workers, Kamala Harris, she's got us. And to make sure that this country ensures that families will have access to real affordable housing, to create a pathway to the American dream, Kamala Harris, she's got us. Together we can build a better, brighter future. And there's no better place to start that than right here in the greatest freaking city in the world, the city of Chicago. God bless you all. Thank you.
The mayor of Chicago, Brandon Johnson, opening up this convention. Very exciting.
All right, yeah, we'll see what what a lot of this is going to be about. I know a lot of people have been asking about Kamala Harris's sort of goal which seems to come up. So we're going to write this down. Chicago mayor reiterates goal of affordable housing. Something that I talk to people about is because people ask me, like, Kevin, what are your opinions on affordable housing and real estate and all that? First of all, from a development point of view, income restricted housing is generally a very bad idea. It actually creates supply shortages. It's a price ceiling. It creates a desire for basically creating as many units as possible rather than actual livable functional spaces. So I'm not a big fan of, like, quote unquote affordable housing restrictions. But when it comes to housing tax credits, while I'm generally a fan of smaller government, tax credits I'm not as opposed to for people, getting into housing, first-time home buyers, right? It's basically like a down payment assistance program or whatever. I've helped a lot of people in my career and seen just normal, everyday Americans from all walks of life be able to benefit and get into home ownership because of that support. And I'm not opposed to that. So now, whether stuff like that, like all of these promises, and that's just something to keep in mind, all of these promises that you hear from politicians on the campaign trail, you look at it and you go, if you could get 1 out of 10, maybe you got lucky. Because it always seems like it's promise the world and maybe you'll get something out of it with these campaigns. So we'll see. Trump promised tax cuts. We did get tax cuts. We did hear Trump promised a better replacement for healthcare. We didn't get that. But with Trump, you have to give him credit. You didn't get new wars under Trump. I think that's one of the strongest arguments that Trump has. He should really talk that up more. I feel like he doesn't, and I'm always a little surprised by that. But who knows? All right, let's see. Let's get some more commentary here, and we'll keep yapping about politics. Nope, everybody's on commercial right now. Interesting. Okay, so no new wars. Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, I think that's very important. I think that should not go understated by any means. Not a bit. No, nobody wants more wars because, I mean, really, think about it. Wars are just all about death and destruction and chaos and sadness and misery. You don't want that crap. So, not a fan. And so hopefully we can end the ones we're in and not add even more. That would be nice. Jeez. But I guess we'll see. So anyway. Okay, very well. So let's see. What other comments do we have here? Kevin, no more price gauging. Yes. Kamala did make a little oopsie there. Taking shots backstage. Why isn't news showing the riots outside? Yeah, there was talk of some protesters breaking through one barrier outside. It does look like they were removed. And so that barrier was replaced. I was watching that, and it didn't look like anything ended up escalating more from that situation. But yeah, it is something that came up. So, definitely something to pay attention to. So we'll see if that gets any more out of hand. Sort of watching to see if there's any other news here on that particularly, but I don't. So we'll watch that. Then looks like, let's see here. Let's go jump in. I'll go over here. Okay. What's this?
Gorgeous day here. The Windy City has played host to more conventions than any other U.S. city. This will be the 12th time that the Democrats have had their convention here, 26 overall. The Republicans have been here 14 times. The first, 1860, from President Abraham Lincoln. Most recently, President Bill Clinton accepted the nomination here in Chicago. At that convention, the original Broadway cast of Rent performed. A group of Chicago restaurants catered food for the press, and perhaps most memorable were the delegates doing the Macarena on the convention floor. Maybe no Macarena this time. You can see the Trump Hotel over the Chicago River. We didn't even plan that, but he'll be watching, I'm sure, what comes out of the Democratic convention. And we have everything covered this week. We've got a special 10 p.m. Eastern time.
Yeah, whatever. Let's go take a look at some Truth Social posts, shall we? So these are always entertaining to take a peek at. So we'll take a peek at some truths, and let's take a peek at the latest from the Donnie T. And Donnie T. All right, let's get plugged in right here. There we go. And we'll get to go through that together in just a moment. All right, there we have it. Hold on. Are they just doing a
night one
intro?
of the Democratic National Convention here in Chicago?
Yeah, no, they're just doing an intro. Okay, that's fine. So another packed house. Kamala had 220 people, he says. This is becoming more and more common for them to sort of poo-poo each other's crowd sizes. I don't know how valuable it is, but it seems to come up pretty regularly. All right, and we've got some videos here. Oh, can we listen to these?
As somebody that is a former Democrat, I'm a 2-time bone cancer survivor. I voted for Obama-Biden in 2008 based on Obamacare. And then when Obamacare was implemented, I promptly lost my insurance. I could not keep my plan. I could not keep my doctor. That put me in a tailspin of losing insurance. And then on top of that, I got penalized for not having insurance that I could no longer afford. Now, that was pre-Donald Trump political career. That had nothing to do with Donald Trump. That had to do with the Democratic Party leaving me behind, even though I voted for them. Now come along to 2016. Donald Trump campaigns on getting rid of the penalty for no insurance. And he did that. Helped my family out and me specifically. Then he campaigned on tax cuts. He did that. I got a tax cut. My employer got a tax cut. My employer then gave all 200,000 plus employees raises because the tax burden on them was less. Now, ironically enough, that company was Costco, a very liberal company that backed Hillary Clinton in the election. Not only did they give all employees raises, which mine was $3 an hour back in 2018, they raised the minimum wage from $12 an hour to $15 an hour because they specifically said the tax breaks. Donald Trump delivered on that. And there wasn't a single Democrat that voted for you and I to have more of our own money we earn. One of the people that cast a vote no was a senator from California named Kamala Harris. We did not get into any new conflicts. Our president set foot in North Korea. I don't know if you know how big that is.
Yep, he did.
But the one thing I want to ask you is this. You look young, which means you're probably still on your mom and dad's insurance. So you've never had to face that dilemma as a parent or as an adult. Also, you probably don't own a home. And if you don't know the difference between a sub 3% mortgage rate versus a nearly 8% mortgage rate under Biden, then you simply don't understand why anybody could ever vote for Donald Trump.
Well, in fairness, both presidents would have had higher mortgage rates. I always like to interject on this one because it seems like, people make this argument of, let me tell you something about interest rates. And then we kind of forget that, hey, did kind of have COVID that skewed everything, and both presidents were involved in that. So I always, we'll come back to this in a second. Let me just see if I think we've got another speaker here, but people forget about that. Remember, you've also got the same, a lot of folks who make it clear that, hey, back in the 80s, interest rates were over 10%. Let's listen in here for a moment. We'll go back to Trump's truth in a moment.
Made her presence known.
Oh, it's Maxine.
Democratic convention. It was
She's going to impale Vlad.
In Atlantic City. And she arrived with a group of black delegates from Mississippi.
Why is it always about color?
And she simply asked that her delegates be seated in place of the state's all-white delegation. She told the people in the room about the violence she suffered at the hands of white police because she, a black woman, had demanded her right to vote. When she finished, she asked the country a simple but profound question. Is this America? She didn't get the outcome she was hoping for in Atlantic City, but you can bet that when the official Mississippi delegation was seated at the convention 4 years later, Fannie Lou Hamer was sitting there with them. Now here we are, 60 years later at another Democratic convention with Kamala Harris as our party's nominee. Oh, so I know there is no better leader to marshal us into the future. Kamala has been a courtroom prosecutor, a district attorney, an attorney general, a United States senator, vice president of the United States. And when the dust settles in November, and Americans of all stripes have elected her their president, I know she'll be thinking about Fannie Lou, who I happen to know is one of Kamala's heroes. In that moment, all of us, from New York to Pennsylvania, to Arizona, to California, we can ask ourselves, is this America? And we will be able to say loudly and proudly, you're damn right it is.
Yeah, I want to jump in here and just mention that Kamala Harris has been a big suggester of this goal to build 3 million new homes by the end of her first term in office. But something that's kind of wild about it is we've already been building more than that on an annual or on a 4-year basis. I mean, consider when we look at how many homes are built per year, it's somewhere between 1.2 to 1.5 million. If you're going to build 3 million in 4 years, 3 divided by 4, you're talking about 750,000 properties per year that you're building. You're not actually building anything. So the plan's a little unclear still in terms of, does she mean 3 million in excess of that number? How are you going to do it? Because you'd be increasing construction by like 60%. Please to tell. And so some of the, as some of these details start coming out, more questions will start coming from the Harris or on behalf of basically the Harris camp. And rightfully so. Like to have some of those insights. So I could show that as well. Let's see here. I have this chart. This just shows you housing starts right here. And you can see the rate of housing construction. Honestly, even in the 4 years after the recession right here, you had, 1.6, well, this would be about 1.82632. That'd be about 3 million right here after the recession. And maybe if you take this low over here, it's about 2.2. But look at where we've been lately. These are annual. She's saying 3 million by the end of her first term, which again, we already do that. So I thought that was really interesting. But the $25,000 piece is potentially this $25,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers. However, it's unclear if she's going to narrow that down to just low-income voters and racial minorities. That is something that some have suggested she plans to do. But we shall see. We shall see. Harris is probably... Yeah, here we go. Let's try... See if I can get another source here. We're going to go for Housing Wire. Let's see what they've got on it. So, VP Harris included initiatives to deal with surging housing costs, would reduce the red tape to build homes. I mean, that's good. That's actually what, when I ran for governor, that's what I ran on too, is like streamline home building, right? So, but it's so difficult. Promises to streamline red tape. So you should promise that. That is a good thing. Okay. Let's source that quickly. There we go. I will work in partnership with the industry to build the housing we need, both to rent and buy. See, I think this is what people forget, is that landlords do also build to rent properties. And I actually think that's interesting. So to streamline red tape, to build homes to for sale and for rent. It's actually an interesting argument there. Let's see here. $25,000 tax incentive for down payment is for people buying their first home. Okay. So usually what they'll do on these is they'll do something like, that's what we wrote here. They'll do something like, hey, if you haven't bought a home in the last 4 years or whatever, then they'll call you a first-time home buyer. So usually the definition of who a first-time home buyer is can be a little on the blurry side. So, you know, something else to keep in mind. Okay. Right, it's unlikely the credit would be approved by Congress now. And you would really have to sweep. This is the other thing that you'll have to keep in mind, is either president's policies will be heavily limited if they don't sweep both the House and Senate. If you get both of those, great. You know, then you can see those policies go through, but otherwise, they're just ideas. All right, let's see here. Oh, yeah, and then this also came up too. Provide a 1-year child tax credit of $6,000. Also promises a 1-year $6K child tax credit. Note, something to watch is a lot of the popular policies on the Trump camp, Kamala Harris has kind of started adopting. Increasing this tax credit, this child tax credit, has been a policy initiative of J.D. Vance and Trump as well. Okay. By building 3 million new homes that are affordable for the middle class. Okay, maybe that's the line right there. So, as you know, yeah, this is the idea of price gouging. This is what we expect with her price gouging, artificially high rental prices argument, which this is unfair, right? Like totally unfair. Like use algos to price fix or whatever to jack rents up on people. We personally, we like to have lower rents for our rental properties, and people stay longer. It's actually a great business decision. But anyway, this has to do with her price gouging initiatives. So let's write those down as well. Also expected to introduce price gouging, not price gauging, initiatives to prevent likely, I'm going to put likely here and put my little opinion piece here, likely some limit above CPI. Example, can't raise rent more than 10% per year or 5% above CPI, whichever is greater. This is typically seen in rent control, which is not a big deal. So But again, who knows if stuff like that even comes through. All right, let's briefly listen over here.
The runner-up. But for so many people here, so many people who are a part of the Democratic Party today, he is the reason that they are a part of politics. There was a video, the video is still playing behind me right now. It talks about how without Jesse Jackson, there may not have been a Barack Obama for a number of reasons. And in the times, Aaron, that I've talked to him over the last several years, one of the things that he's told me that's really stuck with me is that he believed that his candidacy was about lifting the ceiling on black possibility. Lifting the...
Well, let's listen. Here's a... Do you think these initiatives will make homes more affordable or will make it worse? Well, I'll write down my answer. My guess is this will help current first-time buyers. Over the longer term, I expect this will actually make housing more unaffordable by setting higher comps to the tune of the housing tax credit or similar, right? So yeah, ironically, usually the down payment assistance programs and support programs end up making things more unaffordable because you prevent that fall in prices you might otherwise expect to see. So it really just makes housing more unaffordable. That's exactly why the two-party construct is a scam. They keep blaming the other party for not delivering the progress. Yeah, well, the Founding Fathers would actually argue that that's the point. It's supposed to literally be so dysfunctional and they can't get anything done because they actually thought less government was better than too much government. So by default, the Founding Fathers wanted our government to not be able to get stuff done. They wanted gridlock. It was a feature. Think about how quickly they got around to passing the first 3 COVID stimulus bills. The first 3, you know, the COVID 1.0 package, the CARES Act, and then the follow-up after that with the expansion of PPP. Oh, they banged that crap out so freaking fast. Man, that was bipartisan. They rubber stamped trillions of dollars of spending. Boom! Instantly. It was crazy. No. The government being incompetent is part of the design. Yeah. Alright. So, yeah. Alright, let's listen back in over here.
Rousingly at these conventions. What is this moment? What does it mean in this room? And we did see so many tears.
Yeah, you saw the looks on the faces of so many people. You know, Aaron, in those years that he spoke on this convention stage, delivering what a lot of people still tell me are 2 of the best convention speeches really ever delivered at a major party convention. Millions of families watched from home, seeing for the very first time a black man in that position. And on the stage with him tonight was his son, Yusuf, his other son, Jonathan Jackson, who is a congressman from here in the state of Illinois, and Al Sharpton, who was a protege of his. And someone...
All right, if they're just going to comment, we can talk about something else. But let's see here. Okay, that's an interesting comment. Somebody says, yeah. Somebody's talking about Jefferson's commentary on the two-party system. The two-party system has been debated a lot. You know, and Jefferson often gets misquoted for his information or sort of his opinion on how, like, the 2 camps people fall into. He's not necessarily just talking specifically, you know, the 2 modern parties that we have today. But you've had so much debate over these, and this ultimately, I don't think the Founding Fathers came up with something perfect. I think they came up with something that was supposed to be the best of the worst. You know, governing people is kind of crazy. I mean, but then again, you look at like some of the other philosophers that sort of inspired the Constitution and the writings of the founding fathers, basically life before society is nasty, brutish, and short. Like in the Leviathan. This is like Hobbesian kind of stuff. No, it was Locke. Who did Leviathan? Was it Locke or Hobbes? I thought it was Hobbes. Oh, no, I can't remember. Leviathan. It was Hobbes. Okay. That's right. Locke was social. Okay, that's fine. But, gosh, this goes back like a decade for me. But I think of, how many philosophers for thousands of years have been trying to evaluate what's the best form of government. And it's sort of as if the founding fathers just picked up, like, the best of the worst and tried to slap it together and kind of got lucky that it seems to be as functional as it is, which is highly dysfunctional, but it's certainly better than, in my opinion, at least what you have in, some other countries, autocratic, communist, less free, whatever. America's still a fantastic place. So, but yeah, there were certainly a lot of debates about parties. Anyway. So let's see here. Let's jump in over here.
For all of those illegals, and she wants it paid for with taxpayer funds. So no wonder she doesn't want to talk about her plans. No wonder she doesn't want to talk about her plans to ban gas and diesel in this country. Think what that would mean for working people, what that would mean for farmers, what that would mean for food prices. So yeah, she's out there proposing Soviet price controls because her own policy and agenda are bankrupting the American people.
Well, Nancy Pelosi said today that basically it's exciting that a woman of color is going to be president. And she spoke quite a bit about that. So they're saying, well, don't make this about DEI.
Somebody here is asking, are tax cuts inflationary? Well, generally, I actually think more taxation creates a less efficient economy and a less productive economy. So, the theory is that if you cut taxes, people would have more money, therefore people could spend more money, and therefore that could be inflationary. That's one theory. But the economy could then also be substantially more efficient and productive because you don't have to incur government waste. And look, I'm not like a shill for no government. I'm definitely a fan of some government. I'm not like a full libertarian in that sense. More libertarian than I am authoritarian by far. But, authoritarianism would be like law and order, right? But I'm a big fan of that. Let's just be clear. Punish crime, but anyway, would tax cuts be inflationary? I would argue no, because I think the free market is more efficient. And that efficiency would actually unlock deflation rather than inflation. So, give the people their hard-earned money back. When I ran for governor of California, my plan was, let's see what we could do to reduce the state tax. Stop wasting it. Get less government, more police, and work with homelessness. But get the government out of some of the other junk that's going on. Let's listen in over here. We got some protests here or what? Looks boring.
Kind of diffusing. A little excitement here in the last couple of minutes. There was an injury, but apparently some guys got in a fight and somebody got his eye busted up. As far as excitement during the demonstrations, one of the things we did see was police executing kind of a textbook wedge move. There was an agitator that they wanted to get out of the crowd, so they busted through the crowd, plucked that agitator out of the crowd, and they pulled him back behind the police, the line of police riot cops, if you will. But one of the stops of their parade route today was Park 578, and that's where the situation got kind of tense, and that's because the demonstrators were able to get down about 3 sections of the anti-climb fencing on the outer perimeter of the security perimeter to get into the United Center and the DNC. So they got those 3 sections down, and they got in between 2 fences, if you will, the outer fence and the inner fence, and they demonstrated there for a while. We saw some of the Capitol Police put on their gas masks, and then the Chicago Police came with light riot gear. They came from both sides and squeezed the demonstrators back out the same holes they had entered that fencing area through. There was a little bit of like sticks being thrown at the police officers, some signs that hit them right in the riot gear, right on the head with their helmets, I should say. But as far as violent demonstrations, we certainly have seen worse. About 30,000 people and probably around 50 or 60 that seemed like they wanted to break off the parade route and they wanted to try.
I like how he's not wearing any Fox memorabilia. You notice that? Look at that. He has no mic flag that says Fox. He has no shirt that says Fox. I bet you his camera crew doesn't have anything that has Fox on it either. It's almost like they think if he's out there, he's gonna get his butt kicked or something like that. I honestly wouldn't put it past that. Like, yeah, don't put the Fox News guy out in the public with in Chicago with a Fox News flag. That's funny. I don't think I've ever seen a Fox reporter out on the street without the Fox memorabilia.
ID checks to get into the building. The fencing is like, forget the protesters aren't. I don't think they're going to get anywhere near this convention center. The barricades, they're fortified. You have law enforcement who are in this moment respected. It's quite an interesting dynamic, again, when their own well-being and safety could be directly threatened. And all we're saying, and again, to my dear friend Juan, who I love, let's apply that same approach to the border and make sure people who are voting who are supposed to be voting. That's
yeah,
what we're
100%,
saying.
Laura. I noticed that the Democrats are all for walls when the walls protect them. They're all for voter photo ID when it is in their interest to do so. And like you said, they're all for cops when the cops are protecting their own personal safety. But for everybody else in America, you're out of luck. Here's the deal. Let's not forget Kamala Harris is the one who opened the border. She has been vice president for 3.5 years. She was the border czar. She opened the border. Now she wants amnesty for all 15 million illegals, and she wants health care, taxpayer-funded health care for illegals. If you think your medical bills are already by prescription drugs cost what? Wait until Kamala Harris has you paying for every illegal in this country. Those are just the facts, Laura. They don't want to talk about them because it's so insane, but that's the truth.
Senator, thank you very much.
Holly's a little extreme sometimes. I know people who don't like Kamala Harris are going to say this, but I don't think it's as bad as they like to pitch. But whatever. We'll keep listening and we'll add commentary to the actual policy as we could see it. Okay, so let's see if we can get a little bit more on the live blogs. Let's see here. We got Politico. So let's just pop over and see what we got here. Got an hour. That's how long it took to get inside the convention. Lauren Egan. Long security lines. Well, I mean, you got to keep the thing safe. Okay, Chicago mayor took the stage. We saw that. Toughness, leadership. As a black man raising a little black girl on the west side of Chicago, I know my daughter will not only see reflect. Well, right. Blah blah blah. I actually commented specifically on this quote. How I thought, it didn't need to be about race, but okay, I get it. I think they see this as a, typically, I think Democrats vote somewhere around 80 to 90% of black voters will vote for a Democrat. Black vote for Democrat by presidential election. So I get the goal. Pew Research. Let's try Pew. Yeah, here we go. So, okay. Black voters will play a key role in determining the outcome of the 2024 election. Black voters remain overwhelmingly Democratic and support Biden. When was this done? May. This was in May. Most black voters are aligned with the Democratic Party. Wow, okay. And this is from 2023. Profile survey. In 2023, 83% of all black voters surveyed by Pew leaned Democratic. We'll throw that in there. This is why, by the way, Biden said, in 2020, his oopsie doopsies there were, basically, if you don't vote for me, you ain't black, or whatever he said, or something like that.
I am told by a senior advisor that was an intentional description. She does not want Democrats to be so sort of caught up in this exuberance that they think it is an easy race. She knows it's a difficult race ahead. So yes, tonight is about celebrating Kamala Harris, praising Joe Biden. She'll be on hand here tonight, and we'll likely see them together. Aaron?
All right, Jeff, thank you very much. And I want to bring in a former Democratic presidential candidate, the current Transportation Secretary, Pete Buttigieg.
There he is. Mayor Pete. What role? He didn't get his VP slot.
The enthusiasm, you feel it. It's palpable in the room. I know you share it. All right. All right, we're going to listen for a moment, if you don't mind, because they're about to nominate Tim Walz as the vice presidential, obviously, nominee. So let's just listen into that.
When Kamala Harris set out to find her vice president, just 1 month ago, she was looking for someone who believes in our democracy, who works hard for the American people, and has an endless supply of hope for our future. She found that in Vice President Tim Walz. Come on, give it up for give it up. On August 6th, the Democratic Party officially nominated Governor Walz as our vice presidential candidate. While Governor Walz's nomination has already been certified, we couldn't miss the opportunity to celebrate this future vice president's integrity, commitment, decency, and service to our nation. The chair will entertain a motion to ceremonially confirm Governor Walz's selection as the Democratic Party's vice presidential nominee. We have a motion. Is there a second? We have a second. We will now have a voice vote on the motion to ceremonially confirm our vice presidential nominee. All in favor of the motion, please proudly say aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. I'm thrilled. I'm thrilled to proudly reaffirm Tim Walz as our Democratic nominee for vice president.
All right, let's go to the Minnesota delegation right now. Caitlin Collins is there. Obviously, that is the epicenter of the Tim Walz fever and fervor we hear in this.
Oh, she's down there on the floor. I saw her. Oh, who was it on the comedy show? That was funny. She kind of walked into a little line of fire there on CNN.
I'm standing here with Ken Martin, who is the vice chair of the DNC and also the chair of the Democratic Party in Minnesota, where they just were very proudly nominating Governor Walz. What does it mean to you to have Governor Walz on the ticket?
Oh, we're just so excited. You can see all the energy here at the Minnesota crew. We are just pumped. Our governor is amazing, as everyone's starting to see a little bit. They didn't know who the heck he was a few weeks ago. Now everyone is in love with him across the country. We're so glad he's on the ticket. So.
And as Senator Amy Klobuchar said, in Minnesota, you bounce a baby on your knee and tell them they're going to be vice president someday?
Well, absolutely. Vice President Hubert Humphrey, Vice President Walz.
You know, I always get annoyed at this kind of stuff. This is just like, it's so one-sided because it's like, oh, there's so much excitement. There's so much excitement. It's like they're trying to speak it into existence. It's like, I get it. You're at a one-sided convention, and you're all going to cheer together. But, come on.
It's really exciting. I mean,
It's really exciting. It's the first thing this guy says.
See the party coming.
Everything tonight is exciting.
I'm a Midwesterner, so obviously I'm a little bit biased about what someone like Tim Walz brings to the ticket. But I also think it's worth noting that, so many campaigns and so many parties spend millions on political consultants and ads to try to make their candidate seem like the kind of guy who would be a football coach or a teacher or would serve 24 years in the military. He is all of those things. What you see is what you get. He's the genuine article, and he's bringing a lot to this ticket.
All right, you're going to be speaking on Wednesday. Obviously, tonight we're going to hear from President Biden. We're going to hear from Jill Biden, Hillary Clinton. You're speaking on Wednesday. Are you finished? Have you decided, what your core message is going to be?
The truth is I'm still working on it, but I'm excited and honored to have that opportunity to speak about what our politics will be like, could be like, how much better it will be when and if America chooses Kamala Harris and Tim Walz versus a rerun of the Donald Trump show.
Now, we just saw some protesters outside. There are a lot of them, right? And a lot of multiple issues, but obviously the Israel-Gaza war is first and foremost among them. And there are uncommitted delegates here. They've spoken, said we represent 700,000 people. One of them told Ardonio O'Sullivan, we're looking for a ceasefire, an arms embargo, and to stop sending weapons. Is that something the Democratic Party that Kamala Harris will ever get behind in order to get those votes?
Well, I think she's behind peace. She's one of the first people to have spoken out in the administration about a ceasefire. It has to be the kind of ceasefire that comes with the hostages coming home, and she has spoken to the complexity of this issue, but importantly also been very focused on outreach to those who are taking to the streets because of the passion they feel about what has always been one of the most ferociously difficult and complex issues in the world. And you compare that to what we're seeing from the Trump Van ticket. Remember, Donald Trump is interested in using the military to shut down protesters on American soil. You're not going to see that here. You're going to see respect for anybody who is peacefully exercising their First Amendment rights.
You mentioned Donald Trump, and he told Reuters today that if he wins, he'll tap Elon Musk, specifically for a cabinet or an advisory role, if Elon Musk will do it. What do you think of that idea?
I mean, I think that what we really need to do is have a serious conversation about the future of climate policy. Look, I'm not surprised that Elon Musk, as many very, very wealthy people do, is going Republican this year. But I do think there's an irony in it. Remember, he and many others became wealthy because of the Internet. The Internet was created by a federal research program that is the exact kind of program that the anti-research, anti-science, anti-government agenda of Project 2025 would eliminate. So I think there is some irony here, but the rest is just politics.
So you mentioned Governor Walz, who has just gotten the formal, voice vote of the celebration in this room, and his military service. So former President Trump has defended his comments last week about the Civilian Presidential Medal of Freedom. And he said it's much better than the Congressional Medal of Honor, which of course is the highest decoration that you can receive in the military. You're a veteran. You served in the Naval Reserve. What's your response to that when you heard that?
It's just one more reminder of why he is unfit to be commander-in-chief. Look, I get that he just doesn't understand sacrifice. He doesn't understand the sacrifice of others. He doesn't understand what it means to put others first, which in the most heroic and courageous fashion is what those winners of the Congressional Medal of Honor do. But, it's of a keeping with Donald Trump's entire career. Remember, he used his status as a teenage multimillionaire to purchase a doctor's note to avoid going into service and let some working-class kid take his place in Vietnam. And decades
I just want to throw in Pete linking Republicans purely to Project 2025 and therefore saying it's ironic that Elon Musk got rich off the internet and Project 2025 would get rid of projects that created the internet, which were government funded. It's not really fair because you're implying that every Republican supports Project 2025. And this is a pretty typical kind of Democratic branding argument that we've seen lately is, oh, how could you vote Republican? They support Project 2025. It's like, well, no, Trump doesn't, and a lot of Republicans don't. Yes, Project 2025 was written by a group of Republicans, but that does not mean all Republicans support, right? So it's kind of worth noting.
Something that is almost without precedent in history for the most powerful person in the world to lay aside power for no other reason than that clearing the way for a new generation was the right thing to do. But also just appreciation for the results that America has had under the watch of the Biden.
Project 2025 is like an 800-page sort of plan for the vision of the future created in part by the Heritage Foundation, which is a right-leaning conservative organization.
Where they told us that we were done forever making things, that we now have investments in factories and manufacturing jobs like we haven't seen since the Kennedy administration. The fact that crime is down, so many things that have been achieved. So I think both the selfless political decision to lay aside power and what he has done for this country will earn him a huge amount of appreciation from this room full of Democrats.
All right, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for being with us, Mayor Pettis, and of course, Transportation Secretary as well. And coming up, speeches by Hillary Clinton, President Biden, other top Democrats. All of this now underway on this Democratic National.
With the mouth, probably.
I saw Forensic Files there for a second, and that did kind of look fun, but we're not going to go there.
Order now at FreeTrump.
Oh, I like how Free Trump Guide 1776 The Kids Club is running ads on Fox for the DNC. Free Kids Guide. That's funny. Yeah, but here you go. You can see bid on project. Here, one sec. Let's do this together. Did you see it? Here we go. Here we'll do it in the words of the Heritage Foundation. So in the words of the Heritage Foundation, sort of their preview on it, if you will. All right, let's see what we got here. Goal of shaping policy decisions amongst 2020 presidential candidates. The 2025 Presidential Transition Project announced the publication of the 9th edition of the Mandate for Leadership, the Conservative Project. So Project 25, aka Mandate for Leadership, the Conservative Promise. Okay. Comprehensive Guide for the Next President. The book pulls from the expertise of hundreds of appointees, scholars, and others from the conservative movements, obviously right-leaning. Among the recommendations, restoring the integrity of the DOJ. Restore integrity of DOJ. Solidify border, and restructure DHS. More secure immigration process, which a lot of Democrats want too. All right, so that's not necessarily a horrible thing. Fix this, like none of those sound wrong. Break up the Department of Education. Now this you have seen Trump pick up some of these things, right? Break up Department of Education. Trump with Elon Musk did suggest this as well. / giving more power to states. 30 chapters featuring all aspects of government, blah, blah, blah. Some quotes here. Oh, yeah, here. You've got literally something on every part of government. So it's kind of like it's almost like a guidebook. Oh, see, they call it a policy Bible. That's interesting. Nicknamed a policy Bible by the Heritage Foundation. All right, let's go back here for a moment.
The violence in Chicago, the gun violence.
Violence.
The economy is a big question mark, you know. You go to the grocery store, you know, eggs, bread, just small items are large in price now.
Joining me now, Chicago resident Patricia Prey Easley and Pastor David Lowry, ambassador of the Project 21 Black Leadership Network, co-pastor at Chicago's Universal.
Project 21? What? A project?
The mayor spoke of your city tonight and offered a full-throated endorsement of Kamala Harris, said she's just getting started. Your reaction?
First, let me give all praises to God and my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ for making it possible to be here. Thank you for having me. My action is, the proof is in the pudding. We got crime in the black community. We got illegals here. We got high prices, inflation. I mean, our schools are inundated. Our children aren't learning enough, and their reading level is in the low teens. So I don't.
It's hard to hear on that channel when they try to do these interviews together.
In support of his vice president, Kamala Harris. I want to go to Caitlin Collins. She's got a special guest on the House floor. Caitlin, you there? We're going to get to Caitlin in a moment. She's got a special guest, Governor Shapiro. In the meantime, let's listen in. Congressman Robert Garcia from California is about to speak.
California!
To him.
Let's see what California has to say.
We all remember. We all remember the world in 2020, where we were, and for some of us, who we lost. Now, I was in my second term as mayor of Long Beach, California. And my mom was a healthcare worker. Like many of you, I watched in terror and horror as the COVID pandemic consumed our lives. As mayor, I fought for more hospital beds, for more tests, and to make masks more accessible. What we needed at that moment was national leadership. But instead, we got Donald Trump. While schools closed and dead bodies filled morgues, Donald Trump downplayed the virus. He told us to inject bleach into our bodies. He peddled conspiracy theories across the country.
It's not what Trump said, but okay.
Hundreds of thousands of Americans and our economy collapsed. Now, that summer of 2020, my mom and my stepfather both died of the COVID pandemic. And I miss them every single day. So when Donald Trump and his MAGA extremists like Marjorie Taylor Greene downplay the horror of the pandemic, it should make us all furious. Now, I will never forget when Kamala Harris called me after my parents died. She told me about her own story, about losing her own mother, and that she was praying for me at that very moment. Now, we all know that later that year, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris were elected president and vice president. And what a difference they made together. They got people vaccinated. They got the virus under control. They safely reopened our schools. And they passed the American Rescue Plan. A historic economic package that helped small businesses and created jobs all across the country. Thank you, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. Now, I am a proud immigrant who came to the United States as a young child. We grew up poor. English was our second language, and we often, like many immigrant families, struggled to get by. But my mom, she moved here to the United States because she believed in the American dream. I'll never forget the day that I became a United States citizen. I raised my right hand and I pledged an oath to protect and to love this country.
He was born in Peru. He's been married to his husband since 2018.
My mom taught me to love this country. She taught me that real American patriotism is not about screaming and yelling America first. Real American patriotism is loving your country so much that you want to help the people in your country. That is American patriotism. And we all know that Kamala Harris understands and knows this as well. Kamala Harris is ready to lead this country. We can all remember 2020. We can all remember the horrors of Donald Trump. But let's remember, most importantly, tonight and every single day this week, that we are not going back. Thank you.
All right, Democratic Congressman Robert Garcia of California, very emotional address. You know, Chris, over the last several minutes, this convention has become really outspoken in going after Donald Trump. We've heard speaker after speaker blasting him.
Yeah, it's very interesting. I guess that this is the contrast part of the evening, because we hadn't heard a lot about Donald Trump for the first hour or so, and particularly on the issue of COVID. And they actually ran a video, a series of clips of Donald Trump, some would say his greatest non-hits from 2020 when he was downplaying COVID and talking about injecting bleach into you to try to solve it. And, you know, it's an interesting question. I think COVID is not a surefire winner for Democrats because there's this kind of revisionist history now that the country was shut down too long and that Biden, when he came in 2021, continued to shut down businesses and continued to shut down schools. My own feeling is it's a revisionist history because, you know, we know a lot more about COVID now than we did back pre-vaccine in 2020 and 2021. But there are two sides to this argument, and I think Republicans are happy to engage on the issue of the handling of COVID.
Casey, stand by. We're going to take a very quick break right now, resume our special coverage of this Democratic National Convention right after this.
All right. Looks like there's some talk circulating about Kamala Harris proposing the 28% corporate tax rate. Did she propose that again? Because she proposed that when she first ran. I don't know if that's new information or if that goes back to 2020. So I want to look at that. Corporate tax rate, Kamala Harris. Let's find out. Oh, maybe she did. U.S. confirms Trump campaign claim it was breached by Iranian hackers. Wow. I actually gave that a little bit of jade when I first heard it. I'm like, okay, we know the Iranians are after you. But I didn't think they actually did it. I want to look at that in a sec, too. So let's take a peek at this. VP Harris is called... Gosh, it's just a bad idea. No. Like that at all. Corporate tax rate. You know, that could actually increase some election uncertainty, right? For the stock market going into the election. May increase stock market volatility in October. May contribute to increasing stock market volatility in October / going into the election. Okay. Kamala Harris is calling for raising the corporate tax rate to 28%. Her first major proposal to raise revenues. No. Raise corporate tax rate to 28% versus 21% now. Trump encourages a 15% corporate tax rate. 2017 Tax Cut and Jobs Act reduced us to 21%. I believe that's what it was, wasn't it? Let me see. Trump Tax Cut Jobs Act 2017 corporate tax rate. I'm pretty sure that was in that. Tax Cut and Jobs Act. Permanent law. Largest of these changes, lowering the corporate tax income from 35% to 21% is a permanent law. Nice. From 35% as a permanent law. And that's a huge change for corporations there. It just lets you return more to shareholders, really, right? Or invest more. But, let's listen in here for a moment.
President Biden should take a victory lap. The extraordinary work he's done over decades in this country, the extraordinary patriotism that he showed. He deserves our recognition, our appreciation, and I also want to see him pass the torch to the next generation, and we're really excited to see that happen and stand up for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz.
Will we expect to see you on the campaign trail with Vice President Harris and Governor Walz?
Hell yeah. I'll look forward to campaigning with them in Pennsylvania and anywhere else where I can be helpful, and look forward to continuing to push their message and prosecute the case against Donald Trump.
How does she win Pennsylvania?
By doing exactly what she's doing, getting people fired up and motivated. She's rebuilt the coalition and smartly showing up in communities that are oftentimes ignored and forgotten. She and Tim were in Beaver County, Pennsylvania. You know where Beaver County is, in the southwestern corner, an area that for too long people have overlooked. By showing up there and talking about costs, talking about the issues on people's minds, she's doing exactly what she needs to do, and I'm proud to support her.
I have to ask you about Donald Trump's claims that anti-Semitism is what played a role in you not ultimately being selected as the vice president. What's your response to that?
Donald Trump has absolutely no credibility to speak on that issue. He is a person who's acted bigoted. He is a person who spreads hate. And he is a person who routinely divides people in this country. Listen, when folks marched in Charlottesville and quite literally said with tiki torches in their hand, Jews will not replace us, what did Donald Trump say? He said there are good people on both sides. There were not good people on both sides. I want to be crystal clear about something. Anti-Semitism played absolutely no role in the dialogue I had with the vice president. It is true that there is anti-Semitism in our country. It is true that there is some anti-Semitism within our party. But we need to stand up and speak out against hate in all forms. Anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, racism, any form of hatred and bigotry has no place. And what I want to see from leaders is what Kamala Harris is doing and what I try and do every day, speaking and acting with moral clarity, something that Donald Trump is bankrupt on. He has no moral clarity, and he has absolutely no business opining on this issue, given his track record.
Governor Josh Shapiro, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Caitlin.
Aaron?
All right, Caitlin, thank you very much. And now let's go to Phil Mattingly, also down on the floor. And Phil, what are you seeing right now?
Yeah, Aaron, I'm actually in York, Pennsylvania. I've been traveling with the former president. And what's been fascinating in this moment, we were on the floor in Milwaukee, kind of watching that whole process, just how much has changed in the 30 days. And when you talk to Trump advisors, they make very clear, on some level, as one told me, the former president's a little bit nostalgic for what the race actually looked like a month ago. And that advisor said, understandably so.
Yeah, I don't really care about Biden's nostalgia. Okay, so what do we have here? Dems talking about Trump's spending when they're the ones crying to get everyone multiple COVID checks. Well, I mean, there were people on both sides complaining or supporting that. But yes, there were. We'll clarify that. There were a lot of calls on the Democratic side that encouraged, say, like monthly stimulus, right? Basically, checks every month forever. Things like, so yeah, I see what you mean. Thought on the U.S. spending $75 million on the police for the DNC? Yeah, probably right. It's a lot, but you got probably about a week of policing, and I mean, I wonder how many officers you have there for the DNC. What's the DNC attendance? I mean, you've got to have like 5,000 officers for a week. So and then you got to pay for the equipment. And you got to pay for insurances, I mean, there's a lot there, so probably sounds reasonable, but trying to think. Yeah, I'm just doing some quick math. If you had 5,000 officers there, you'd be probably at about, for a week, because you get about, you'd probably be about 8 to 10 mil in just probably salaries, but then you have supervisory salaries, might be a little more. Yeah, probably closer to 10 mil just salaries. So what do you spend the rest on? Rentals, equipment, riot gear. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely going to be waste in there too. No doubt about that. Contractors. Yeah. You run the numbers. There's probably about 50% of it's probably waste. But yeah, it goes fast. All right. Or were we? Oh, let's do a few more here. Kamala, Mussolini, left-leaning senator, 2019 based on voting record. Trump policy is better than Kamala policy. Don't do it, America. That's Steve, Mr. Gold. Will Newscomb make an appearance today? And will Kevin go off on him? Kevin always goes off on Newscomb. All for guns, walls, and ID. For entry when it protects the elites. They're not when it's about protecting the people. Ooh. Rumor has it she wants Gensler. Yeah, we talked about that a little briefly. Yeah, and not talking about crypto. You're right. Might be why maybe Bitcoin's having a little bit of a hit there. I don't know. Who knows? All right. So, back to Fox. Sort of bounce around.
Gave them the vaccine that you guys wanted to mandate.
And guess who did that? The swamp, the bureaucracy.
So you're basically saying that Biden's going to argue that Donald Trump wanted to kill people for COVID?
I think he's going to have to remind people of how dark those days were, and that's what he's going to do tonight. He's trying to
2.8% inflation was pretty good. Michael, I love seeing you. Love having you on. Thank you so much, especially here in Chicago. Wait a second. Look who just showed up. Jesse Waters. Jesse,
what's up, Laura?
Are you taking in the ID checks? Walls, fencing, ID checks.
So
They're
racist.
keeping out the barbarians.
It's so racist.
As far as first-time home buyers versus first generation, yeah, I mean, it all the details, will clarify that. But usually what they do is they say, oh, yeah, it's just going to be a limited group of people, and then they kind of expand that group to as many people as they can get their hands on. So,
in the motorcade, kind of come by. We were all trapped on the corner of the street. And he was looking outside the window. I think he looked right at me. And we had a moment.
You locked eyes?
Yeah, we did. And he's like, why are we in Washington? Have a great show,
Thank
Jesse.
you very much,
We'll
Laura.
be watching.
Great to see you as always. Thank you. Fox News alert. Prime time's in Chicago for the first night of the Democratic National Convention. And very soon, we'll be hearing from the two people who Trump knocked out of the race, Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden. This was supposed to be Joe Biden's big week. A month ago, he was shopping for new aviators, getting Botox, and booking hotels for Hunter. Now Biden's not even staying the night. After his speech, Biden's flying straight to California for a week-long vacation. He's going to watch the convention from his couch like everybody else. If the party was unified, as they say they are, and Biden stepped down for the greater good of the country, as he said he did, and the last 4 years were worthy of Mount Rushmore, he'd be holding court in Chicago all week, soaking up the...
All right.
To make sure we're all going to the right place or not in the wrong place. And then you have the events that are happening up on the stage where the Democratic Party is trying to lay out for the people here in the convention and also for
No, typically you don't have to be FHA to be considered first time, no.
messaging right now. Actually, the New York delegation we just walked by, Randy Weingarten, Teachers Union, is sitting there. So the unions here are represented, the grassroots activists and the elected officials as well, Jake. And it's filling up. There were some empty seats here about 20, 30 minutes ago, but now they're few and far between at this point. Jake?
And I think you walked by John F. Kennedy's grandson there. I don't know if you did you see him?
You know, it happens all the time at a Democratic convention, Jake.
Schlossberg, you want to go say hi to Schlossberg for us? He was looking at you. He thought you were going to come in and get a. It's the tall, handsome chap.
I didn't see with the eyes out of the back of my head, but next time we'll book him. We'll book him.
Berman. All right, let's go live now to CNN's MJ Lee. MJ, the stage is set for some major speeches this evening and for the rest of the week.
That's right. And we are going to be hearing tonight from the couple that currently occupies the White House, of course, Jill Biden, the First Lady, and President Joe Biden.
Yeah, well, and we'll get Biden, Hillary. I think there'll be some good ones today. AOC. It'll be really entertaining. So, as far as the empty seat talk, the Wall Street Journal is arguing that some of the empty seats are due to the long security lines. That's what they're saying here. Empty seats at the DNC. Primetime programming began. About 100 demonstrators marched against the war in Gaza, broke through a fence, but police say they didn't make it to the inner perimeter. Broke through the fence. This is giving me like J6 vibes. Breaking through. That was a crazy day. Biden does a stage check. Yeah, he's got to check if the teleprompter's aligned. All right. Jesse Jackson gets DNC appreciation. Maxine Waters highlights historic nature of Kamala Harris. Chicago mayor, greatest freaking city. U.S. spy agencies blame Iran for Trump campaign hacking. Oh, there it is. I want to see more on this. U.S. intelligence agencies on Monday said Iran was responsible for the recently disclosed efforts to hack the Trump campaign. Let's write that down. Trump hack. U.S. intel confirms Iranian hack on Trump. Tehran's actions included cyber operations that targeted both the Democratic and Republican presidential campaigns and include the recently reported activities to compromise former President Trump's campaign, which they attribute to Iran. First formal statement blaming Iran. Earlier this month, the campaign said hacking attempts were successful. Trump campaign linked the activity to Iran, and Microsoft and Google's parent Alphabet have released threat research identifying Iranian hacker groups as responsible for the attempted intrusions. These sort of efforts have been done before. Yeah. Biden, 1030. Who's on the lineup? We kind of already talked about some of that. All right. Jump in here for a moment.
Older white men, and even some black men who are not totally sold on Kamala Harris, which is why I talked to a Biden ally earlier this evening who said that what the president's goal is tonight is an unqualified, enthusiastic, and affectionate endorsement for his vice president. They are keenly aware, despite, as you said, the very real enthusiasm that you're seeing, very different from what we saw for Joe Biden himself. They're aware that she, right now, has a bit of a hurdle with certain demographics in the Democratic coalition, and he is determined to help her along with those sectors of the party.
And Abby, we've heard a lot of reporting in the last week or so. Some of Biden's inner circle, Ron Klain, Anita Dunn, have been making the rounds, talking and acknowledging, to their credit, that there is some bitterness, some anger, not against Vice President Harris, who to a person they all praise and say she was with him till the very end. But there is some anger and bitterness towards President Obama, towards Speaker Pelosi, etc. So it probably won't be too much of a tall order for him to express his affection and love for her.
All right. I don't need to hear about
Coming
Biden's
to blows. Axios reports that one of Obama's top White House officials ran into one of Biden's Morning Joe hosts. Isn't it great that the effing guy finally figured out he had to quit? The Morning Joe guy responded, "What guy?" "Joe Biden," Obama's official said. The Morning Joe guy shot back, "You know something? F you and F all your friends with their anonymous quotes in the papers." Biden apparently got a huge laugh when he heard about it. Biden's inner circle is astonished at how quickly the media that forced him out turned Kamala into a glamorous star. Biden and his aides always felt that Harris wasn't up to beating Trump and she wasn't ready for prime time. They had doubts about her governing chops and reliability. Biden's right-hand man told the New York Times they wanted Kamala to be successful, but couldn't find the path to do it. This might be the only thing the Bidens and Obamas agree on. Kamala doesn't have what it takes.
This is still a very competitive race. If the election were today, I'm not sure who would win. And I think it may well be President Trump because it's an electoral college fight.
So if the Bidens and the Obamas don't think Kamala can win, what do the voters think? Don Lemon has been going to blue cities asking about Kamala. Here he is in Cincinnati.
Cleveland is lit. How y'all feeling about the election? Kamala Harris all day long.
I'm going for Trump. I'm excited for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. I think Trump's going to win.
I feel like it's leaning towards Trump for sure.
Trump or Kamala Harris? Donald Trump.
I don't vote.
I have to go Trump, man. Yeah. I have to. Or Trump. I got to go Trump.
Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris.
I'm running for Trump, so.
I'm supporting Trump. Kamala is doing a great job. Kamala. But I'm probably not going to vote.
It's like They just pushed her in.
Now I vote more for what fits me better as a person rather than voting for the black person.
I would have voted for Trump. Gas wasn't this high when Trump was our president. Food wasn't this high. I'm voting for Trump.
Don Lemon got fired and turned into Johnny, which works for me. I'll play his interviews and we don't have to pay him.
Oh.
And if half of Cincinnati's for Trump, it's a landslide. Here now, Democrat Congressman and Biden ally, Jared Moskowitz. I ran into you at lunch today. You came over to me and said you were going to be on my show. I said, you are?
You did.
I said, are you the guy that clowns around with Comer in those hearings?
Well, Comer's a clown, so you have to hang with him, you know?
Okay. So do you really think Joe Biden deserves to be out Mount Rushmore?
Well, look, I think Joe Biden has 50 years of service to the country. I think he's been an amazing public service, but I don't think we'll be adding Joe Biden to Mount Rushmore.
All right. So you realize that it's just like over-the-top flattery. You just have to say this to make the guy feel better?
We're just trying to compete with the Republicans. I mean, the flattery with Donald Trump, right? I mean, he's the best golfer, the best basketball player, best at baseball, best president, tallest person ever. He's better looking than Kamala. I mean, what man's like, I'm better looking than Kamala, or I'm better looking than a woman?
Do you think if you're a guy, you can't say, well, I'm just generally better looking than another woman?
All I know is if I ever said that, my wife would change the locks at the house, and I'd...
Okay, this is stupid. We're not going anywhere.
I mean, imagine if you were supposed to be a headliner and you find yourself the opening act. It's a different energy you have to bring to that. And
they're all boring.
Hipper, fresher, sneaker-wearing labor movement.
All right, at least she's got energy.
That is going to be more inclusive and built for the middle class. And we are going to end poverty wage work for once and for all. So let's do the work. Let's elect Kamala Harris so that together we will usher in a new era of worker power, and together we will win the future. Let's go get it.
Leaders of two major unions, SEIU and AFSCME, speaking there. Other labor leaders are speaking here. We're also going to hear later on this evening in a big primetime address from the very, very fiery, very charismatic leader of the United Auto Workers, Shawn Fain. He's scheduled for right in the middle of all the Democratic heavies. You're going to hear from him tonight. A big focus on labor tonight for the Democrats. Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, speaking of labor, and then endorsed and very much in keeping with labor in their state. Josh Shapiro was one of the names on Vice President Harris's very shortest shortlist of potential running mates. He was reportedly among the final three candidates, along with Arizona Senator Mark Kelly and Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, who ultimately got the nod. Josh Shapiro is also the governor of what might be the most important swing state in the country. Pennsylvania and its 19 electoral college votes are considered a must-win by both campaigns, and both campaigns, according to the polls, have essentially an equal shot at the state right now. Josh Shapiro standing by with our colleague Joy Reid at the convention in Chicago. Joy, take it away.
We've already heard from him, but let's see if there's anything new here. Little boring.
So great to be with you.
So let's get right to it. We just heard two labor leaders speaking. There's another one on stage right now. The industrial heartland of this country. That is the must.
Max, is it the Depression one? I already saved it.
He does very well in states like Pennsylvania. He's got roots in Pennsylvania. How well will Vice President Harris do, in your view, in your state?
I think she's going to do exceptionally well. Listen, Pennsylvania is proudly home to over 750,000 union members and growing. From our building trades that build our roads and bridges to our teachers who teach our kids, our police officers on the streets, and so much more. I couldn't be more proud to be the governor of Pennsylvania and represent these folks, and they are fired up for Kamala Harris. She speaks their language. She's got their back. She's been part of the tremendous work that Joe Biden has done.
Yeah, Marquez, did you just join or something? We've been fact-checking. We've literally been doing exactly that. I just haven't heard anything interesting so far. Last, 10 minutes have been a little boring. Dick Durbin. Let's see here. Dick Durbin. Trump is like a bad boss. What do we got here? Wall Street Journal. Donald Trump is like a bad boss. Dick Durbin. So let's see. You want a pay raise? Too bad. The boss just gave himself one, so there's nothing left for you. Trump reminds us of the boss that we all have had. The guy who thinks he's a very stable genius, but is driving the company in the ground. See, like, I mean, this is just like an attack line. There's nothing of substance there, right? So, Joy Reid one day. Ooh. Let's see here. Somebody here says, vote for Kamala for president, but have a Republican Senate and House. Is that possible? You avoid both the left and right. Oh, yeah. No, that's definitely possible. It'd be weird just because of how the balance would shake out. But yeah, I mean, not much would get done, that's for sure. Slow news days. Watch the riot videos. Yeah. Yup. Alright. Let's see what else we have here. Okay, we looked at this. Now we're going to look at the times. Harrison Walls received the endorsement. That's fine. Trump supporter appeared in the video, said he was previously in a state of panic, terrified Democrats were going to destroy the country. Well, yeah, maybe when Biden was there for a moment. Okay. What else? So this was the hacking confirmation. We already saw this. We already went through this. Google published a detailed report. I kind of want to see that. We saw the 25 or 28% tax. There's some more detail here. Let's grab the detail. If enacted, the policy would raise hundreds of billions of dollars. The CBO projected that 1 percentage point increase in the corporate tax rate equals about $100 billion over a decade. It's an interesting fact. Let's write that down. CBO projects 1 percentage. Oh my goodness. Point increase in corporate tax equals roughly 100 billion in, is that revenue? I think so. I'm assuming so. In revenue over a decade. Right, but how much? Much did you lose to lower GDP and subsequent revenues from that missed out growth? I think that's a fair sort of little follow-up there because of the deadweight loss of government. Trump would reduce taxes further if elected, blah, blah, blah. Okay, we already saw that. Here's the corporate tax item. And here it is. 1% to 22% would be roughly $96 billion. But that was only based on 1%. I don't know that you could amplify that by 10x, right? That was only the CBO research. CBO research. So this was really... hold on a sec. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, that's a little misleading, I feel like. So I'm going to make a note of that. CBO research itself only analyzed marginally increasing corporate taxes by 1 percentage point, not 1% times what Kamala would want, which was times 7, 28%. So the negative impacts could be much larger. Negative impacts could be much larger. There we go. Okay. Well, that's useful to know. Okay. We saw hack stuff. Okay. What else? Waiting for more speakers. Gone through this. Gone through this. Let's get some more updates here. Lauren Underwood of Illinois says Trump botched the pandemic crisis. Oh, okay. Registered nurse. Underwood, a rising star, was elected in 2018, youngest black woman to serve in Congress, said Harris pushed for legislation to improve healthcare for women. 4 years ago, it was not safe to hold a convention like this. But, well, yeah, I mean, 4 years ago, we were in COVID, in fairness. I don't know how useful that is. All right.
About what could be said here that might make them feel more comfortable with the ticket.
Well, first off, I want to say I salute and celebrate their right to peacefully protest. Follow the rules as established by the mayor and others here, but to make sure their voices are heard. And folks need to listen to them. Listen, I'll tell you how I feel. I mourn the loss of life in Israel on October 7th. The hundreds of...
Boring.
Mr. Exam.
You can feel her passion. You can feel her heart, and you can feel her fearlessness. That is what defines a commitment to children. Being willing to fight fiercely for every child. And trust me, Kamala has done that her entire life. So this November, we're gonna fight to elect Kamala Harris as the next president of these United States.
Please welcome Grammy-nominated country music star, Mickey Guyton.
No music, or just gonna cancel us. Nope, sorry. We'll go to commentary somewhere else. Hopefully they play the commentary. Can't do the music.
These great heroes that are willing to risk it all for.
Oh, I like how they're on commercial. Oh, yikes. Let's go over here.
And about the diverse party that he leads.
No. Okay, and I think CNBC is probably offline. So how about the Doomers? Yeah, that's Shark Tank. That's not going to work. Okay, Doomers?
Fresh face of that, and you're right. Some of these influencers, some of these celebrities, the star power, the glitz and glamour that really every Democratic convention brings. There is a real sort of cultural divide here, where we saw in the Republican convention former, pro wrestler Hulk Hogan, and now it'll be a completely different set of faces here in Chicago.
Yeah, there's a number of influencers and content creators that I've also not heard of either, Gregory, so you're not alone. But in terms of some of the challenges for Kamala Harris, you mentioned Gaza. We know that there's a number of pro-Palestinian protesters that are expected to be in Chicago this week to try and draw headlines back to, the humanitarian crisis that's happening there. We know that she's been criticized for her ability to handle the border issues. Which one of these do you think will be her biggest vulnerability, and how does she navigate the messaging on that?
Yeah, I mean, I think she absolutely is going to have to navigate that and to try to split the difference, right? Because she has been very supportive of Biden's policy in Israel to date, at least publicly. And she's going to have to sort of express how she's going to continue her support for Israel, because, there are a number of, Jewish voters, especially in some of these swing states, that are very important. They're also big donors to both Republican and Democratic campaigns. But there's also this sort of grassroots, sort of younger generation concern for the humanitarian situation in Gaza. And so to be able to say, we respect Israel's right to defend itself against Hamas, but at the same time say that Israel has to make significant changes in how they prosecute that war in Gaza. That's a difficult rope to walk here, especially as you have Donald Trump trying to push Democrats off that tightrope every chance that he gets.
White House and politics reporter Gregory Corti there at the DNC in Chicago, as we continue to get the pictures of the glitz and glam. We'll be monitoring, of course, going into key speeches and announcements at that event. More ahead on the Asia trade. This is Bloomberg.
Just sort of exploring a little bit more on Bloomberg. The Bloomberg editorial board put a piece together on how Kamala Harris, in their opinion, has to really put forward an agenda that appeals to the undecided voter. That she can support policies from Biden, such as, good jobs, rising wages, broader prosperity. But some of his regulations have been hostile to businesses, and she should really be calling for more competition rather than just attacking price gouging, that might not be as popular.
It still matters in American politics to try to persuade people, reach out to people that don't agree with you, try to meet them halfway, do all the work of politics still matters. And that race to me was like a big
and what he did to Mastriano is one of the political distinctions between the Biden campaign approach and the Harris campaign approach to Trump is that Harris treats Trump the way Shapiro treated Mastriano.
That's very interesting.
She popped him with a pin, and I mean, she's rolled out so many, and they all would have been there for Joe Biden too. It's not about who they are and what they would mean for preserving democracy. It's just a sort of a tactical thing. But the Republican endorsements come every single day. And so she is now presenting to the whole country, coming out of her, 4 weeks now, as the coalition candidate. Shapiro ran against Mastriano that way, and he was so ostracized from the political center, and by the end, from normal Republicans.
Yeah, it's tactical in terms of how you position yourself, but it is also something about being able to grab that energy and take it away from somebody who's getting attention, getting energy, getting all the cable news attention, getting all the stuff that they're getting because they're being transgressive and crazy. And instead saying, no, we're going to expend our energy and our attention on something that is not crazy, that is practical, and that has cross-party appeal. And it's very hard to do. And you can't necessarily prescribe to somebody how they can do it until you see them do it. But that is what Shapiro did to Mastriano, and it is the way that Harris has punctured Trump in this last few weeks.
Yeah, I mean, what's always
punctured. I mean, the betting odds have shifted. I will absolutely give credit there. I mean, way better right now for the Democrats than what Biden had. And look at this on Predict It right now. Kamala does have a pretty fat lead on Predict It. Now these aren't polls. These are the betting markets. Worth noting. But look at that gap she's got now. I mean, that's a spread that Trump had for a while. And look at that spread Trump had. And this is over the last 90. Oh, did they remove Biden? Oh, that makes sense. Oh, let me put Biden in. There we go. There we go. Yeah. Look at that spread there Trump had, even right here before that real big widening. That's about the spread that Harris has right now over Trump in the predicted markets. That's Predict It. Another one you could look at is Polymarket. Polymarket is a lot tighter. And let's see here. They don't make the chart as easy to find. At least they just have a bunch of comments here. So, but I might just be. Oh, well, that's the order book. Yeah. Anyway, view more. Oh no, those are just more candidates. Okay. Yeah. Anyway, so Polymarket shows a little bit more of a tight race there between the two, and it's certainly a lot tighter bids here. Huh. All right.
All of these people over the course of this week where we're just going to be sitting here thinking, okay, 75 days of that guy campaigning in Pennsylvania or wherever their state is for this ticket. Very powerful. I can't think of...
Ooh, look at Bitcoin pushing there just in the last few minutes, sort of out of nowhere. Very interesting. Yeah, it looks like that really started moving. Well, frankly, about 3 or 4 minutes ago, you had a little bit of a push there over 60K again on the BTCs.
Whitmer, as can a number of the people who we're going to hear from tonight. They don't have to be on the ticket. They don't have to be out of the cabinet. But the bench right now is as sort of electric as I've ever seen it in the Democratic Party. And to have that happening, again, in contrast to the Republicans, at the same time that you've got the entire living history of the party all on board, all represented starting tonight, it's an enviable position, I think, for the party in terms of both tonight and for their future. But we're going to see it showcased over the course of these next few hours. We've got much more to come live from the Democratic National Convention in Chicago. We're awaiting speeches from, among others, Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Hillary Clinton is going to speak tonight. President Biden, of course, is going to be speaking tonight. Right here, we're going to be speaking with Hakeem Jeffries shortly. So much to get to. It's a really exciting night. Don't go anywhere.
Without worrying about the cost.
Yeah, I was just, it keeps going here a little bit. I was just thinking about this. Could the betting markets theoretically be rigged? Yes, because you could have Kamala Harris's team, let's assume Trump's team was not buying bets in the betting market, and Kamala Harris's team was, and they were basically buying up all the sells on Kamala Harris, then the value of the Kamala Harris shares always seems higher because there's always a bid to support them. And if the Trump campaign isn't trying to manipulate the betting odds, then it could skew the betting odds in Kamala Harris's favor. So are the betting odds absolutely accurate? No, not necessarily. Usually people like to say they're more accurate because, people are putting their money on it, but yes, it can be manipulated as well. All right. What else? Boom skitty booms.
Farmer, what an apple can be sold for and what you can buy it for. I mean, that is a horror film on Netflix no one's even written the script for. That's not America. There's no chance in hell that's going to happen. And I understand why she would throw it at the wall. But price fixing was tried in Venezuela, Cuba, North Korea, USSR in the late 80s. It just reduces supply like crazy. It's a really bad idea.
I don't think
and I'm
Kamala
not trying to be
knows that.
partisan.
Larry, she doesn't even know. And if you can see on the screen, there are a lot of empty seats in this convention. I don't know if it's because Biden is speaking tonight, so it's like, oh, God, do we have to sit and listen? But I thought this place was going to be packed with emotion. I thought the Democrats were going to be pumped. They keep on talking about how energized they are. There's a lot of empty seats, people sitting on their hands. I'm walking through the convention. It's like a ghost town. Why do you think that is, Larry?
My assumption here is all of these ideas will be tested by you and the press after Labor Day. So when you talk about price fixing groceries, you're going to have to explain how you're going to do that. And I think that's where it may fall down. I really need these policies and these ideas of which, for example, $25,000 to an individual to buy a home in a constrained market. I'm a real estate guy. That's beyond insane. The amount of inflation that would create, all of that capital, all of that would go to the seller. If you have a street with 3 houses and there's nothing for sale, and you give everybody $25,000 free dollars, that's nuts.
Right.
So she's going to have to answer to that,
house.
and I think that's when things clear out.
All right. O'Leary, thank you so much. Have fun in Dubai, wherever you are. We love you.
2 watches.
Police now lining up.
He used to make fun of me for 2 watches. But yes, that Kevin O'Leary is right. It's all going to go to the seller. Yes. That doesn't mean it's not going to help. It's like I said earlier, it's going to help the current buyers. But it's going to cause inflation for the future buyers in terms of home prices, not necessarily inflation on, goods and services outside of the housing market. But yes. Oh, Kevin. Kevin. What are we going to do with Kevin?
Wednesday. To unify our country.
Oh, tell us what stock to pick.
I said this and I said that. No, to unify our country. It's about the children, their health, their education, the economic security of their families, a safe environment in which they can thrive, including from gun violence, a world at peace in which they can reach their fulfillment in our countries as well. And so it's about our unity as a country, honoring the values of our founders, the the sacrifice of our men and women in uniform. This unifies us and the aspirations of our children.
So I interviewed you roughly a week or so ago about your brand new book, which is a great page turner. And at that point, you had not yet talked to President Biden. Obviously, it was 4 weeks and 1 day ago that he stepped aside. And I know that it was very difficult for him. That's been made very clear by some of his top aides like Anita Dunn and Ron Klain. And there does seem to be, even though Anita Dunn said earlier today, quote, nobody wants to have a fight with Nancy Pelosi at this time, unquote, it does seem like there's some residual bad blood or resentment. And I'm wondering if you've spoken to him and what your response is to that.
Sometimes.
And that's what you're doing right now? You're just going to take the punch for the children?
Who's punching right now?
I don't know.
Anita Dunn said...
I didn't even hear this. I'm just hearing...
It was an interview with me.
Maybe he's throwing the punch. I don't know.
No,
I'm not. I would never. But
she
Anita,
said she doesn't want to fight.
Nobody wants to have a fight with Nancy Pelosi at this time.
Well, you know what?
Have you talked to him? Is my only question.
What I have to do.
Right.
He made the decision for the country. My concern was not about the president, it was about his campaign. As he has seen the exuberance.
That's not what you said, Pelosi. You were concerned that he might have a condition.
I just did an event for one of our members in Illinois, Eric Sorensen, today. Immediately, he got 1,100 volunteers into his campaign as soon as that announcement was made.
Nobody is questioning the fact that the Democratic Party seems much better positioned right now than it did 4 weeks and 2 days ago. There's no question about that. Former Speaker Pelosi.
So why are we even talking about it?
They put it on my script and they made me read it. They're holding
Ron Burgundy.
They're holding my cat hostage. Speaker Pelosi, thank you so much. We're about to show you a video from the Democratic Party. They are talking a lot about a thing called Project 2025. Let's take a look.
For America's future.
I'm not going to be nice.
It will ban abortion nationwide.
I got rid of Roe v. Wade.
Raise taxes on middle-class families. Gun Medicaid.
That's money that funds a lot of medical treatment.
I hate playing these because these are so out of context. These ads, you have to, and you know, you make all these allegations in 30 seconds, and then you have to sit there and spend an hour to take it apart. These attack ads are just trash. It's not even worth watching them. Let's listen to something else.
Only $49.99 per month.
Oh my gosh, but not that, not Spectrum advertisements. I'm waiting for the Hillary and the Biden.
Strategic, and I won't say cutthroat, but really sort of getting a Democratic Party that places winning and defeating Donald Trump as its paramount objective.
Well, we've recognized that Donald Trump represents an existential threat to America, to our way of life, to democracy, to an economy that we want to build which works for everyday Americans, as opposed to his vision of an economy that works for the wealthy, the well-off, and the well-connected. If you look back at the arc over the last several cycles, we took the House back in 2018. We won the presidency in 2020. We took the Senate back in 2020. We overperformed in the midterm elections and won all across the country, only narrowly lost the House. We won during the off-year elections in 2023. So we have been, I think, very strategic as it relates to the stakes that exist and the need for us to win, not as Democrats, to win for the American people.
Do you think the House stands a chance of falling back into Democratic hands? Are you ready to pick up the gavel as Speaker of the House?
Well, we're working very hard as House Democrats throughout this Congress. We continue to put people over politics, and we're going to articulate a vision all across the country. We're going to fight to lower costs. We're going to fight to grow the middle class. We're going to fight to defend freedom, in particular, a woman's freedom to make her own reproductive health care decisions, run through the finish line, put it in the hands of the American people, make sure we elect Kamala Harris as the 47th president of the United States of America, and take back the majority in the House of Representatives.
I noticed you talk about the economy, you talk about abortion, you talk about freedom writ broadly. You did not talk about the shenanigans, which is euphemistic, that the House Republican Conference has been up to. Today, they came out finally with their report, a long time and many dollars in the making, that concludes that President Biden is guilty of impeachable conduct, though they are unable to point to a particular crime or criminal activity, and they are unlikely to hold a vote to impeach the president because they don't actually have the votes. What is your reaction to A, the release of that report today, and then B, to the sort of bigger picture of how they've been spending their time.
Extreme MAGA Republicans are sad and desperate. This so-called impeachment report is a fake, fraudulent, and fictitious document. There's no evidence that President Biden committed a crime, no evidence of wrongdoing, and no evidence that he engaged in an impeachable offense. This was all...
Okay, let's hop over here. Otherwise, we will pull up what's going on with the Biden impeachment. Yeah, okay. Let me see what's here, and then we'll look into that Biden thing.
For Democrats, war's already home. It's a civil one. The same party who championed defund the police is now protecting itself from itself. After years of saying walls don't work, Democrats have suddenly decided that good...
I mean, it's not really protecting from yourself, in fairness. It's protecting from people who disagree with the actions of government. That's a little different than, you know, protecting from yourself. I mean, there are protesters at any of these political events. That's pretty typical. So, okay. So, in the meantime, let's go take a peek at some of these... impeachment claims and allegations, since the convention is being a little boring right now as we wait for some more speakers, especially the big headliners, which are kind of all being saved for the end. Hillary, Biden, AOC, and otherwise. This impeachment on Biden thing is kind of a distraction, but let's take a peek at it. Mostly because, I mean, it was most of the work on that, by the way, just so you know, was done before he stepped down. Because the thought was that he was going to stay and not step down. So I'm just going to go into this by saying most of the Biden impeachment inquiry doesn't matter much anymore today, since, how should we put it, he dropped out. By the way, look at that rejection on Bitcoin. It's like perfectly on my line. Almost. My line's at 60,719. And the line's at 60,675. Anywho, okay. So let's get in over here. Okay, no, they're just messing around. House Republicans released an impeachment inquiry Monday filled with accusations of influence peddling and obstruction against Joe Biden, who denied the allegations. Okay, so 291-page report from House Republicans on Biden's influence peddling and obstruction. I wonder if that could be said about everyone in politics. Oh well. 3 committees, Judiciary, Oversight and Accountability, and Ways and Means, accused Biden of participating in a conspiracy to help his relatives. Yeah, probably happens. Accused Biden of conspiracy to help his relatives receive millions of dollars from foreign interests by attending dinners and speaking with them on the phone. How about getting jobs on boards? Oh, the totality, the corrupt conduct is egregious, blah, blah, blah. Okay, this is all. USA Today usually leans a little left here, so, which is fine. Like, I'm purposely reading USA Today because if it's going to be an anti-Dem thing, I generally start with the more left-leaning breakdown of it. And then, you know, I feel like they're going to give me the softest version. And if they're being aggressive, then, you know, then anyway, I think you understand what I'm saying. The release of the report came the same day as Biden, who decided to drop out, is scheduled to speak at the DNC. Yeah, it's going to get buried in the news of the day. Biden has called the accusations lies, said the investigation has continued to turn up evidence that, in fact, the president did nothing wrong. Impeachment report arrives as presidential campaign heats up, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, kind of cool to see if we can actually get the actual report. Not that I horribly care to go through 200-something pages. Oh, I got it already. It'd be kind of cool to see some examples. You know, if I go... What is this? Oh, yeah, okay. We're going to have a lot of Hunter Biden stuff here. Ethics agreement for Hunter Biden's art sales. So when you're seeing in the press that the White House is putting together certain safeguards regarding an ethics agreement, but you have had no conversation with the White House, I mean, did you ever say to Hunter Biden, hey, where's this coming from? This is in the press saying the White House is involved in an ethics agreement. I might have. I probably did. Yeah. So do you remember who said it to you? I don't. I do remember being surprised. Why were you surprised? Because I hadn't had communications with the White House about an agreement. In sum, Burgess's testimony confirms the financial benefit that Hunter Biden received in all lines of work solely because of the identity of his father. Okay, so I mean, we're kind of randomly jumping in here. And looks like they have a whole bunch of items here. Artist gallery contract. This is probably some exhibit. Gallery shall receive a commission of 40% of any sales. Gallery will pay all funds due to artist. Even though he was required to do so in the original contract, Mr. Burgess claimed that he never told Biden the name of the buyers. Yet during both contracts, Hunter Biden knew the purchasers for 70% of his art sales, totaling $1 million from known buyers. One was a prominent Democratic buyer named Elizabeth Neftali. Now, that's interesting. I'll put some examples in here. I kind of like, I don't really want to read the whole thing because, again, I feel like it's kind of like irrelevant at this point. I get it for the past things, but it's kind of interesting. Example on page 185. Biden had, Hunter Biden, I should say. Hunter Biden had a contract with an art gallery to receive commissions. I'll put allegation. To receive commissions. Potentially knew up to 70% of the purchasers, including, quote, prominent Democratic donors, such as Elizabeth Hirsch Neftali, in sales totaling up to $1,091,000. That's just one example over here. Let's see here. Let's flip around to another random page here. What do we have over here? Let's see. Vice President Biden intended to join the board of Hunter Biden's joint venture with a CCB-linked Chinese company, the Harvest Fund Management, after leaving office. Hunter Biden became acquainted with a businessman, Jason Galanis, through their mutual acquaintance with others. Here's the Mr. Archer stuff. Good idea to leverage Hunter Biden more and include him in more business deals and compensate him. Let me write that down. Example on page 92. Would be a good idea to include Hunter Biden in more business dealings at a Wall Street fund. Okay. Let's do another look. Hunter Biden peddled Vice President Joe Biden's political influence to benefit him momentarily from Russian business assets. Corrupt Duma deputies. 10 days after attending the dinner with Vice President, someone transferred $3.5 million to a group. Approximately 2.75 later transferred, in part, it looks like, to Biden. I mean, some of these allegations we've heard of before, but okay. Well, I won't spend too much time on that. But I wanted to take a preview of it, give you an idea of what's in there. All right, let's keep looking.
One who shatters the boundaries of what's possible, not the boundaries of what's legal. And one who wipes the floor with cheats and fraudsters because, well, Democrats, she knows the type. Democrats, that president, the president that we deserve, that president is my friend, Kamala Harris. Thank you all so much.
All right. I think we're getting a little closer now. We got about, what do we got? It's getting close to about 8 hours. So you're getting into like the final 2 hours of the event. And again, we've got AOC, Hillary Clinton, and Joe Biden coming up. So we'll get to see some of that. Okay. Let me flip here. Come on. No. Messed it up. There we go. Oh, I still messed it up. Oh, there we go. Okay.
Streets are calling it. Melissa Murray and I talked to some young black women from North Carolina this weekend, and they said, well, ever since the switch. I said, now what is that? They said, the change on the ticket.
The switch.
Oh, the switch. That's what they're saying.
I'll take it.
Since the switch.
Good screenplay title.
You know, there you go. She herself, Senator Cory Booker.
That was weird. The Iranians were coming over.
She's the least senior member of the Senate. She's still actually been quite effective and is becoming sort of a favorite among other Democratic senators. Again, another person for whom it seems like the future is very, very bright.
Yeah, she's just got that massive human intelligence piece. You know, she's got the EQ, the IQ. She's the whole package. She's incredibly warm. I mean, I love this, the switch. In the first days after the switch, when you were looking for folks that could give you something personal and warm about the vice president, not just the political analysis, she emerged as one of our favorite people to talk to. And it really is this bond that she talked about tonight between her daughter and the vice president. She just has all that, you know, all of the substance, all the policy, and all of the personality.
Lawrence, do you see her as a potential DNC chair?
Oh, sure. I mean, what you keep seeing is futures. These people step up to the microphone, you see what they're doing now, and you can also just see their futures within this party. And, you know, I wanted just a word to the audience about conventions, having been in the hall for most of them over the last few decades. It's the worst place to be. I am seeing as literally
classic Lawrence take.
on the convention floor, I experienced I could hear less.
Oh, you can't hear anything. Yeah,
you can't hear a thing because the crowd is so loud, except when the most important speakers speak. So you cannot hear a thing that's said up on the stage. And the other thing is, you pay no attention to the stage when you're in the convention hall. Kind of like we're doing here. Right. We actually are showing you more of what is happening on the stage than you would experience if you were in the hall, because you just wouldn't be able to hear them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of believe that. It seems to be very, very noisy on that floor while other random people are making kind of speeches.
Right now, we're going to listen to a little bit of him as we go out to a break. When we come back on the other side of this break, we've got Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer here with us live. We'll be right back.
All right, let's get off that. Let's pop into not forensic files. Again, although I think that'll be more entertaining. We'll go over here. Really? Okay.
We're here live at the DNC in Chicago where country star Jason Isbell's performing. Let's take a listen for a second.
No. We're not going to take a listen for a second. I'm going to get in trouble, man. All right, fine then. Let's keep going with El Livo Blogo. Let's see what we got. Okie dokie. Biden will give way to Harris on Democrat convention's opening night. Okay. What else do we have? All right, let's see. Okay, here we go. So, Mallory McMorrow of Michigan. Let's see here. Talking about the Heritage Foundation Project 2025. You know, I wonder if it'd be interesting, like, just go through it and just make a big summary video. Take a minute, but it's like 889 pages long. But again, you know, maybe I don't know if it's worth it. If it were part of like Trump's actual plan, it'd be worth going through it. So I don't know. Okay, still relatively early for the speaker schedule. We know that. Let's see here. Okay, what else? The theme is for the people, but the speakers so far have touched on all the major themes that are expected to come up this week. Yes. Donald Trump vows to make his medical records public, but doesn't say when. I wonder where he said that. Oh, in an interview with CBS on Monday. We saw Karen Bass a bit. Okay, all right. What else we got?
Walz was paid twice as much as any Chinese teacher while he was there. He had the only air-conditioned department on campus, which came in handy after long days of Tai Chi in the quad. Walz was the only one allowed to watch TV in color. Everybody else stuck with black and white. But Tai Chi Tim would often repay their generosity, hosting epic birthday and Christmas parties for the Chinese. Bet that little red book was a huge hit at Secret Santa. Walz told a local newspaper, "No matter how long I live, I'll never be treated that well again." It's almost like they were grooming him. Walz was enlisted in the National Guard for all of these trips. Why would the Chinese give a member of the U.S. military such access? Who's to say that China, the world's biggest surveillance state, doesn't have anything?
Not trying to discredit National Guard here, but it's a little different to say, you know, he's sort of like implying that we've got like a high-ranking officer here or something like that in the U.S. military, or like a person of the U.S. military. But let's look into these China allegations a little bit. So we'll just bounce around and try to get some different sources here. GOP's Comer launches investigation into Walz's engagement with China. All right. Okay. Let's see what the allegations are. So, and then we'll see if we can get some more detail here. ABC, or let's do Walz's engagement with China investigation. All right. Let's see what we can figure out here. Republican Rep. Comer, chairman of House Oversight, is launching an investigation into Walz. Okay, what are the details of this? The probe will focus on, let's see here, his announcement on Friday citing articles from the New York Post, okay, including comments he made to visiting the nation 30 times, some of which were teaching trips, and a 2016 interview where he said he didn't fall into the category. But this is actually pretty typical. Like, apparently it has to do with Walz's teaching school trips. At least from what I hear. This is, I should say, it is pretty typical for the Chinese welcome wagon to be pretty dang impressive. Mostly, I mean, think about it. Labor is relatively cheap there and otherwise. Influence campaign, Comer suggests. Walz's connections to China raise questions about the possibility of CCP influence. Okay, so those are the allegations. Allegation, though, is that Walz may be sympathetic to China. Comer sent a letter to the FBI. Okay, we'll look at that letter. So I'm going to skip the quote for a sec. Let's look at the letter. Letter to the FBI. Where's the letter? FBI. I'll put here. FBI letter. FBI request letter. I'll drop that right there. And then let's hop in here. Committee is conducting a government-wide investigation into CCP. Walz. Come to the attention that Walz has a long-standing connection. Extensive engagement with officials. Concerning ties to the PRC. Since his first trip, visited the PRC 30 times. Hold Hold on. What are we covering here?
He's starting to heat up. We've got some big players taking the stage.
Oh, no. Okay. Nothing yet there. While serving in Congress, Walz also served at the Macau Polytechnic University. Aha. They've got a lot of gambling institutions over there. Semi-autonomous region in China. Okay. Okay. So it sounds like the focus is on 30 trips to China and teachings at Macau Polytechnic University, autonomous region of China. I should call it semi. Okay. Interesting. So, Walz has admitted he does not fall into the category that China is necessarily an adversarial relationship. They're asking for all FBI documents related to the embassy, the schools. It's almost like it almost seems like a subpoena of like everything. It doesn't say it's a subpoena. I don't know if you can subpoena a government organization, but requesting document production. So it could be a big nothing burger to investigate. Could end up being nothing, right? So I'm going to put that as an opinion. There. I just put the little halo as an opinion and then the check mark as something that's just, you know, something that was red.
I knew there was something different. And that's the person. I think that was the personality development.
Gosh, that reporter's excited.
Butthead. Now, Jesse, how do you feel that your uncle is on the floor right now?
Got it. I feel proud that my uncle is participating in the democratic process, and I feel sorry for him that Trump is going to demolish Kamala Harris. So, we love you, David, but I'm sorry it's not going to go well in November.
All right, well, he says it's his world down here.
That's right. It's
All right, let's see
world Democratic version.
I don't know about that. I don't know if he knows how to do it. Oh, well, maybe. All right, thank you so much. I know someone that knows how to do it. Sean Hannity.
Got it.
Practicing all night.
Where is your mother? I was wondering, is she not here?
No, she's not here. Thank God.
Why?
Enough already.
Well, they cut him off real fast.
That's cold. All right, welcome to Hannity. Thank you, Jesse. And tonight we are broadcasting live. We're in beautiful Chicago. We are at the DNC, kind of so you don't have to be. Anyway, the people are nice, some of them. Anyway, and while Democrats are poised to kick off what is a week of lies, fairy tales, illusions, propaganda, misinformation, besmirchment of Donald Trump, we're going to tell you the real story. Coming up tonight, Joe Biden, he is set to speak tonight. This was supposed to be his big week.
I didn't know that. Yeah, so it's David Waters. That's very interesting. David H. Waters is the uncle of Jesse Waters. That's very interesting. And he's at the DNC. He's at the DNC and represents American politician, member of the New Hampshire House of Reps. What's he currently? Member of the New Hampshire Senate. 4th District in New Hampshire Senate. He's at the DNC and represents the 4th District of New Hampshire in the New Hampshire Senate. Who knew? And has since 2012. How interesting. I did not know that.
Thousands are expected to gather all week. Well, we're going to get to my monologue in just a moment. But first, joining us, he's on the ground. He's outside of the convention. Our very own Mike Tobin is with us. Oh, I see
there
a lot.
He is. Once again, no Fox Indicas.
Well, it's kind of the tail end of the big demonstration. At least it looks that way. You mentioned the cops. About 100, 150 cops who are standing here at Union Park with a few of the demonstrators who remain. One of the things you can see there is some graffiti. The anarchists left their mark before they left. They did cause some friction earlier in the day. If we roll video, there was a point where the outer perimeter fence, the anti-climb fence, they got 3 sections of that off, and they got in the inner row, I guess, between the outer fencing and the inner fencing. The Chicago cops formed up in numbers, light gear, I guess, with helmets and some body armor and batons. They pushed in. They pushed the demonstrators back out the very holes that they created in the fence, and got the situation back under control, pretty much putting manpower in place of the holes of the fence. One person I did talk to today was flying the Hamas flag, and he said not only does he support Hamas, he supported October 7th. You support Hamas?
Every Palestinian support Hamas, not just me. Every Palestinian support Hamas.
Do you support October 7th?
Who?
October 7th.
October 7th? Yes, I do. What's wrong with October 7th? You tell me.
Women and children.
What?
It's a murder.
What is this bull?
There were some arrests at the demonstration today. We saw some of them. Police don't have a hard number. But as far as the demonstration right now, you do have some of the anarchists hanging around. They're looking for something to do. But it looks like most of the people are going home. Sean?
All right, Mike Tobin, as always, thank you. And throughout the night, we're going to keep an eye on whatever demonstrations are outside of this building and take you there live if and when violence, as some are predicting, erupts. Now, keep in mind, this is all taking place as Kamala and her friends and the state-run media mob are touting Kamala's so-called politics of joy. Okay. In reality, nothing really joyful about today's Democratic Party. The base, well, that is comprised of virulent anti-Semites that don't love our country, despise capitalism, hate Israel, and at the top, a nominee didn't win a single primary vote, not one. Kamala Harris is the only Democratic nominee because, well, the party elites, frankly, humiliated Joe Biden, disenfranchised his voters, forced him to end his campaign. The truth is, there's nothing real or authentic about this convention going on right behind me or the Harris-Walz campaign. Even a simple trip to a gas station is seemingly scripted. In case you haven't noticed, the Harris campaign is trying to highlight Kamala eating Doritos in order to connect with normal folks like us. Take a look.
Ah, Dougie, there they are. Yeah. Thank you.
What do you get? For beef jerky? Can I go get it?
I do, and this is my go-to, the original nacho cheese.
Duh.
You see corn nuts over there
Isn't this it?
Oh, yeah,
that's the big. There you go. That's fun. You see corn nuts over there?
Now, maybe she'll need another really super, size big bag if Donald Trump wins like she did in 2016.
I freaking hate politics. Man, it's all cringy. Just be real. But then they wouldn't get elected.
All customers, the people, the little people, as they say, us, we the people, before she arrived, possibly to avoid any awkward human interaction. Now, we saw the same thing at a Pittsburgh diner. You're going to love this. Customers, they were forced to leave the restaurant before Kamala Harris and Tim Walz arrived so the campaign could bring in their own audience. Why talk to regular people? Apparently, Kamala is so terrible at talking to people that the campaign is now forced to go to extraordinary lengths never seen.
All right, let's go back to DNC coverage.
Talk big about bringing back manufacturing jobs. But you know who actually did it? President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Kamala. And look no further than the city of Syracuse, where a company called Micron is building a $100 billion microchip factory with union labor. It's the largest private investment in American history, and it's going to create 50,000 good-paying jobs. The Biden-Harris administration has made the most significant investments in our economy in generations. And as president, Kamala Harris will continue to build an opportunity economy for all. My friends, history's watching us. Together, we must protect abortion rights. Together, we must protect the middle class. Together, we must protect the American dream, and together, we must elect Kamala Harris President of the United States. Thank you.
Okay, we should fact check that Micron thing because I heard them say $100 billion. And I'm like, what? Ain't nobody building a $100 million factory. And so sure enough, I looked at Micron's announcement, like right from the horse's mouth. And it literally says, Micron intends to invest up to $100 billion over the next 20 plus years to construct a new mega fab in New York, with the first phase being $20 billion by the end of the decade. In other words, so like I'm gonna translate this. In English, just 20% of that pitch would be spent in 6 years. So, 20 divided by 6 is roughly about $3 billion per year. Better than 0, but far from 100 billion soon. Kind of interesting. I find it interesting. All right. Let's get some more. Okay, that's propaganda, so let's keep skipping. The sizzle reels. I generally don't like watching the Trump or the Harris sizzle reels. Here's another one of them. This is her little freedom thing. Okay, it's fine. All right. Why did Biden refinance his home 35 times? I don't know. Okay, because he's old. I'm going commando to Costco, Kevin. Need anything? Salty nuts, please. Oiled is okay. Preferably mixed together in one sack. Decision is clear. What flavor of democracy is going to secure our Happy Meals overseas? The rest is theater. $4.99 by someone named Ben Affleck. That's funny. They continue. I think you mean like to us. I think you mean lie to us. Yeah. No, I know. It's just political. You just have to read through the nonsense. She nailed the headline though. She did nail the headline. That's all she did. You're right. That's all she did. That's right. Oh, that's a good one. You're right. You're right. She did copy the headline. All right. Touche. Hochul headline. Oh, what's this? Hey, it's Harris. She's there.
Celebrating our incredible President Joe Biden, who will be speaking later tonight. Joe, thank you for your historic leadership, for your lifetime of service to our nation, and for all you will continue to do. We are forever grateful to you.
It's actually kind of cool that she came out. She didn't have to. She was supposed to come out, I think, the last day.
Thank you, Joe. And looking out at everyone tonight, I see the beauty of our great nation. People from every corner of our country and every walk of life are here, united by our shared vision for the future of our country. And this November, we will come together and declare with one voice, as one people, we are moving forward. With optimism, hope, and faith, country, knowing we all have so much more in common than what separates us. Let us fight for the ideals we hold dear, and let us always remember, when we fight, we win. God bless you. God bless the United States of America. Good night, everyone.
That's pretty good that she came out. You know, I mean, she only spoke for what, 2 minutes or whatever. But who cares? That's great. Like, good on her for coming out and basically setting up the next phase of speakers. This is not Kamala Harris's speech. Her speech will, come in a few days. But usually the candidate shows up last. So it was cool. Bitcoin, by the way, is up like $1,000 since we started this. I mean, it just broke through my line and then came back down. You can see that here.
Welcome to the first night of the Democratic National Convention. Now, how is that for an opening act?
Well, that's an insult, I guess, to everybody who went before her, but okay, fine.
The Vice President just said, over the next 4 days, we will be bringing folks together from all around the country, people from every walk of life, to talk about this nation we love and about a candidate who has devoted her life to public service, who never shies away from a righteous fight, and who always stands up for the people. We are going to talk about the choice America faces in this election. It's a choice not just between two very different candidates, but between two very different futures. We will hear from everyday Americans about what is truly at stake in this campaign. The future of our middle class, the future of reproductive rights, the future of our climate, our security, our schools, the future of our freedom, the future of our very democracy. We will see the vision of our nominee. It is a vision of stability, security, and opportunity for everyday Americans, where we continue to grow this economy by growing the middle class, and where the safety of our children, our families, and our communities are a fundamental civil right. It is a future where, instead of scoffing at allies and fawning over dictators, our president stands up for our friends, faces down our adversaries, and American democracy remains a beacon of hope and inspires the world to take on our biggest challenges together. We'll learn the story of a leader who has dedicated her life to doing the work of making good on the promise of America.
You know, he was the Tarzan voice in the 1999 Tarzan.
A leader who has taken on powerful interests at every step of her career and fought for the rights and freedoms of all of us. And then, of course, we will hear again from the Democratic nominee herself, the next president of the United States of America, Kamala Harris. Because she has a message for us. It is a message that's joyful, not mean-spirited. A message of public service, not self-service. A message of optimism and opportunity, not chaos and division. A message that has woken us up to who we are, to who we've always been. Because Americans are not a cynical people. We are not small-minded. And whether we realize it right now or not, we are currently already writing a new chapter of the American story. And we can dream as big as we want. So I just want to ask you, are you excited? Yeah?
He was also in the Divergent series.
Okay. Well, then I challenge you to make this the moment you get off the sidelines and into the game. So I want you to text JOIN to 30330 and get involved. Because when we fight, what happens? We win. And we are going to win this thing together. And while we're doing it, we are going to have a whole lot of fun. So let's get started.
Tony Goldwyn is the sort of celebrity host for this evening. This video here, which I think we can go to, it sets up our next guest.
All right, I want to get the music disc credits here. Let's jump off here.
Happening outside the convention hall.
Let me add a couple other things. No restrictions, either one of them, on abortion. Feminine products in boys' bathrooms in school. Gender, quote, affirming.
It's not in boys' bathrooms. It's in gender-neutral bathrooms. I know that sounds nitpicky, but it's actually a big difference.
It doesn't seem in sync with the values in the middle of the country and the Sun Belt and the Midwest, where this election is likely going to be fought. Last word.
Well, I think when people learned that while Walsh was governor, at least 8 babies died on the table without any medical care, because he is so radical that he believes not only in abortion on the last day, but he believes you should allow babies to die if the parents decide they don't want them.
Tony, I didn't know this. Tony was the president of the United States in Scandal, the show, and he was a former governor of California from Santa Barbara. I did not know that. Look at that. That's cool. That's really cool. Scandal Wiki, president of the United States. There he is. Fitz Grant. He was the actor. That's cool.
Sure who would win, and I think it may well be President Trump, because it's an electoral college fight,
right.
And in those battleground states.
Yeah, we were looking at national numbers at the top of this program. That's, I mean,
my family and I are currently building an ark to survive the great flood of leftist tears that will rain down on us when Trump wins. Ouch. Oh, should make a coffee mug of that.
It was great to see you in Milwaukee. I'm kind of surprised you're not here in Chicago. Thanks a lot. You abandoned us. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I didn't get the invite, Sean. It's shocking, but I'm glad you're there for all of us. So good luck.
Good luck. Nice knowing you. Good luck. There were a couple of people that were pretty vocal, and all I said was hello. Very.
Let's go back to the convention.
Thank you. Now, I could never have imagined that a few days later I would receive an invitation to step into a different kind of arena.
You know, he was actually born in Beirut, Lebanon.
I know very well that speaking out about politics these days comes with risks. I can see the shut up and whistle tweets being fired off as we speak. But I also knew as soon as I was asked that it was too important as an American citizen not to speak up in an election of this magnitude. The reason I said yes to speaking here tonight is that as a coach and former player, as a husband, a son, a father, even a grandfather, and as an American, I believe in a certain kind of leadership. I believe that leaders must display dignity. I believe that leaders must tell the truth. I believe that leaders should be able to laugh at themselves. I believe leaders must care for and love the people they are leading. I believe leaders must possess knowledge and expertise, but with the full awareness that none of us has all the answers. And in fact, some of the best answers often come from members of the team. And if you look for those qualities in your friends or your boss or an employee or your child's teacher or your mayor, then shouldn't you want those same qualities in your president? And when you think about it that way, this is no contest. With Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, I see all those qualities. They have devoted their lives to serving other people. Whether Vice President Harris was defending her community in the courtroom, or Governor Walz was inspiring the next generation in the classroom, or on the field, for that matter. By the way, coach to coach, that guy's awesome. Although, I have to say, Coach Walz, way too much reliance on the blitz in '99 against Mankato East. You had a strong defensive line. I would have played more press coverage with your corners and then dropped the safeties into a Tampa 2. That's just me. Sorry. I wanted you to know how I feel every day of the NBA season. All right. But listen, the joy, the compassion, the commitment to our country that we saw at the Olympics, that is what Kamala Harris and Tim Walz have. And it is what our country needs. Leadership, real leadership. Not the kind that seeks to divide us, but the kind that recognizes and celebrates our common purpose. Think about what our team achieved with 12 Americans in Paris, putting aside rivalries to represent our country. Now imagine what we could do with all 330 million of us playing on the same team. Not as Democrats, not as Republicans, not as libertarians, but as Americans who know the greatness of this nation doesn't come from any one of us, but from each of us doing our part to build a more perfect union. That vision is what this campaign is all about. It's why I'm here tonight. And it's why I'll be getting out every day to help people get out and vote on November 5th and elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz as the next president and vice president of the United States. And after the results are tallied that night, we can, in the words of the great Steph Curry, we can tell Donald Trump, night, night.
So I had my little super fan moment with Jason Isbell, but Nicole Wallace and Chris Hayes.
I don't know.
Let me tell you folks in Ohio and in this area, don't sell your house. Do not sell it.
All right, here we go. Not a fan of the attack ads, so we'll just try to stick to the facts.
But the only way you're going to change it is if, in fact, you are able to win elections. That's the only way you change it. Anyway, Laura Trump, good to see you. We appreciate it and wish you...
Well, they were talking for a while.
Such a warm welcome. By the way, we expect any moment. AOC is speaking tonight. This is Joe Biden's, I guess, bon voyage, farewell. He got the boot, got kicked out of the party. He'll be joining us. He'll be speaking up on the stage as well. We expect Hillary Clinton to make an appearance. Anyway, joining us now before AOC is expected to take the stage. We'll check in with that. Is former 2024 GOP presidential candidate Vivek Ramaswamy. You've been very focused in almost every interview that we have that Republicans need to focus on issues. I agree with you. And you have 3 issues that you focus on. I would say there are 5 issues in total that Republicans need to focus on. It would be the border, law and order. It would be energy. It would be the economy and America's role in the world. Okay, you have your 3. But there's one other thing. America still does not know everything that she's said. I've been asking every guest tonight that question. And the poll that John McLaughlin put out shocked me. People from 70 to 84% don't know where she has stood and stands on these issues. Well, isn't that as important as getting out your views? Exposing that?
Absolutely. And let me be a little helpful on that, Sean. She has sought to abolish private health insurance. If you have private health insurance, she has said she wants to end it for a single-payer health care system. She has favored the Green New Deal, said she wanted to end the filibuster in the Senate to ram that through. A ban on fracking, she stood for that. A ban on offshore drilling, she stood for that.
In fairness, she's flipped on fracking, and the single-payer stance is an old one. So he's taking a lot of things out of context here from her old campaign.
That's how I think we're going to win this election, not just by a little bit. I heard Newt Gingrich talking about that Michael Dukakis analogy. I think this could be that on steroids if we hit her hard for her policy record. And the reality is she's now trying to flip-flop. Well, the reality is people won't fall for it because her actions speak louder than her words. She
This
didn't
is
just...
the UAW, I believe. Let me see if they're
To Joe Biden.
him. Yeah. We can come back to Vivian.
Broke into Enid's home. On one side, we have Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, who have stood shoulder to shoulder with the working class. On the other side, we have Trump and Vance. Two lapdogs for the billionaire class who only serve themselves. So for us in the labor movement, it's real simple. Kamala Harris is one of us. She's a fighter for the working class. And Donald Trump is a scam.
Ouch.
That's not just my opinion, that's a fact. All we have to do is look at the track record. When Donald Trump was president, corporate America ran wild. Donald Trump did not bring back the auto industry. When Donald Trump was president, auto plants closed. Trump did nothing. Trump told workers in Lordstown, Ohio, that he would be bringing all the auto jobs back. And Trump did nothing. In 2019, General Motor workers went on strike for 40 days for good jobs and a better life. And Trump did nothing. Talk is cheap. But in 2019, you know who was on the picket line standing shoulder to shoulder with auto workers? I'll give you a clue. Her initials are Kamala Harris. In 2023, who helped bring jobs back to Lordstown, Ohio? Kamala Harris. And in 2024, who will stand with the working class in our fight for justice? Kamala Harris. And that's the difference. Donald Trump is all talk, and Kamala Harris walks the walk. Woo. In the words of the great American poet, Nellie, it's getting hot in here.
Trump is a scab? I thought he said scam, but his shirt's now scab. Maybe he thinks both.
It's hot in here. It's hot in here because you're fired up and you're fed up, and the American working class is fired up and fed up. The American working class is in a fight for our lives. And if you don't believe me, just last night,
Does anybody know who that girl is they keep showing?
the UAW members at Cornell University had to walk out on strike for a better life because they're fighting corporate greed. And our only hope is to attack corporate greed head on. Corporate greed turns blue-collar blood, sweat, and tears into Wall Street stock buybacks and CEO jackpots. It causes inflation. It hurts
People are saying that's Kamala Harris's step. Is it? Oh, I have no idea who it is.
America. And corporate greed is alive and well in the auto industry. You know, last fall, we achieved life-changing gains in our strike at the Big Three. We even won a commitment to reopen a closed plant not too far from here. We were able to do that thanks to the support of Kamala Harris and Joe Biden and the thousands of auto workers that went on strike. But a year later, one company wants to go back on their commitments in our contract. And let me be clear, Stellantis must keep the promises they made to America in our union contract. And the UAW will take whatever action necessary at Stellantis or any other corporation to stand up and hold corporate America accountable. And when the UAW stands up, we know who stands with us and who stands against us. Donald Trump laughs about firing workers who go on strike. And Kamala Harris stands shoulder to shoulder with workers when they're on strike. And that's the difference between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump the scab. Trump is pushing divide and conquer tactics of the rich. It's the oldest trick in the book. They want to blame the frustrations of working class people. They want to take those frustrations, they want to blame it on race. They want to blame it on LGBTQ plus people. They want to blame it on some destitute and desperate person at the border. They do that because they want working class people to be divided and to focus and keep the focus off the one true enemy, corporate greed. The rich think we're stupid, but working class Americans see this for what it is. This is our generation's defining moment. So I have a question for you. Are you ready to stand up, speak up, and show up and put Kamala Harris and Tim Walz in the White House? We need a defender of the working class in the White House. Someone who is one of us and someone who knows how to fight. And that fighter is the next president of the United States, Kamala Harris. Thank you.
The fire-breathing president of the United.
All right, there's a UAW for you. All right, very interesting. So, oh, here we go. Here's AOC.
Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez takes the stage next.
Thank you, Chicago, for your energy. Thank you, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, for your vision. Thank you, Chicago, for your energy. Thank you, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, for your vision. You know, 6 years ago, I was taking omelet orders as a waitress in New York City. I didn't have health insurance. My family was fighting off foreclosure, and we were struggling with bills after my dad passed away unexpectedly from cancer. Like millions of Americans, we were just looking for an honest shake. And we were tired of a cynical politics that seemed blind to the realities of working people. It was then, only through the miracles of democracy and community, that the good people of the Bronx and Queens chose someone like me to elect them in Congress. And America, in my heart, I know from that same cloth of hope and aspiration, we will also elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz as President and Vice President of the United States of America. Tonight, because America has before us a rare and precious opportunity. In Kamala Harris, we have a chance to elect a president who is for the middle class because she is from the middle class. She understands the urgency of rent checks and groceries and prescriptions. She is as committed to our reproductive and civil rights as she is to taking on corporate greed. And she is working tirelessly to secure a ceasefire in Gaza and bringing hostages home.
No, I'm pretty sure Blinken is doing that, but okay.
In Kamala Harris, I see a leader who understands. I see a leader with a real commitment to a better future for working families. And Chicago, we have to help her win. Because we know that Donald Trump would sell this country for $1 if it meant lining his own pockets and greasing the palms of his Wall Street friends. And
Obviously, we're getting a little extreme here, but what do you expect? It's AOC.
How a two-bit union buster thinks of himself as more of a patriot than the woman who fights every single day to lift working people out from under the boots of greed, trampling on our way of life. The truth is, Don, you cannot love this country if you only fight for the wealthy and big business. To love this country is to fight for its people, all people, working people, everyday Americans like bartenders and factory workers and fast food cashiers who punch a clock and are on their feet all day in some of the toughest jobs out there. You know, ever since I got elected, Republicans have attacked me by saying that I should go back to bartending. But let me tell you, I'm happy to any day of the week because there is nothing wrong with working for a living. Imagine having leaders in the White House who understand that. Leaders like Kamala and Tim. But Chicago, just because the choice is clear to us does not mean that the path will be easy. Over the next 78 days, we will have to pour every ounce, every minute, every moment into making history on November 5th. But we cannot send Kamala and Tim to the White House alone. Together, we must also elect strong, democratic majorities in the House and in the Senate so that we can deliver on an ambitious agenda for the people. Because if you are a working parent trying to afford rent and childcare, Kamala is for you. If you are a senior who had to go back to work because your retirement didn't stretch far enough, Kamala is for you. If you're an immigrant family just starting your American story, Kamala is for you. America, when we knock on our neighbor's door, organize our communities, and elect Kamala Harris to the presidency on November 5th, we will send a loud message that the people of this nation will not go back. We choose a new path and open the door to a new day, one that is for the people and by the people. Thank you. Thank you very much. God bless. God bless you all.
The theme of tonight, I think, at least us here watching.
She's good. I mean, I don't like her, but, you know, she knows how to speak and, you know, rile up her audience. She almost just went the wrong way. But yeah, I mean, she knows how to get the audience going. She's a good speaker. You know, calling Trump a 2-bit union buster, that was an interesting one.
Stunning, actually.
She's really good at it.
She's really, really good.
Let's pull off and go to, I want to see if Fox has a reaction to that.
Think about this, because here is the sponsor of the $93 trillion radical communist socialist, use whatever name you want, Green New Deal, and Kamala co-sponsored that bill in the Senate with Bernie Sanders, like she co-sponsored Medicare for All, universal health care, which would eliminate private health insurance. That is this new radicalized Democratic Party that they're trying to hide from. Is that why they...
I found that whole thing totally bizarre in a way. But first of all, she's a great speaker. She had the crowd hype. For the most part, Democrats always talk over the speakers. They listened to her. And she is a great opening act.
Because I was a bartender, too. Maybe one day they'll listen to me.
I was a great waitress as well. But it also seemed very disconnected to reality. She was talking as if Biden and Harris hadn't been in office for the last 3.5 years. She was talking about people having to go back to work because they couldn't afford things. I'm like, yeah, well, when did that happen? Right? And she's talking about immigrant families starting out and how Kamala Harris is their personal. Yes, we know. Yes, that's absolutely true. She also is talking about how non-college educated workers, like, well, Donald Trump has all those voters now, and he has the rural vote. They are now the party of the elite. And then she said, President Trump just wants to do things for his friends on Wall Street. As far as I can tell, he doesn't have any friends on Wall Street.
That's a good point.
I don't understand what she was saying. It was a great speech, but it didn't make any sense.
That's a great analysis. Well said. I think they tapped into something that's really true, and that is, I know they're hiding their Hollywood friends. There'll be a few of them here, but not many. I know they're kicking people out of a diner so that they can put their friends in their place rather than talk to everyday people. And I love diners. When I was done closing the bar at 4:30 and cleaning it, when I was 17, 18, 19 years old, I would head straight to the diner and read the local newspaper. But the point is, you know, everything about this is phony. Everything about her is now phony. It is contrived. It is not real. It is the opposite.
She's a hype woman. Come on. AOC. We're not listening to AOC for substance or something that's actually going to get done. She's got the sound bites. She's like a standard bearer of the progressive left. Like, you know, it's not a moderate Democrat. There are moderate Democrats who are annoyed by her, too. But, you know, she gets people going. It's the point. You gotta have some hype women and hype men, you know? She's hype.
She can't help herself from standing up for people and standing up for what she thinks is right. She has been that way our whole lives. Being a protector is what led her to become a prosecutor. Looking back now, I could say it was her calling.
Please welcome Stacey Johnson Batiste and Doris Johnson.
Now, in fairness, she did get a primetime slot. Got to give her credit. She got a really good slot here before the Biden speech and that.
We are so excited and honored to be here with you. Kamala and I have known each other for a long time. We met at Berkwood Hedge School. We hit it off immediately and became each other's very first best friends. Our moms also became fast.
Somebody's talking about AOC's age. So AOC would actually be old enough to be president if she were to have run. Obviously, she didn't. But she turns 35 right before the election, actually.
And Maya and Stacy would sit in the back, and off we would go to a movie or some adventure.
My mom still has that Mustang.
I do. Honestly, I don't want to listen to the childhood story. I mean, we know it's a cherry-picked story or whatever. That Mustang's probably sitting in a garage somewhere, tarp over it.
The night in about 12 seconds. They don't know how to get people into a convention center.
Yeah, logistically, they are having some serious problems.
Oh, it's terrible. It's a disaster. Well, which would be any government run anything, right? Like AOC's Green New Deal. Dana, Charlie.
I don't think AOC could ever actually make it to the level of Prez unless she severely moderated her positions. She would really have to trim down those positions.
Offenses were committed and
too extreme otherwise.
Wow, $1 million made in what did you discover, Jim Jordan, after that long investigation, and the media will ignore it?
Well, yeah, two things: abuse of power, Sean, and obstruction of Congress, obstruction of justice. So the abuse of power is what you were referring there. $20-some million this family makes by selling access to the brand. Not my words. That's Hunter Biden's business partner, Devin Archer, saying access to the brand, which was Joe Biden, was what they were selling, and the millions of dollars they made from that. And then we had the obstruction, which is David Weiss not giving us the answers when we deposed him, the Biden administration and the Justice Department not allowing us to get access to Robert Hur's audio tape of Joe Biden when they interviewed him and the ghostwriter. So that's what we put in this 291-page report. And now we'll see what the United States House of Representatives is going to do with that report.
Well, let me ask you, if Donald Trump wins, this report would still be valid, would it not? In other words, that the very things that Democrats advocated in the weaponization of the Justice Department, I would argue unfairly with Donald Trump, there is real hard evidence you lay out in this report that shows that they did sell access to their office, correct?
They sure did. And again, not my words, not Sean Hannity's words, the words of Hunter Biden's business partner.
Yeah.
The brand was Joe Biden and access to him. Telephone.
It's Hillary.
Meetings with the people that they were doing business with, these foreign entities who were given all kinds of money. But you're right, when Donald Trump wins, which I believe is going to happen, when he's our next president, this report is still there for the House of Representatives to look at. But we've said all along, we think the case is compelling against the Bidens, against Joe Biden and his family.
You got to actually play some content from the DNC, you knuckleheads. Fox just wants to scream and go, guys, the Green New Scam. Come on, guys, it's a scam. All right, we get it. AOC's Green New Scam. Okay.
Thank you.
People in chat are like, she's still alive. You know, she was supposed to break through the glass ceiling. Remember, she had her like victory party at a place with a glass ceiling or whatever. Oops.
There's a lot of energy in this room, just like there is across the country. Something is happening in America. You can feel it. Something we've worked for and dreamed of for a long time. First, though, let's salute President Biden. He has been democracy's champion at home and abroad. He brought dignity, decency, and competence back to the White House. And he showed what it means to be a true patriot. Thank you, Joe Biden, for your lifetime of service and leadership. Writing a new chapter in America's story. You know, my mother Dorothy was born right here in Chicago before women had the right to vote. That changed 104 years ago yesterday. Think about it. Tennessee became the final state to ratify the 19th Amendment to the Constitution. The state legislature was deadlocked until one lawmaker's mother, a widow who read 3 newspapers a day, sent a letter to her son. No more delays, she wrote. Give us the vote. And since that day, every generation has carried the torch forward. In 1972, a fearless black congresswoman named Shirley Chisholm she ran for president. Her determination let me and millions of others dream bigger, not just because of who she was, but because of who she fought for. Working parents, poor children, the last, the least, and the lost. In 1984, I brought my daughter to see Geraldine Ferraro, the first woman nominated for vice president. If we can do this, Jerry said, we can do anything. And then there was 2016, when it was the honor of my life to accept our party's nomination for president. Nearly 66 million Americans voted for a future where there are no ceilings on our dreams. And afterwards, we refused to give up on America. Millions marched, many ran for office. We kept our eyes on the future. Well, my friends, the future is here. My mother and Kamala's mother could see us. They would say, keep going. Shirley and Jerry would say, keep going. stretching to afford child care, young people struggling to pay their rent. They're all asking us to keep going. So, with faith in each other and joy in our hearts, let's send Kamala Harris and Tim Walz to the White House. The story of my life and the history of our country is that progress is possible but not guaranteed. We have to fight for it and never, ever give up. There is always a choice. Do we push forward or pull back? Come together as we the people, or split into us versus them? That's the choice we face in this election. Kamala has the character, experience, and vision to lead us forward. I know her heart and her integrity. We both got our start as young lawyers, helping children who were abused and neglected. That kind of work changes a person. Those kids stay with you. Kamala carries with her the hopes of every child she protected, every family she helped, every community she served. So as president, she will always have our backs, and she will be a fighter for us. She will fight to lower costs for hardworking families, open the doors wide for good-paying jobs, and yes, she will restore abortion rights nationwide. As a prosecutor, Kamala locked up murderers and drug traffickers. She will never rest in defense of our freedom and safety. Donald Trump fell asleep at his own trial, and when he woke up, he made his own kind of history, the first person to run for president with 34 felony convictions. As Vice President, Kamala sat in the Situation Room.
They're turning around the quote, lock him up, because that's what was said to her, lock her up.
We also know, as Vice President, Kamala sat in the Situation Room and stood for America's values. I know what it takes, and I can tell you, as Commander-in-Chief, Kamala won't disrespect our military and our veterans. She reveres our Medal of Honor recipients. She won't be sending love letters to dictators. She will defend democracy and our Constitution and will protect America from enemies, foreign and domestic. Think about it. The Constitution says the president's job is to take care that the laws be faithfully executed. Those are the words of our founders. Take care. Just look at the candidates. Kamala cares about kids and families, cares about America. Donald only cares about himself. On her first day in court, Kamala said 5 words that still guide her. Kamala Harris, for the people. That is something that Donald Trump will never understand. So it is no surprise, is it, that he is lying about Kamala's record. He's mocking her name and her laugh. Sounds familiar. But we have him on the run now. No matter what the polls say, we can't let up. We can't get driven down crazy conspiracy rabbit holes. We have to fight for the truth. We have to fight for Kamala as she will fight for us. Because you know what? It still takes a village to raise a family, heal a country, and win a campaign. Needs every one of us, our energy, our talents, our dreams. We're not just electing a president, we're uplifting our nation. We're opening the promise of America wide enough for everyone. Together, we've put a lot of cracks in the highest, hardest glass ceiling. And tonight, so close to breaking through once and for all, I want to tell you what I see through all those cracks and why it matters for each and every one of us. What do I see? I see freedom. I see the freedom to make our own decisions about our health, our lives, our loves, our families. The freedom to work with dignity and prosper, to worship as we choose or not, to speak our minds freely and honestly. I see freedom from fear and intimidation, from violence and injustice, from chaos and corruption. I see the freedom to look our children in the eye and say, in America, you can go as far as your hard work and talent will take you, and mean it. And you know what? On the other side of that glass ceiling is Kamala Harris raising her hand and taking the oath of office as our 47th President of the United States. Because, my friends, when a barrier falls for one of us, it falls. It falls and clears the way for all of us. So for the next 78 days, we need to work harder than we ever have. We need to beat back the dangers that Trump and his allies pose to the rule of law and our way of life. Don't get distracted or complacent. Talk to your friends and neighbors. Volunteer. Be proud champions for the truth and for the country that we all love. I want my grandchildren and their grandchildren to know I was here at this moment, that we were here, and that we were with Kamala Harris every step of the way. This is our time, America. This is when we stand up. This is when we break through. The future is here.
that was Hillary Clinton's speech there. It means we're getting, we're about within 30 minutes here of good old Joe Biden. You're going to have Jill Biden, Ashley Biden, and then Joe Biden. So you've got a little bit of work to do in terms of who's still going to speak. I thought interesting, these references to breaking through that glass ceiling and hearing the or seeing the cracks in that glass ceiling. Kind of really talking about how, sort of implying that she rose up women in politics and broke into that glass ceiling but didn't break through it. Interesting. That was she's been talking about this glass ceiling for like 16 years. First talked about the glass ceiling back in 2008 or 7, I think it was. One of those. I'm gonna go with 8. I'll say about 08. That was back in her primary run, in roughly 08. All right.
Also said a fair read of the poll certainly backs up. Quote, we have him on the run now.
Yeah.
Something she never said as a candidate when she ran against him. I mean, it's a moment. I think she captured it as well as anyone has.
Yeah, she said he's mocking her name and mocking her laugh. Sounds familiar, but we have him on the run now. So,
I mean, it's extraordinary if you think about, she didn't even need to be there tonight, right? Think about Hillary Clinton has all the reasons in the world to be bitter and angry and sad that it's not her up there. And there she was. She walked out to Fight Song, which was her campaign song. I thought everything about it was stunning.
Here's Congressman James Clyburn.
Thank you. Thank you and good evening. Thank you, South Carolina. Thank you. Four years ago, Americans were experiencing high anxieties and great uncertainties. A deadly virus raged, schools closed, businesses shuttered. Donald Trump mismanaged the crisis from day one, looking out for himself instead of the country. The American people responded to the crisis in leadership by electing new leaders. Thanks to Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, we reopened our schools, brought back our businesses, and restored our faith in the American can-do spirit. Thanks to Joe and Kamala, we reduced the price of prescription drugs, repaired roads and bridges, and replaced lead pipes. Thanks to Joe and Kamala, we are honoring our heroes in uniform and expanded benefits to over 1 million veterans. Thanks to Joe and Kamala, Make It in America is no longer just a slogan, but a movement that is bringing millions of manufacturing jobs back to America. For President Biden's lifetime of achievement in service of his country, we owe him a great debt of gratitude. And we're all grateful for one of the best decisions he made, selecting Kamala Harris as his vice president and endorsing her to succeed him.
You know, he's been in office since like 1993, House of Reps.
I often say that we are but the sum of our
They just put the banner up as I said it.
introduction to my memoir, I wrote, all my experiences have not been pleasant, but I consider all of them to be blessings. So has been the case with Kamala. Her experiences have prepared her for this moment. Kamala Harris is a true battle-tested leader, a district attorney, attorney general, senator, and vice president who gets things done. While Donald Trump has been bragging about how he overturned Roe, Kamala has been fiercely advocating for the respectation of reproduction freedoms. While Trump has been looking out for himself and his billionaire buddies, Kamala has been fighting to lower costs for all Americans. And while Trump falsely pleads ignorance of Project 2025, which in my opinion is Jim Crow 2.0, Kamala has been offering the American people enlightened proposals and visionary leadership. Having grown up in a parsonage, I often look to the good book for understanding and guidance. As 2 Corinthians informs, we are troubled on every side, yet not distressed. We are perplexed, but not in despair. Persecuted, but not forsaken. Cast down, but not destroyed. Our great democracy has been tested, and so has the basic goodness of the American people. But our resolve to remain a great country with freedom and justice for all will not falter. We will continue our march toward a more perfect union, united in our common purpose and emboldened by our resolve to elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz as the next president and vice president of these United States of America. Thank you and Godspeed.
James Clyburn, much more than a congressman.
I didn't actually get much there to write down. I don't know if I just wasn't paying attention much. I really tried. But I've been writing stuff down for all of them. I'm like, when's he gonna say something I can write down? I'm sorry, I don't know. Maybe I just dozed off on that one. But if you heard something in there I should write down, maybe say it in the chat. But I didn't get something that was useful there.
Well, certainly, because if you saw that poll that 93% of
Yeah, great speaker, but like I try to get through the rhetoric, and I want to hear the content. And so I got the rhetoric. I heard the rhetoric. I didn't hear the content. Literally, like I'll show you. Like, look, where is it? Push this. Right here. This is what I got in front of me. You know, I was looking at the live blog, and I'm like, all right, Clyburn. Damn it.
Thank you, sir. See you out the door. Now, Donald Trump has a challenge in many ways. The media is not going to help him prosecute the case against her. She is figuring out a way to define herself in a way that is just amorphous. She wasn't there. When AOC just gave her speech, she said, if you are a person who had to come out of retirement because you couldn't afford your grocery prices, and Kamala's the one for you. And I thought, she's been there for 3 years. It's in the title, Biden-Harris administration. But for some reason, partly because of the media.
Somebody says, Kevin, you got the highlights. Oh.
She is different. She is unique. And she was not responsible for all of those things.
I just say one quick thing. She has Joe Biden to thank for the fact that in the second breath after he dropped out, he endorsed her. And he shortened this process dramatically. A lot of people wanted it to go on.
I think this party likes Joe Biden. I think people are going to be, it's genuine, the response he's going to get tonight. Remember, he's been in politics for 40 plus years. So we know him, we like him. But Britt said it best. He probably couldn't win in the fall. And there's an acknowledgement in this room and he acknowledged it too by saying, I'm not going to run. So I think there's genuine affection for him.
All right, let's check in with Bill Hemmer. He is down on the floor. Hey, Bill.
Hey, Bill.
Hey, guys. Good evening to you. We are on the far corner of the arena here in Chicago. Stage left as you're looking at it, listening to the commentary on behalf of all of you. I'll tell you guys, when the Democrats turn the page, they turn it hard and they turn it fast. To date, there are 4 times as many mentions of Kamala Harris than there are of Joe Biden. And at the current rate, the way this program is running, there's a chance now that Joe Biden may not be on the stage before the clock passes 11 o'clock on the East Coast. And you just wonder now, he landed at 3 o'clock this afternoon. His schedule was to be wheels up by midnight local time in Chicago, which would keep him on the ground here for a grand total of 9 hours. And that's it. And he's gone, and he's out of town. And you wonder by the end of this convention how diminished this president might be after his party is giving somewhat of a long goodbye. And frankly, it feels to me like they've got a hard time saying it. Couple observations from down here on the floor. I can tell you a lot of USA signs from time to time. What's not visible to me are protests over Gaza. Remember 8 years ago, the last time Democrats got together at a convention, it was Philadelphia. Hillary Clinton was the candidate. She had a long battle with Bernie Sanders, and the big debate on the floor was over a trade deal called the Trans-Pacific Partnership that was later nullified by Donald Trump when he won and became president in January of 2017. Those were the Bernie supporters in Philadelphia, men and women who did not want that trade deal passed. And you think about the conflict today within this party, it's far from a trade deal. It's about life and death in the Middle East in a war that is ongoing.
Yeah, speaking of the Middle East, I actually had the same sus. This was just posted 2 minutes ago from Politico, but they're like, AOC said Kamala Harris is working tirelessly. I said that somewhere over here under the AOC section, or maybe I just said it verbally because I don't think I wrote it down because I thought it was nonsense. But anyway, I remember saying, "What? Blinken is not her," and so here you could see them like, that's kind of a rare reference. We haven't heard that one before. so they don't like bluntly dispute it, but they're kind of like, that's a new one. Haven't heard that one before. Yeah, I feel the same way.
Here in Chicago for Joe Biden to be on stage perhaps 30 minutes or 45 minutes from now. Back upstairs.
Wow, they're running about 25, 30 minutes behind. Bill, thank you.
All right, let's bring in the rest of our panel. Kellyanne Conway and Karl Rove joining us now. Great to have both of you with us. Kellyanne, we just watched Hillary Clinton's speech. Jamie Raskin up there now. Your thoughts on what we've seen so far tonight at night 1 of the DNC?
Well, of course, Joe Biden should be the focus. I don't understand why he's speaking so late, if at all. Let's not forget when people give him an ovation here, they're not applauding his legacy or his service or even his presidency necessarily. They're applauding his exit. And I think that obviously this whole process has been on them.
That's harsh. Let's bounce over. Let's go back. I want to hear who's speaking.
Someone should have told Donald Trump that the president's job under Article 2 of the Constitution Someone should have told Donald Trump that the president's job under Article 2 of the Constitution is to take care that the laws are faithfully executed, not that the vice president is executed. Pence has now joined more than 24 officials from Donald Trump's own administration in denouncing him, an historical record. And Pence is the first vice president in more than 2 centuries not to support the president he served with in a general election. And by the way, J.D. Vance, do you understand why there was a sudden job opening for running mate on the GOP ticket? They tried to kill your predecessor. They tried to kill him.
It's kind of a funny joke. I mean, what he's doing is he's referencing the J6, you know, someone in the crowd had a guillotine for Pence.
Of Americans, your votes, Pennsylvania, your votes, Michigan, Your votes, Georgia, Nevada, Arizona. Are we going to go back to the days of election suppression and violent insurrection? We're not going back. Well, look, 1 week after that beautiful day, as Trump calls it, the Republicans, 10 Republicans, joined all of the Democrats to impeach Trump for the
Yeah, and 8 of them lost their job.
Misdemeanor ever committed by a president, inciting insurrection against our own Constitution. Make no mistake, a man who uses fraud, theft, and violence to take power will commit any crime to keep it. And now Trump's promising to pardon hundreds of his fellow criminal convicts and insurrectionists. He calls for, quote, the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those in the Constitution. My friends, are we the people going to let Donald Trump terminate our Constitution and obliterate the blessings of liberty for our posterity? That's right. We're going to elect Kamala Harris. We're going to elect the career prosecutor and inspiring public servant and Coach Walz. And we're going to defeat Donald Trump, the career criminal and incorrigible recidivist con man and his pet chameleon, J.D. Vance. And America, let's make it a landslide so big that Donald Trump and his kangaroo court Supreme Court justices cannot even try to steal it. Let's make every vote count. Let's make sure every vote is counted. Let's let freedom ring, and let's let democracy work in America.
Please welcome Texas Representative Jasmine Crockett.
Sorry about that. I had to, after 3 hours and 52 minutes, had to take a little break.
On November 5th, our nation will hire a president, a commander-in-chief, and leader of the free world. So let's compare their resumes, shall we? One candidate worked at McDonald's while she was in college at an HBCU. HU. The other was born with a silver spoon in his mouth and helped his daddy in the family business. Housing discrimination, that is. She became a career prosecutor while he became a career criminal. With 34 felonies, 2 impeachments, and 1 porn star to prove it. Her entire career as an elected district attorney, attorney general, and senator, she's always worked for one client, the people. Meanwhile, he's a 78-year-old lifelong predator, fraudster, and cheat, known for inciting violent mobs. Listen, y'all, he's only looked out for one person, himself. As women are dying, he is bragging about overturning Roe. And y'all know I come from Texas. And right now in Texas, come on, Texas. But right now in Texas, they want to institute the death penalty. That is a problem. While Kamala Harris is fighting for our reproductive rights to be restored. She is also the leader we need on the global stage. She helped secure the release of Americans wrongfully detained in Russia. At the same time, he cozies up to his role model, Vladimir Putin, and MAGA holds legislation hostage here at home, critical resources to secure the border, military aid to Ukraine, and even the Farm Bill. She's lived the American dream while he's been America's nightmare. America, looking at the two choices before you, who would you hire? Donald Trump or Kamala Harris? Kamala Harris has a resume. Donald Trump has a rap sheet. She presides over the Senate while he keeps our national secrets next to his thinking chair. Y'all know what I said that other time. In Mar-a-Lago. Well, Donald Trump wants to put our 1787 Constitution through his Project 2025 paper shredder and make every day January 6th.
Yeah, I don't know why they keep bringing up Project 2025 when like it's clear it's not his policy. It's been said so many times.
This wouldn't even be close. But this election is. Don't make a mistake. We are the underdogs in this fight. Even though there is only one person qualified, only one person who's done the work, and who has delivered the results. And she needs you. She needs your one vote this November. Can we count on you? Some of you know a little bit of my history, some of you don't, so let me tell you. I was a public defender. I did criminal defense as well as practiced civil rights law for almost 2 decades. I know a good prosecutor when I see one. Kamala Harris is the kind of prosecutor we long for in the cases like those of Breonna Taylor. Yeah. She was the first attorney general in the nation to order that her officers wear body cams, and she started the Back on Track program to reduce recidivism. Listen, y'all, she did all these things because she genuinely cares about people. She sees each person as just that, a person, not a statistic. She's proven that since the first day she stepped into a courtroom and said what y'all already heard Hillary say, I did not copy out for her speech. I just want y'all to know. She walked into that courtroom and said, Kamala Harris for the people. And she meant that. Many of you know her credentials. But what I love about Kamala Harris goes beyond her resume, is that she sees the humanity in everyone. She's the only candidate in this race who is capable of empathy. When I first got to Congress, I wasn't sure I made the right decision. The Chaos Caucus couldn't elect a speaker. and the oversight committee was unhinged. I was going through all of this when I visited the vice president's residence for the first time. As I approached Vice President Harris for our official photo, she turned to me and asked, "What's wrong?" Mind you, we'd never met, but she saw right through me. She saw the distress. I immediately began crying. And the most powerful woman in the world wiped my tears and listened. It's so hard for me to tell this story. She then said, among other things, "You are exactly where God wants you. Your district chose you because they believe in you, and so do I." I'm gonna stop. Okay. The next month, I went viral for the first of many times to come for hitting Republicans with a dose of their own medicine. That brief but impactful interaction gave me my legislative legs, and I've been running ever since. The question before us is, will a vindictive, vile villain violate voters' vision for a better America or not? I hear alliterations are back in style. We deserve better. We deserve a president who can be a bright light in a sea of darkness. One who will pull us forward, because we won't go back. Amanda Gorman said it best. There's always light if only we are brave enough to see it. If only we are brave enough to be it. Kamala Harris showed me that light. And America, when she is our president, together we will shine as that beacon of hope and freedom around the world once more. God bless y'all.
See, that was a good speech, actually. I mean, she gave, I liked her story. It was unique. It was more than, platitudes. Tried to humanize Kamala Harris. That's pretty good, actually. I give her that. It was pretty good. Yeah. That was good. Okay. We should be getting close to good old Joe B. So, within the next 20 minutes, Joe is scheduled. And, yeah. Yeah, she seemed authentic, not fake. Yeah, I agree with that. I actually think she came across as authentic. Like, when she was telling the story, and you could play it back and look, I actually looked up at that screen right there, because I have a much bigger screen of the event. And I looked up, and she looked sincere. To me, it seemed very authentic. So I believe her. So good for her. That's all I could say. I did not believe that. So okay. Next. So Biden soon. Joe Biden. Joe Biden. Wow, JP, you really just gonna spam that every 2 seconds? Come on, man.
A baby, packing for the hospital should be a joyful moment. For us, it was different. We were told with...
Oh, these are heartbreaking, these stories.
We would lose our baby girl, Willow, and we were sent home. For 3 days, we waited until Amanda was sick enough to receive standard abortion care. Eventually, Amanda's temperature spiked. She was shaking, disoriented, and crashing. I don't remember what I threw into our bag that day, only that instead of welcoming Willow, I was hoping Amanda's life could be saved. I'm here tonight because the fight for reproductive rights isn't just a woman's fight. This is about fighting. This is about fighting for our families. And as Kamala Harris says, our future.
Every time I share our story, my heart breaks. For the baby girl we wanted desperately, for the doctors and nurses who couldn't help me deliver her safely, for Josh, who feared he would lose me too. But I was lucky. I lived. So I'll continue sharing our story, standing with women and families across the country. Today, because of Donald Trump, more than 1 in 3 women of reproductive age in America lives under an abortion ban. A second Trump term would rip away even more of our rights. Passing a national abortion ban, letting states monitor pregnancies and prosecute doctors, restricting birth control and fertility treatments. We cannot let that happen. We need to vote as if lives depend on it, because they do.
Two years ago, my husband and I were expecting our second child. Our daughter Lauren couldn't wait to be a big sister. I was getting ready for her 4th birthday party when something didn't feel right. 2 emergency rooms sent me away. Because of Louisiana's abortion ban, no one would confirm that I was miscarrying. I was in pain, bleeding so much my husband feared for my life. No woman should experience what I endured, but too many have. They write to me saying, what happened to you happened to me. Sometimes they're miscarrying, scared to tell anyone, even their doctors. Our daughters deserve better. America deserves better. Kamala Harris and Tim Walz will fight for reproductive rights and our freedom and our shared future.
In fairness, what states are they referring to that don't allow medical emergent abortions? I mean, I'm sure there are some, but I don't know which ones they are.
Cheerleading captain, homecoming queen, and survivor.
Florida's like 6 weeks. I'm pretty sure they allow medically required abortions.
After years of sexual abuse. At age 12, I took my first pregnancy test, and it was positive.
12, girl!
That was the first time I was ever told, you have options.
That's before sex ed.
I can't imagine not having a choice. But today, that's the reality for many women and girls across the country because of Donald Trump's abortion bans. He calls it a beautiful thing. What is so beautiful about a child having to carry her parents' child?
Oh. That sucks.
There are other survivors out there who have no options. And I want you to know that we see you.
Okay, she should have started with that one, okay? Come on, you set me up on that one. That's not fair.
Kamala Harris will sign a national law to restore the right to an abortion. She will fight for every woman and every girl, even those who are not fighting for her. And now I am honored to introduce another champion for women, a leader who's fought for me and for so many others. Governor Andy Beshear.
All right, I'm going to have to look up this states thing because, first of all, Trump didn't ban abortion. He sent abortion rights back to, or laws back to the states via the Supreme Court influence that he had, the appointments, the 3 appointments. This is really the Supreme Court that sent it back to the states, right? Trump has said he's not going to do a national abortion ban. We're just going to leave it up to the states. And I'm going to look to see if there are any states that don't allow medically required abortions, because those are all the stories we heard here. And incest, right? Rape, incest, and for medical reasons. I don't know what states don't have that exemption, but I will look.
Other woman and girl in our country. That's why we must tear away any chance he can ever be president ever again. In 21 states, Trump's actions have resulted in extreme bans on abortion in my state, even in cases of rape, incest, and non-viable pregnancies. That leaves 12-year-old girls like Hadley with no options. That fails any test of humanity, any test of basic decency, any test of whether you have any underlying empathy. Thankfully, this extremism is being soundly rejected all over our country. In Kentucky, we put reproductive freedom on the ballot last November, and I beat Donald Trump and Mitch McConnell's hand-picked candidate by more than 5 percentage points. This November, we're going to beat them again. Elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz and protect reproductive freedom. Folks, Donald Trump appointed the Supreme Court justices who got us into this mess. His Project 2025 goes even further. Here's the thing. Trump and Vance simply don't believe in your freedom. Trump says people are absolutely thrilled that women had their basic rights eliminated. J.D. Vance says women should stay in violent marriages and that pregnancies resulting from rape are simply inconvenient. Their policies give rapists more rights than their victims. That's not inconvenient, it's just plain wrong. And a woman grieving a non-viable pregnancy shouldn't be required to carry it to term just to listen to her child die or to hear no sound at all. All women should have the freedom to make their own decisions. freedom over their own bodies, freedom about whether to pursue IVF, freedom about whether to have children at all. How we treat people transcends party lines. It goes right to the heart of who we are. My faith teaches me the golden rule that I am to love my neighbor as myself. In the parable of the Good Samaritan says we are all each other's neighbors. So I want anyone watching tonight, Republican, Independent, Democrat, to know that you are welcome here. We believe in an America where we live out our values, end anger politics once and for all, and move beyond this us versus them by remembering we are all Americans. That's how Joe Biden and Kamala Harris lead. They both called to ask how they could help Kentucky in recovering from natural disasters. They helped us improve our roads, our bridges, and invested in our people. They didn't ask me who Kentuckians voted for. They asked me what Kentuckians needed, and folks, they delivered. Kamala Harris gets it. She knows we must move beyond anger, extremism, and division, that everyone has dignity and deserves respect. America, we're going to win. And we're going to win by staying true to our values of compassion, empathy, and doing right by our neighbors. I'm so proud to be all in for the next President of the United States, Kamala Harris. Thank you.
Vice President Harris herself now in the arena as Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear finishes his remarks. String of emotional and intense remarks from the stage by both elected officials and regular American women who have experienced incredible trials and tribulations on reproductive rights. Here's Georgia Senator Raphael Warnock.
Well, hello, America. Thank you so very much. On January 5th, 2021, the people of Georgia did an amazing thing. They sent a black kid who grew up in public housing and the Jewish son of an immigrant to the United States Senate in one fell swoop. And among those Georgians was my then 82-year-old mother. She grew up in Waycross, Georgia. Do you know where that is? It's way across Georgia. She grew up in Waycross, Georgia, where she picked other people's cotton and other people's tobacco. But because this is America, the 82-year-old hands that used to pick somebody else's cotton and somebody else's tobacco picked her youngest son to be a United States Senator. This is my America. Thank you, Mom. Thank you, Georgia. Thank you, America, for raising your voice and using your vote a vote is a kind of prayer for the world we desire for ourselves and for our children, and our prayers are stronger when we pray together. And so together we flipped the Senate, held the House, and we sent Joe Biden and Kamala Harris to the White House. Together we vaccinated our citizens, we fortified our cities and our towns, and we stood by our small businesses. Together we set out to heal the land. A nation besieged by a deadly pandemic and beset by the awful and divisive rhetoric of a man too small for the office entrusted him or the task set before him. The day after my January 5th election, he instigated an insurrection, a violent assault on our nation's capital and the peaceful transfer of power, all driven by the big lie. But behind the big lie was an even bigger lie. It is the lie that this increasingly diverse American electorate does not get to determine the future of the country. The lie and the logic of January 6th is a sickness. It is a kind of cancer that then metastasized into dozens of voter suppression laws all across our country. And we must be vigilant tonight because these anti-democratic forces are at work right now in Georgia and all across our country. And the question is, who will heal the land? And so here we are, America. Are you ready? Are you ready to stand up in this moral moment? Stand up for the best in the American covenant. Elections are about the character of a country. And we must decide, again, we are the latest generation of Americans who get to decide what kind of country we want to be. And we must choose between the promise of January 5th and the peril of January 6th. A nation that embraces...
Okay, quickly, I got some detail here. So, all states, every state in the United States does have an exception to the abortion laws for the life of the mother. However, there are 10 to 11-ish, depending on how you look at Arizona, states that do not have exceptions for rape or incest, which means if you're raped or a victim of incest, you have to carry. Those are Texas, Arizona with an asterisk, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Louisiana, Alabama, Tennessee, Missouri, Ohio, Wisconsin, South Dakota. 13 states, including some of those mentioned there, do not have a fatal anomaly exemption, which would allow abortions if the child is going to die at birth anyway. And then others have limits that say you basically, you know, if there was rape or incest, you have to report the crime, and it must be done within the first, 18 to 22 weeks. And then, of course, you have a bunch of states that say, hey, you have free reign to abortion up to typically fetal viability, which is usually around 18. Well, I mean, fetus isn't going to be viable at 18 weeks. The limits usually go up to about 18 to 23 weeks. Usually 23 is like the edge of fetal viability. Okay.
Reading it, it says, love your neighbor as yourself. It says, inasmuch as you've done it unto the least of these, you have done it also unto me. I choose the American covenant E pluribus unum, out of many one. I choose January 5th. I choose a nation that provides a path for ordinary people and gives every child a chance. And that's Joe Biden's America. And he's been fighting for it for more than a half century. President Biden, America is so much better because of you, a true patriot who has always put the people first. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Joe. But I'll tell you something else. Not only is that Joe Biden's America, that's Kamala Harris's America. She was leading with Joe Biden when we expanded the child tax credit, cutting child poverty in America nearly in half. We ought to renew it. She cast a tie-breaking vote for my bill capping the cost of insulin to no more than $35 per month for seniors. We ought to extend it to everybody. Together we passed an infrastructure bill, boosted American manufacturing and clean energy, an investment in the house that we all share together. And I've got news for you, we are just getting started. Are you ready to win this election? Kamala Harris and
We should be getting Jill Biden soon here.
represent the new way forward. We're not going back. We're not going back because we are the United States of America. We always dream about the future. And so forward on women's reproductive rights, because we believe that a patient's room is too small and cramped a space for a woman, her doctor, and the United States government. That's too many people in the room. Forward on worker rights, because most people do not mind working. They just want to share in the prosperity that they are creating for others. Forward on voting rights, forward on affordable housing and access to health care. We are moving forward. And so I'm inspired tonight. I'm inspired by all of you. I'm inspired by the resilience of an American spirit that has rebounded from the pandemic and is holding at bay the forces that are trying to divide us. And I'm inspired tonight by the memory of my late father, a preacher and a junk man. Monday through Friday.
A preacher and a what?
He lifted old broken cars and put them on the back of an old rig. But on Sunday morning, the man who lifted broken cars lifted broken people whom other people had discarded and told them that they were God's somebody. My dad discovered strength in the broken places, a power made perfect in weakness. And so I'm convinced tonight that we can lift the broken even as we climb. I'm convinced tonight that we can heal sick bodies. We can heal the wounds that divide us. We can heal a planet in peril. We can heal the land. And in a strange way, the pandemic taught us how. A contagious airborne disease means that I have a personal stake in the health of my neighbor.
He said steak. It's making me hungry. But I got a little excited because I just saw that my guide to insider trading is actually getting overnighted to me. Check it out right here on Twitter at RealMeKevin. Holy, I'm shaking right now. My guide to insider trading is being overnighted. Check it out. The Art of Power. Nancy Pelosi. Let's go.
Okay, poor inner city children in Atlanta and poor children of Appalachia. I need the poor children of Israel and the poor children of Gaza. I need Israelis and Palestinians. I need those in the Congo, those in Haiti, those in Ukraine. I need American children on both sides of the track to be okay. Because we are all God's children. And so let's stand together. Let's work together. Let's organize together. Let's pray together. Let's stand together. Let's heal the land. God bless you. Keep the faith. And keep looking up.
Please welcome Delaware Senator Chris Coons.
I should mention Dr. Raphael Warnock is not just U.S. Senator from Georgia. He's also the senior pastor at Ebenezer Baptist Church, which is why he just put on that clinic of a sermon and a speech. Here's Delaware Senator Chris Coons.
Yeah, that'd be good practice for public speaking if you give sermons.
We are on the verge of an historic election, and I want to talk with you for just a few minutes about my dear friend, our president, Joe Biden. Joe Biden's mom had a saying: "You are defined by your courage, and you are redeemed by your loyalty." 4 years ago, I had the honor of helping introduce Joe Biden to our national convention. I spoke about Joe's faith, his love of family, his determination to restore the soul of our nation. Back in 2020, America was nearly flat on our back from a deadly pandemic, an economic collapse, and then in January, an assault on our democracy. All of this, because the drama and chaos of our former president had knocked us down. But folks, Joe Biden's courage, Joe Biden's faith in us, Joe Biden's determination to heal the soul of our nation gave us hope and gave us confidence. Someone who has himself been knocked down by life time and again. Joe Biden knows the grit and determination of the American people. He believed in us, and Joe Biden helped us get back up again. Using the incredible skills he developed in many years in the U.S. Senate, Joe got passed and signed into law the most consequential legislation of any president in 60 years, helping our veterans, advancing gun safety, cutting prescription drug prices, fighting climate change, rebuilding bridges and broadband, bringing manufacturing back to America. Together, Joe and Kamala helped rebuild our economy from the middle up, from the bottom up, and the middle out. Not from the
He screwed up Biden's line. Sorry, I mean.
at home and abroad. Today, we are so much better off because they believed in us, in our democracy. And our incredible First Lady, Jill Biden, our incredible First Lady, Jill Biden, our incredible First Lady, Jill Biden, was at Joe's side every step of the way, fighting for education, advancing the cancer moonshot, determined to improve women's health care, honoring military families. Joe and Jill, together, you have done so much for us, and there's so much more you will do and we can do together. Mr. President, thank you. Thank you for elevating a great leader in Kamala Harris. Vice President Harris, thank you for choosing a great running mate with a heart for the middle class like yours in Sergeant, Congressman, Coach, Governor Tim Walz.
Scott.
I have hope. Do you? I have hope. Do you? I have hope. Do you? And it is in no small part because of Joe Biden. I have never known a more compassionate man than Joe Biden. I have never known a man who has taken from his own loss and his own faith and delivered so much for the future of so many others. Mr. President, you were my senator as a Delawarean. You are my president as an American, and you will always be my friend. On behalf of our nation, Joe, for your courage in fighting for our democracy, we thank you. Party, for your loyalty in fighting for our democratic values, we thank you. And on behalf of Delaware, thank you, Joe, and God bless you. We love you. We love Joe. We love Joe. We love Joe. We love Joe. Thank you all. We love Joe. God bless you, and thank you very much.
All right, come on, we're Biden. You got a lot of people on the internet that are like, they're keeping poor Biden in the green room. This is elder abuse. That's what you get when you listen to too much of X.com or Fox, though. Yeah, not saying it's not true. Just gotta try to get the balance sources a little bit. So I went to CNN. Oh! No, I'm actually gonna go to Fox really quick. Oh, they must be setting up Jill Biden for coming out. Yeah, they're definitely setting up Jill. That means we're close. Jill, Ashley, Biden. So much better off, says CC. Brain rot, but also addicting. So I have this new trick. I just, today was my first day using it. It is the best thing ever. When I open up X on my phone, it automatically goes to black and white and puts a giant timer at the top of my phone. So it makes it really undesirable. See the giant timer at the top? And then when I close it, it cancels the timer automatically and makes everything full color again. it like makes me look at it and go, oh man, I'm wasting time. There's a giant clock ticking in my face. Well, where did they get all these Jill signs from all of a sudden? Yeah, you could do that with Instagram too, whatever you want. It's just an Apple shortcut. Where'd all these signs come from?
Thank you. Thank you so much. Love you too. Joe and I have been together for almost 50 years.
It's pretty cool.
And still, there are moments when I fall in love with him all over again.
Didn't need to know that.
Like when I handed him our baby Ashley for the first time and saw the smile that lit up his face.
Aww.
Or on nights after an exhausting day working in the Senate, when he would read one more bedtime story just because the kids asked. When he stops on a rope line because he sees someone grieving who needs to know that everything is going to be all right one day. Or to encourage that child with a stutter to find the confidence she needs. Those moments when I'm reminded of all he's accomplished in the name of something bigger than himself. Receiving the Medal of Freedom with humility. Placing his hand on our family Bible to take his oath of office. And weeks ago, when I saw him dig deep into his soul and decide to no longer seek re-election and endorse Kamala Harris. With faith and conviction, Joe knows that our nation's strength doesn't come from intimidation or cruelty. It comes from the small acts of kindness that heal deep wounds, from service to the communities that make us who we are, from love of a country that shines with promise and renewal. Kamala Harris knows that too. Our son, Beau, first worked with Kamala when he was Attorney General of Delaware. He told me at the dinner table one night, "Mom, she's special, someone to keep your eye on." And he was right. Joe and I know Kamala. We have seen her courage, her determination, and her leadership up close. Kamala and Tim, you will win. And you are inspiring a new generation. We are all a part of something bigger than ourselves, and we are stronger than we know. The future of our country is in the hands of those in this room and all of you watching at home. It's going to take all of us, and we can't afford to lose. With faith in each other, hope for a brighter future, and love for our country, we will fight and we will win together. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm actually surprised. That was, oh, there's Newsom! Newsom's there! Oh, there he is! What a loser! Oh, sorry. Alright. Anyway, so that was short. I was expecting a little bit more. It should be Ashley next, and then what, Biden, eh? Like JoJo. Let's get that music out of the way there. All right. Come on.
I have this memory. It's the eve of my 8th birthday. Dad is still in D.C. tending to urgent matters in the Senate. That night, as a surprise, Mom told me, Bo, and Hunter to get in the car. I remember pulling up to the Wilmington Amtrak station, riding up the escalator to the platform. The train stops, doors open, and Dad steps out. As soon as I saw him, I run down that platform and jump into his arms. Like magic, Mom brought out a cake, they sang happy birthday, and I blew out the candles. Dad hugged me, and he said that he had to get back to work.
Oh.
He crossed to the southbound train, and off he went to D.C.
Oh.
That was a snapshot of one moment, of one day, on this extraordinary journey of being Joe Biden's daughter. Joe Biden is the OG girl dad. He told me I could be anything and I could do anything. As a child, I would sit on the leather chair in his office doing my homework, and he would sit next to me doing his work, drafting the Violence Against Women Act. And he wasn't just a girl dad. I could see And he wasn't just a girl dad. I could see that he valued and trusted women. How he listened to his mother. How he believed in his sister. And most of all, how he respected my mother's career. Dad was always there, doing everything he could to be a true partner to her. Dad, you always tell us, but we don't tell you enough, that you are the love of our lives and the life of our love.
Aww.
I had my wedding reception in my parents' backyard. At the time, my dad was vice president. But he was also that dad who literally set up the entire reception. He was riding around in his John Deere four-wheeler, fixing the place settings, arranging the plants, and by the way, he was very emotional. I thought that I would be a mess, but he was the one crying, and I was the one who had to comfort him. Before he walked me down the aisle, he turned to me and said that he would always be my best friend. All these years later, Dad, you are still my best friend. His example in service inspired my career. I'm a social worker in Philadelphia. I support formerly incarcerated women as they heal from past trauma and they reclaim their lives. Dad always told me that I was no better than anybody else and nobody was better than me. He taught me that everyone deserves a fair shot and that we shouldn't leave anyone behind. That's what you learn from a fighter who has been underestimated his entire life. When I look at Dad, I see grace, strength, and humility. I see one of the most consequential leaders ever in history. And I also know that he never stops thinking about you, about your dreams, about your dignity, about your opportunities, about your family. Dad knows that family is everything. When Hunter and I lost our brother Bo to cancer in 2015, the grief and the pain felt like it might never end. Dad had the capacity to step out of his own pain and absorb ours. And I know that Bo is here with us tonight, as he is always with us. After Bo passed, I got this tattoo on my wrist. It says, "Courage, dear heart." A reminder to myself to keep going, to get back up, like my dad has always done. He has taught me that a courageous heart is a miraculous thing. A courageous heart can heal a family. A courageous heart can heal a nation, and maybe even the world. And now, this election requires the courageous hearts of all of us. In 2020, my dad selected Kamala Harris to beat Donald Trump. And he knows in 2024, she will beat Donald Trump again. So tonight, I am asking you, if you stood with us in 2020, call upon your courageous heart. Stand with us today. Work harder than you have ever worked before in your life. This is the fight of our lifetime. Our freedom, our democracy, our reproductive rights. All of this, all of it is on the ballot. And I know together we can do this, because my dad helped show us the way. And now, I would like to introduce my father, your 46th President of the United States, Joe Biden.
I don't know, it's a little late. Let's see how he does today. He's got the teleprompter though, so he should be okay. But hold on, we gotta cut away. They're giving instructions right now. Sorry, I'm being jaded. Oh, Kevin. Oh. It was a cute story, I will say. It was cute. Ah, it's nice. That is nice. I do like it. The heartstrings. There he is. There's Newsom. Newsom. Wait a minute. Who's running California? Oh, wait. The same as usual. No one. Oh, gosh.
Thank you.
Come on. Turn the music off. Come on. Cut the music. Let's go. Get him talking. You're already late. Very late.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
They gotta go around and like quickly like distribute all of these signs. All right, everybody, pick up sign number 3. Holy crap, they got a lot of those signs.
Thank you.
Someone says, I feel like I'm streaming a funeral. Oh.
Thank you. Thank you. I love you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That was my daughter.
I was just told a few minutes ago that was my daughter. No, no, that's bad. That's bad. Stop.
Thank you.
He just looked so surprised. Oh.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for so. I tell you what. To my dearest daughter Ashley, God love you, you're incredible. Thank you for that introduction and for being my courageous heart, along with Hunter and our entire family, and especially our rock, Jill. Who, as those of you who know us, she still leaves me both breathless and speechless. Everybody knows her. I love her more than she loves me. She walks down the stairs and I still get that going boom, boom, boom. You all will know me. No, not kidding. Let's give a special round of applause to our First Lady, Jill Biden. My dad used to have an expression, for real. He'd say, Joey, family is the beginning, the middle, and the end. And I love you all. Folks. And America, I love you. Folks, let me ask you. Let me ask you. Are you ready to vote for freedom? Are you ready to vote for democracy and for America? Let me ask you, are you ready to elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, President and Vice President of the United States? My fellow Democrats, my fellow Americans, nearly 4 years ago, in winter, on the steps of the Capitol on a cold January day, I raised my right hand and I swore an oath to you and to God to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution and to faithfully execute the office of the President of the United States. In front of me was a city surrounded by the National Guard. Behind me, a Capitol just 2 weeks before had been overrun by a violent mob. But I knew then, from the bottom of my heart, that I knew now, there is no place in America for political violence. None. You cannot say you love your country only when you win. In that moment, I wasn't looking to the past. I was looking to the future. I spoke of the work at hand, the moment we had to meet. It was, as I told you then, a winter of peril and possibility. Of peril and possibility. We're in the grip of a once-in-a-century pandemic, historic joblessness, a call for racial justice long overdue, clear and present threats to our very democracy. Thank you. And yet I believed then, and I believe now, that progress was and is possible. Justice is achievable. And our best days are not behind us, they're before us. Now it's summer. The winter has passed. And with a grateful heart, I stand before you now on this August night to report that democracy has prevailed. Democracy has delivered. And now democracy must be preserved. You've heard me say it before. We're facing an inflection point. One of those rare moments in history when the decisions we make now will determine the fate of our nation and the world for decades to come. That's not hyperbole, I mean it literally. We're in a battle for the very soul of America. I ran for president in 2020 because of what I saw in Charlottesville in August of 2017. Extremists coming out of the woods, carrying torches, their veins bulging from their necks, carrying Nazi swastikas, and chanting the same exact anti-Semitic bile that was heard in Germany in the early 30s. Neo-Nazis, white supremacists, and the Ku Klux Klan, so emboldened by a president then in the White House that they saw as an ally. They didn't even bother to wear their hoods. Hate was on the march in America. Old ghosts and new garments, stirring up the oldest divisions, stoking the oldest fears, giving oxygen to the oldest forces that they long sought to tear apart America. In the process, a young woman was killed. When I contacted her mother, I asked about what happened. She told me. When the president was asked what he thought had happened, Donald Trump said, and I quote, "There are very fine people on both sides. My God." That's what he said. That is what he said and what he meant. That's when I realized, had listened to the admonition of my dead son, I could not stay in the sidelines. So I ran. because I had no intention of running again. I just lost part of my soul. But I ran with a deep conviction in America. I know and believe in an America where honesty, dignity, decency still matter. An America where everyone has a fair shot and hate has no safe harbor. An America where the fundamental creed of this nation, that all of us are created equal, is still very much alive. And a broad coalition of Americans joined with me. 81 million voters voted for us, more than any time in all of history. Because of all of you in this room and others, we came together in 2020 to save democracy. As your president, I've been determined to keep America moving forward, not going back, to stand against hate and violence in all its forms, to be a nation where we not only live with but thrive on diversity, demonizing no one, leaving no one behind, and becoming the nation that we profess to be. I also ran to rebuild the backbone of America, the middle class. I made a commitment to you that I be a president for all Americans, whether you voted for me or not. We have done that. Studies show the major bills we have passed actually delivered more to red states than blue, because the job of the president is to deliver to all of America. Because of you, and I'm not exaggerating, because of you, we've had one of the most extraordinary 4 years of progress ever, period. When I say we, I mean Kamala and me. Just think about it. COVID no longer controls our lives. We've gone from economic crisis to the strongest economy in the entire world. Record 16 million new jobs. Record small business growth. Record high stock market. Record high 401ks. Wages up, and inflation down, way down, and continuing to go down. The smallest racial wealth gap in 20 years. And yes, we both know we have more to do, but we're moving in the right direction. More Americans have peace of mind that comes from having health insurance. More Americans have health insurance today than ever before in American history. And after, as a young senator beginning to fight for 50 years to give Medicare the power to negotiate low prescription drug prices, we finally beat Big Pharma. And guess who cast the tie-breaking vote? Vice President, soon-to-be President Kamala Harris. And now it's the law of the land. Instead of paying $400 a month for insulin, seniors with diabetes will pay $35 a month. The law we passed already includes, starting in January, every senior's total prescription costs can be capped at $2,000 no matter how expensive the drugs they have. And what we don't focus on, and our Republican friends don't seem to understand, our reforms don't just save seniors money, they save the American taxpayers money. You know what we just passed saved? It saved $160 billion over the next decade. That's not hyperbole. It's because Medicare no longer has to pay those exorbitant prices to the big pharma. But look, thank you, Kamala, too. Look, folks, how can we have the strongest economy in the world without the best infrastructure in the world? Donald Trump promised Infrastructure Week every week for 4 years, and he never built a damn thing. But now, because of what Kamala and I have done, remember we were told we couldn't get it done. Remember when we came into office, we couldn't get anything passed? But right now, we're giving America an infrastructure decade, not week. We're modernizing our roads, our bridges, our ports, our airports, our trains, our buses. We're removing every lead pipe from schools and homes so every child can drink clean water. We're providing affordable high-speed internet for every American, no matter where they live, not unlike what Roosevelt did with electricity. And so much more. We are uniting the country. We're growing our economy. We're improving our quality of life. And we're building a better America. Because that's who we are. How can we be the strongest nation in the world without leading the world in science and technology? After years of importing 90% of our semiconductor chips from abroad, which America invented those chips, our Chips and Science Act meant that private companies from around the world are now investing literally tens of billions of dollars to build new chip factories right here in America. And over that period, they'll create tens of thousands of jobs. And many of those jobs in the so-called fabs, the buildings that make the chips, that are being constructed now. And guess what? The average salary in those fabs, size of a football field, will be over $100,000 a year, and you don't need a college degree. Because of you and so many electeds out there, American manufacturing is back. Where the hell to say we wouldn't lead the world in manufacturing? 800,000 new manufacturing jobs. Our Republican friends and others made sure they'd go abroad to get the cheapest labor. We used to import products and export jobs. Now we export American products and create American jobs right here in America, where jobs belong. With every new job, with every new factory, pride and hope is being brought back to communities throughout the country that were left behind. You know you're from them, many of you. You know what it's like when that factory closed, where your mother, your father, your grandmother, grandfather worked. And now you're back, providing once again, proving that Wall Street didn't build America, the middle class built America, and unions built the middle class. It's been my view since I came to the Senate. And that's why I'm proud to have been the first president to walk a picket line and be labeled the most pro-union president in history, and I accept it. It's a fact. Because when unions do well, we all do well. You got it, man. You got it. I agree. I'm proud. Look, remember he told we couldn't get anything done because we couldn't get anything done in the Congress? Well, with your support, we passed the most significant climate law in the history of mankind. Over $370 billion. Cutting carbon emissions in half by 2030. Launching a climate corps, similar to AmeriCorps and Peace Corps, creating tens of thousands of jobs for young people of the future who are going to make sure this continues. Creating hundreds of thousands of jobs in clean energy for American workers, including the IBEW installing 500,000 charging stations all across America. And in the process, reducing carbon emissions. And we're seeing it. We're seeing to it that the first beneficiaries of environmental initiatives are those fence-line communities that have been smothered by the legacy of pollution. Louisiana and Delaware, Route 9, all the factories, all those chemical factories are right next to the poorest neighborhoods. They're the ones we're going to bring back. And how? How can we be the greatest nation in the world without the best education system in the world? Donald Trump and the Republican friends, they not only can't think, they can't read very well. Seriously, think about it. Look at their Project 2025. They want to do away with the Department of Education. Well, during the pandemic, Kamala and I helped states and cities get back their schools back open. And we gave public school teachers a raise. We created apprenticeships with businesses and communities, putting students on a path to a good paying job, whether or not they go to college. And by the way, we're making college a hell of a lot more affordable. Increasing Pell Grants by $900. Over $15 billion to HBCUs. Minority service education, including Hispanic institutions and tribal colleges. We kept our commitment to provide more student relief than ever by lifting the burden of helping millions of families so they could get married, start a family, buy a home, and begin to build family wealth and contribute to the community and grow our economy. It's not costing us, it's creating more wealth. We fundamentally transformed how our economy grows, from the middle out and the bottom up instead of the top down. You know, my dad used to say there wasn't a whole hell of a lot to drop down on my kitchen table at the end of the month. I come from a basic middle-class family, 3-bedroom house, 4 kids, a grandpop living with us, decent neighborhood, but never a penny to spare. And look, that top-down notion never worked. A lot of Democrats didn't think it worked, thought it worked, but it doesn't. And when we did all that, what we've done, everybody can do well. Everybody. Donald Trump calls America a failing nation. No, I'm serious. But think about this. Think about this. He publicly says to the whole world, I'm going to say something outrageous. I know more foreign leaders by their first names and know them well than anybody alive. Just because I'm so damn old. But I'm not joking. Think of the message he sends around the world when he talks about America being a failing nation. He says we're losing. He's the loser. He's dead wrong. Many of you are very successful people who travel the world. Name me a country in the world that doesn't think we're the leading nation in the world. Without America, not a joke, think about it. I'm being literal. Who could lead the world other than the United States of America? Well, guess what? America's winning, and the world's better off for it. America's more prosperous, and Americans are safer today than under Donald Trump. Trump continues to lie about crime in America, like everything else. Guess what? On his watch, the murder rate went up 30%, the biggest increase in history. Meanwhile, we made the largest investment, Kamala and I, in public safety ever. Now, the murder rate is falling faster than any time in history. Violent crime has dropped to the lowest level of more than 50 years. And crime will keep coming down when we put a prosecutor in the Oval Office instead of a convicted felon. And folks, the distinguished senator from the C Senator from California and I passed the first ban on assault weapons. And guess what? It worked. If we care about public safety, we need to prevent gun violence. And what makes me ashamed when I travel the world, which I do, more children in America are killed by a gunshot than any other cause in the United States. More die from a bullet than cancer, accidents, or anything else in the United States of America. My God. That's why Kamala and I are proud. We beat the NRA when we passed the first major bipartisan gun safety law in 30 years. I'm serious. That comes from here. And now it's time to ban assault weapons again. And demand universal background checks. It's hard. I never thought I'd stand before a crowd of Democrats and refer to a president as a liar so many times. No, I'm not trying to be funny. It's sad. Trump continues to lie about the border. Here's what he won't tell you. Trump killed the strongest bipartisan border deal in the history of the United States that we negotiated with the Senate Republicans. Took 4 weeks. Once it passed, and never acknowledged the most expansive border change in American history, he called senators to say, don't support the bipartisan bill, because he said it would help me politically and hurt him politically. My God. No, I'm serious. Think about it. Not a joke. Ask even the press who doesn't like me. They'll tell you that's true. Typically Trump, once again, putting himself first and America last.
That is true.
I had to take executive action. The result of the executive action I took, border encounters have dropped over 50%. In fact, there are fewer border crossings today than when Donald Trump left office. And unlike Trump, we will not demonize immigrants, saying they're the poison of blood of America, poison the blood of our country. Kamala and I are committed to strengthening legal immigration, including protecting dreamers and more. And here's what else I believe in. Protecting your freedom to vote, your freedom to love who you love, and your freedom to choose. In its decision overturning Roe v. Wade, as you heard earlier tonight, the United States Supreme Court majority wrote the following, quote, women are not without electoral
Oh, no.
or political power. No kidding. MAGA Republicans found out the power of women in 2022. And Donald Trump is going to find out the power of women in 2024. Watch. And where Trump and his mega Republican right-wingers seek to erase history, we Democrats continue to write history and make more history. I'm proud to have kept my commitment to appoint the first black woman in the United States Supreme Court. Ketanji Brown Jackson, a symbol for every young woman in America that you can do anything. I'm proud that I've kept my commitment to have an administration that looks like America and that taps in to the full talent of our nation. The most diverse cabinet in history, including the first black woman of South Asian descent to serve as vice president. And will soon serve as the 47th president of the United States. She is good. Look. Thank you, Kamala. Folks, I've long said we have many obligations as a nation, but I got in trouble years ago for saying I'd make no apologies. We have only one truly sacred obligation: to prepare and equip those we send to war and care for them and their families when they come home and when they don't. That's why I'm so proud to have written and signed the PACT Act, one of the most significant laws ever, helping veterans and their families exposed to toxic materials like burn pits in Agent Orange. I was around during the Vietnam War. It's hard. Nobody was able to prove that their illness was a consequence of Agent Orange. And no one was able to prove initially that because they lived in burn pits like my son lived next to in Iraq for a year, that is the cause of their illness. But because of the PACT Act, a surviving spouse with 2 children is now eligible for a stipend of about $3,000 a month. And those children who lost a parent are eligible for tuition benefits to go to college and to get job training. It's already helping over 1 million veterans and their families just so far. Well, I love them, and I'm so proud of my son's service. We get it. But guess who doesn't get it and doesn't respect our veterans? We know from his own chief of staff, the 4-star General John Kelly, that Trump, when in Europe, would not go to the grave sites in France. The brave service members who gave their lives to this country. He called them suckers and losers. Who in the hell does he think he is? Who does he think he is? There's no words for a person. They are not the words of a person not worthy of being commander-in-chief. Period. Not then, not now, and not ever. I mean that. I mean that from the bottom of my heart. Just as no commander-in-chief should ever bow down to a dictator the way Trump bows down to Putin. I never have, and I promise you, Kamala Harris will never do it. Will never bow down. When Trump left office, Europe and NATO was in tatters. Not a joke. America First doctrine changed our whole image in the world. Well, they gave the hours, about 190 hours sum total, me and my counterparts or heads of state in Europe, to strengthen NATO. We did. We united Europe like it hadn't been united for years, adding Finland and Sweden to NATO. 10 days before he died, Henry Kissinger called and said, not since Napoleon has Europe not looked over their shoulder at Russia with dread until now. Until now. Well, guess what? Putin thought he'd take Kyiv in 3 days. 3 years later, Ukraine is still free. When I came to office, the conventional wisdom was that China would inevitably surpass the United States. They haven't noticed. No one's saying that now. And we'll keep working to bring hostages home and end the war in Gaza and bring peace and security to the Middle East. As you know, I wrote a peace treaty for Gaza. A few days ago, I put forward a proposal that brought us closer to doing that than we've done since October 7th. We're working around the clock, my Secretary of State, to prevent a wider war and reunite hostages with their families and surge humanitarian health and food assistance into Gaza now. To end the civilian suffering of the Palestinian people, and finally deliver a ceasefire and end this war. Those protesters out in the street, they have a point. A lot of innocent people are being killed on both sides. Just as we worked around the clock to bring home wrongfully detained Americans and others from Russia in one of the most complicated swaps in history, but they're home. Kamala and I are going to keep working to bring all Americans wrongfully detained around the world home. I mean it. Folks, I've got 5 months left in my presidency. I've got a lot to do. I intend to get it done. It's been the honor of my lifetime to serve as your president. I love the job, but I love my country more. I love my country more. And all this talk about how I'm angry at all those people who said I should step down, that's not true. I love my country more, and we need to preserve our democracy. In 2024, we need you to vote. We need you to keep the Senate. We need you to win back the House of Representatives. And above all, we need you to beat Donald Trump. And elect Kamala and Tim president and Vice President of the United States of America. Look, they'll continue to lead America forward, creating more jobs, standing up for workers, growing the economy, lower the cost to American families so they just have a little more breathing room. We've made incredible progress, but we have more work to do. And Kamala and Tim will continue to take on corporate greed and bring down cost of food. They'll keep taking on Big Pharma, making insulin $35 a month, not just for seniors, but for everyone in America. And capping prescription drug costs at a total of $2,000, not just for seniors, but for everyone. And folks, that's going to save America again tens of billions of dollars. Folks, they'll make housing more affordable, building 3 million new homes, providing $25,000 down payment assistance for the first-time home buyer, more than the 10 we approved. Donald Trump wants a new tax on imported goods, food, gas, clothing, and more. You know what that will cost the average family, according to the experts? $3,900 a year in a tax. No, that's a fact. Kamala and Tim will make the child care tax credit permanent. Lifting millions of children out of poverty and helping millions of families get ahead. But you know what Trump has? He created the largest debt any president had in 4 years with his $2 trillion tax cut for the wealthy. Well, Trump has a new plan. He wants to provide a $5 billion tax cut for corporations and the very wealthy. Read it. Put us further in debt. And folks, you know we have 1,000 billionaires in America. You know what their average tax rate they pay? 8.2%. If we just increase their taxes we proposed to 25%, which isn't the highest tax rate even, it would raise $500 billion new dollars over 10 years. They'd still be very wealthy. Look, Kamala and Tim are going to make them pay their fair share. They'll protect Social Security and Medicare. Trump wants to cut Social Security and Medicare. Kamala and Tim will protect your freedom. They'll protect your your right to vote. They'll protect your civil rights. And you know Trump will do everything to ban abortion nationwide. Oh, he will. You know, Kamala and Tim will do everything they possibly can. That's why you have to elect a Senate and a House to restore Roe v. Wade. The ancient Greeks taught us that character is destiny. Character is destiny. For me and Jill, we know Kamala and Doug are people of character. It's been our honor to serve alongside them. And we know that Tim and Gwen Waltz are also people of great character. Selecting Kamala was the very first decision I made when I became our nominee. And it was the best decision I made my whole career. We've not only gotten to know each other, we've become close friends. She's tough, she's experienced, and she has enormous integrity, enormous integrity. Her story represents the best American story. And like many of our best presidents, she was also vice president. That's a joke. But she'll be a president our children can look up to. She'll be a president respected by world leaders because she already is. She'll be a president we can all be proud of. And she will be an historic president who puts her stamp on America's future. This will be the first presidential election since January 6th. On that day, we almost lost everything about who we are as a country. And that threat, this is not hyperbole, that threat is still very much alive. Donald Trump says he will refuse to accept the election result if he loses again. Think about that. He means it. Think about that. He's promising a bloodbath if he loses, in his words. And that he'll be a dictator on day one, in his own words. By the way, this sucker means it. No, I'm not joking. Think about it. Anybody else said that in the past, you'd think he was crazy. He is crazy, but you'd think it was an exaggeration, but he means it. We can't let that happen. Folks, all of us carry a special obligation. Independents, Republicans, Democrats. We saved democracy in 2020, and now we must save it again in 2024. The vote of each of us cast this year will determine whether democracy and freedom will prevail. It's that simple. It's that serious. And the power is literally in your hands. History is in your hands. Not hyperbole. It's in your hands. America's future is in your hands. Let me close with this. Nowhere else in the world could a kid with a stutter and modest beginnings in Scranton, Pennsylvania, and Claymont, Delaware, grow up to sit behind the resolute desk in the Oval Office. That's because America is and always has been a nation of possibilities. Possibilities. We must never lose that. Never. Kamala and Tim understand that this nation must continue to be a place of possibilities, not just for the few of us, but for all of us. So join me in promising your whole heart to this effort, and where my heart will be. I promise I'll be the best volunteer Harrison Waltz has Cam ever seen. Each of us has a part in the American story. For me and my family, there's a song that means a lot to us. It captures the best of who we are as a nation. The song is called American Anthem. There's one verse that stands out, and I can't sing worth a damn, so I'm not going to try. I'll just quote it. The work and prayers of centuries have brought us to this day. What shall our legacy be? What will our children say? Let me know in my heart when my days are through. America, America, I gave my best to you. Mistakes in my career, but I gave my best to you. For 50 years, like many of you, I've given my heart and soul to our nation. And I've been blessed a million times in return with the support of the American people. I've either been too young to be in the Senate because I wasn't 30 yet, and too old to stay as president. But I hope you know how grateful I am to all of you. I can honestly say, and I mean this from the bottom, give you my word as a Biden, I can honestly say I'm more optimistic about the future than I was when I was elected as a 29-year-old United States Senator. I mean it. Folks, we just have to remember who we are. We're the United States of America. And there's nothing we cannot do when we do it together. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you.
All right, we did it. Who's ready for a summary? I got a juiced old summary for all of us. We're going to go through the whole thing. Thank you so much for hanging out. I'm at a 5-hour and 45-minute live stream. All right. Dang. Let's do this. I'm gonna switch. Make sure y'all can hear this one. All right. I think y'all can. All right. Y'all ready? All right. It's gonna be my first time trying to use this this setup. So let's see what we can do with it. All right. Here we go. I'm probably gonna screw it up. And I don't want to, because I spent 5 hours getting content for this. My summary took a long time. Better be good. All right. Anyway, y'all ready? I think I'm ready. Okay. Hey everyone, me Kevin here. Tonight was night one of the DNC, the Democratic National Convention, and wow, I have to say there is a lot to cover, so we're gonna see how quickly we can get through all of it. It took me 5 hours and 45 minutes to live stream cover all of it, so here are the big takeaways from everything. First things first, we heard today that Kamala Harris might be interested in choosing Gary Gensler as chairperson of the SEC. Even though he's anti-crypto, crypto actually, well, Bitcoin actually moved up today. We're now over almost at 61,000. There are also rumors that we might be close to a ceasefire agreement between Israel and Hamas, and so far catalysts have done pretty well, but we'll talk about the economy in a different video. This is about the campaign. It's worth noting that Gallup polls released a poll that indicated 57% of U.S. adults believe the country would be better governed if more women were in political office. Now, if we divide that by Democrats, or separate that by Democrats and Republicans, we actually end up finding that 80% of Democrats believe this, and only 32% of Republicans believe that. And this is based on a survey that actually had 571 males out of 1016. Now, obviously, small number, but they use statistical math to spread this out and suggest because it's random, it's a sample. Whatever. We know polls are polls, but we find it interesting because the DNC today was really inspired by women. They really put women at powerful transition points, whether it was the story, the emotional story of Kamala Harris wiping away Crockett's tears, Texas representative in the House of Representatives, or Hillary Clinton talking about breaking through the glass ceiling or having cracked the glass ceiling because she failed to, but maybe Kamala will be able to finally break through it. You'll see women were a big part of the DNC today. Now, we started with Chicago mayor reiterating the goal of Harris suggesting a $25,000 tax credit to support first-time homebuyers, first-generation homebuyers. They've used both words here. A lot of folks have questions on this, my opinion on this. I'll give you a quick one. Right now, my opinion is that a $25,000 tax credit to help first-time homebuyers get into housing would be useful for first-time homebuyers, but it would a net end up probably making housing more unaffordable by setting higher comparable sales. Basically, the money's just going to flow into sellers' pockets, requiring fewer price reductions. So in other words, you kind of set prices up a little higher, but you do end up helping those first-time homebuyers who do get that $25K because they become more competitive against others. So it's kind of like, take from some to give to others, but it usually anytime you kind of get the government getting involved in giving money to someone, there's some form of dead weight loss. Kamala Harris does have an initiative, which we've heard multiple times outlined today, to build 3 million new homes by the end of her first year. The problem with that is that would actually be below the annual rate of home building today, given that today we build somewhere around 4 million new homes in a typical 4-year period. Now, that's later clarified to argue that these homes should be affordable homes, which, as a person in real estate, I'm generally not a big fan of affordable homes, because most quote-unquote affordable homes carry deed restrictions that limit people's ability to build wealth with these properties, like being able to rent them out. So obviously the details aren't out of Kamala Harris's full plans, and some of those are, well, frustrating facts for people trying to evaluate if Kamala Harris is the candidate for them. So we'll have to wait and see for more clarity on what restrictions there might be or what specifically she means. I have a feeling they haven't quite figured it out themselves yet, and they're kind of just throwing ideas against the wall to see what people think is popular and what people support. This is pretty typical, by the way. Politicians like to do that. They find something that's popular, and then guess what they do? They double down and triple down on it. Very, very common. Another thing that we find is that Kamala Harris promises a year one, or I should say 1 year, $6,000 child tax credit. That is something that's part of the J.D. Vance and Trump initiative as well. They've been talking about expanding the child tax credit. We also expect some anti-price gouging initiatives in rent control, maybe potentially some form of a nationwide rent control. We're not sure of the details of this, but there's some talk about limiting the excessive increases in rents that landlords could charge tenants. A lot of this is inspired by COVID frustrations. The reality is most of the time these are essentially limits pegged to the rate of inflation, so it really wouldn't do much anyway right now, because even if they said you can't raise rent more than 5% above whatever CPI is, fine. So CPI is 2%, you can't raise it above 7%. That's what they did in California. That's the kind of stuff you typically see. Some stats before we get into some more speeches. 83% of black voters surveyed in 2023 leaned Democratic, and there was a lot of talk about race at the DNC. I actually tweeted that I thought there was more talk about race at the DNC in the first 60 minutes of the DNC than I ever talk about in a year's time, and I'm not afraid to talk about race. In fact, if you type into YouTube, Meet Kevin, black versus white poverty, or black versus white America, whatever, you'll actually find I'm pretty blunt about my opinions on race and what it could mean for poverty, income, and basically how to solve the problems. I go through all of that. Anyway, there's some sort of tension I see come up, especially on, so you'll kind of see me go back and forth on this. I see some tension come up over obviously the Walz pick. Some people are frustrated that he retired from the National Guard after 24 years, potentially right after he discovered that maybe he would have gotten deployed to Iraq, but he argues it was because he was ramping up his congressional bid. I don't know that these attacks on the VPs matter so terribly much, but you're going to see some of that. Pete Buttigieg talks about how Elon Musk got rich in part because of the internet. And yet Elon supports Republicans, but ironically, the internet was created by a government initiative, the same kind of government initiative that might be killed off by Project 2025. It's worth noting that this is somewhat misleading here. Project 2025, which was mentioned by a ton of speakers, including Joe Biden, is an approximately 887-page document generated in part by the Heritage Foundation. They are a very conservative group. They lean pretty far right. And quite frankly, in the words of the Heritage Foundation, Project 2025 is a, quote, mandate for leadership, the conservative promise. Some of these promises include restoring the integrity of the Department of Justice, solidifying the border, and restructuring the Department of Homeland Security, increasing legal immigration, making the immigration process more secure, and breaking up the Department of Education. Now, Donald Trump has gone to say that, hey, some of the things in Project 2025 are extreme. He's never said that he fully supports all of the things. In fact, he's gone as far as saying that far right-wingers wrote Project 2025, so he's tried to distance himself from Project 2025 many times, but it doesn't seem to be working since there are clearly a lot of Democrats who still try to attach Donald Trump to that label, although that might just be an easy talking point for Democrats because there are a lot of Democrats who are deathly afraid of some of the things that they've heard in Project 2025. And remember, folks, There's nothing easier to get people to go vote than fear. It's pretty common. Anyway, Robert Garcia, for example, also coming out with some things that are just frankly inaccurate. He's a representative from California. He reiterated that Donald Trump said that people should ingest bleach. No, Donald Trump did not say that. The actual quote that Donald Trump suggested was that he said, quote, and then I said, I suppose you brought the light inside the body, which you can do either through the skin or in some other way. And I think you said you're going to test that too. He's sort of having a conversation with someone here. Sounds interesting, right? And then I see the disinfectant where it knocks it out in 1 minute. I think he's talking about monoclonal antibodies, but whatever. And there is a way we can do something like that by injection inside, almost a cleaning, because it gets inside the lungs and it does a tremendous number on the lungs. So it'd be interesting to check that out so that you're going to have to use medical doctors with that. But it sounds interesting to me, blah, blah, blah. So that was roughly the quote that Donald Trump was talking about. It doesn't actually talk about ingesting or swallowing bleach. But, these sort of things, I'm just going to clear them up as they come up, just to give you perspective. Again, my goal is just to be balanced on both sides here. There's talk about raising the corporate tax rate. Kamala Harris talked about raising the corporate tax rate to 28%. Mind you, before Donald Trump, it was actually 35%. Donald Trump in 2017 reduced it to 21%. So we're at 21. It was at 35. Kamala Harris wants to bump that to 28. Donald Trump actually wants to reduce that down to 15%. This may be something that will end up contributing to stock market volatility in October going into the election, where election uncertainty can tend to increase. The Congressional Budget Office, by the way, they did put a study together and suggested that a 1 percentage point increase in the corporate tax rate could lead to $100 billion of revenue over a decade. So that's $10 billion a year. Which frankly is kind of a drop in the bucket anyway. But anyway, some Democrats are trying to extrapolate that to say, if you increase it 7%, it would be 7 times as good. I don't know about that, because I think if you only increase the corporate tax rate 1%, you don't account for the loss of productivity you get from innovation and the amplified impact of deadweight loss of government spending. We'll see. Anyway, Shapiro of Pennsylvania says that Trump has no moral character. That's a statement that he makes, and I didn't actually write down too much more from him on that one. Then we've got there was a Trump hack that was during this DNC confirmed to be conducted by an Iranian hacker group that came out during the DNC. That's why I had it written down. Mayor Karen Bass of Los Angeles says Kamala Harris has a commitment to children. J.D. Vance has made it a big point to really support children and family, and Trump has been a fan of that as well. Bloomberg editorial board argues that Kamala Harris really needs to articulate an agenda that appeals to undecided voters, and that it would be worth supporting policies that are good for jobs, rising wages, and broader prosperity, I should say. And that some of Harris's policies, Biden's policies, have been hostile to businesses, and you should call for more competition rather than just trying to fight price gouging. Okay. The betting markets, by the way, are showing Kamala Harris in a lead by 1% on Polymarket and by about 7% on Predicted. It is worth noting, though, these can be rigged. Now, I'm not saying they're rigged. We already know polling can be, oversampled and misleading. But when it comes to the betting market, if you have a bunch of people who just buy up any sell on Kamala Harris on the Harris side, and you don't have Republicans buying up the sell on the Trump side, you could really skew the order book and make the betting odds look like they're much more in Kamala Harris's favor. So there can be rigging there if you do have enough money. Worth also noting that one of the largest super PACs for Kamala Harris came out just a few hours ago and suggested that their internal polling shows that Kamala Harris is not polling as strongly as the public polls suggest, meaning they can't give up the fight. Part of me thinks that that's just sort of a way to make sure that people get out and vote, because if you stop campaigning, you stop voting because you think you've got it in the bag, you'll end up losing like Hillary did. And they don't want to lose again like Hillary did, okay? Kevin O'Leary says he needs to see the details of Kamala Harris's policies, especially the $25,000 first-time homebuyer credit. He calls it insane, says almost all of that will go to the seller. He's probably not right. There was an impeachment report issued today by the House of Representatives for sort of an impeachment inquiry into Joe Biden. It was a 291-page report from House Republicans on Biden's, quote, influence peddling and obstruction. This accuses Biden of conspiracy to basically help his relatives receive millions of dollars from foreign investments or interests by attending dinners, speaking to them, whatever, basically access money. And then there were some examples and allegations like buying art, like prominent Democratic donors happened to be buying Joe Biden or Hunter Biden's art from art galleries, or maybe it would be a good idea to include Hunter Biden more in business dealings with a Wall Street fund because it would be good for business, things like that. Those are some of the allegations in there. There's also an investigation apparently now going in. It's more of a request to the FBI by Representative Comer, chairperson of the House Oversight Committee, who's launching an investigation into VP Pick Walls for his engagement with China because he did teach at the Macau Polytechnic University. That's a semi-autonomous region of China. A lot of gambling over there. But anyway, focuses on sort of subpoenaing the FBI for information they could have on Walls' 30-some trips to China, teachings over there, and otherwise. Kathy Hochul ended up speaking, talking about Harris and Biden actually bringing manufacturing jobs, and that Micron is building a $100 billion microchip factory with union labor. So we fact-checked this, and yes, Micron did announce this, but they announced it as an up to $100 billion plan over 20 years. And 20 years is kind of a really buttered out vision. I mean, that's, in my opinion, kind of like NVIDIA coming out and saying, we're going to invest $1 trillion in chips. It's like, okay. Over what, 200 years? You know, like, it's a little loony. So I looked into the details of this a little bit more, and the plan she's referring to, she just read the headline, but if you read the details, just 20% of that pitch, or up to $20 billion would be spent in the first 6 years. I mean, it's better than zero, but it's far from $100 billion. Kamala Harris did make a surprise appearance. I actually respected this. She came out and thanked Joe for his service. I thought it was smart that she came out. It was a surprise she came out that was not expected. She says, we're moving forward with optimism and faith, and God bless America. I thought that was cool. It was sort of a nice little introduction, a warm transition here. Tony Goldwyn came out. He's an actor. He was in, he was in that series. Oh, I forgot. I didn't write it down. He was in that series with, where he was the president. And he's an actor. He was in the Divergent film series. He was the voice of Tarzan in the 1999 Disney, blah, 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 whatever. He just talked about a vision of stability, opportunity, grow the middle class. Kamala Harris is a fighter. We're a message of optimism versus chaos and division. This is a very common left-leaning argument you're going to hear, is that Kamala Harris is pushing about the future and joy and hopefulness and optimism. It's really a campaign of Obama. In fact, if you listen to her, she sounds very much like Obama. It's almost like she's been getting Obama training lately. I wouldn't blame that. Obama speaks very, very well, so I totally give them credit for that. And Obama had an excellent campaign, which was really the opposite of what you had with Hillary Clinton, who was kind of seen as like a witch. I'm not trying to be offensive to Hillary Clinton, but a lot of people are like, nah, she was a wretched, vile witch. People thought that maybe because she was unrelatable, the way she spoke, her mannerisms, just kind of came across as a little bit elitist. Kamala Harris is trying to create this ticket of, hey, I'm relatable. Look, your school teachers, my VP, National Guardsman, right? She's trying to come across from that angle, right? Public prosecutor. That's the whole purpose of the ticket over here. It's also why they had AOC speak, talking about how she used to work at a bar, just 6 years ago, and now she's in Congress. Okay, then the UAW's president spoke, called Donald Trump a scab and a scam. The crowd then cheered Trump's a scam. Trump's a scam. That came up multiple times. Oil didn't come back under Trump. Auto plants closed, and Trump did nothing. Trump didn't bring auto jobs back. This was an argument that he made. We could debate this, but I didn't spend too much time fact-checking a union boss because what are we going to expect to hear from a union boss? Anyway, Kamala Harris supports a single pay. Okay, Vivek. Vivek was on Fox. I actually clicked away from Vivek because it's the same thing. He says the same stuff over and over again, and most of it is just like, okay, I shouldn't say most of it, but at least the part that I heard is just false. And I'm not trying to shill for any side here. It's just annoying at this point. So he's like, oh, Kamala Harris supports a single-payer system and banning fracking. Okay, this is all like old news. This is from 2019, yes. At that point in 2019, she supported a single-payer system, and she also supported, a ban on fracking. But since then, she's reversed her stance on both of those. Now, that could potentially be because Pennsylvania is an important state. It's the second biggest gas producer in the United States, thanks to their shale reserves. Keep in mind that when you frack, you can enable natural gas production, so it's worth noting that. And so, yes, this is a very important state for either Trump or Kamala Harris to win, so is it possible that this is politically motivated? Duh. But the point is, at least in her current campaign, it's not fair to say she supports a single-payer system and supports a ban on fracking. It's kind of like saying Trump supports a national abortion ban, which he doesn't. We'll get into abortion in just a moment, though. AOC came out on Cheers chanting AOC, AOC, AOC. It was pretty impressive. She knows how to get an audience together. I don't like her. I think she's far left. I think even Democrats agree she's far left. But she speaks well. She's got that it's kind of like what Obama has in hope. She has an aggression, but she kind of gets the same like rileness of the audience. I think she's like a good hype person. Like if you were playing football, you'd want her like cheerleading you, But anyway, she talks about how Kamala Harris is committed to reproductive and civil rights, taking on corporate greed. She had a pretty strong line against Trump. It was a low blow, but she called him a 2-bit union buster. Now, 2-bit is like a New Yorker slang. She's from like the Bronx, right? New Yorker slang term for basically low quality, derogatory, cheap person who doesn't like unions. She says Trump can't love America because he doesn't know the toughest American jobs like American workers do. There's nothing wrong with working for a living. Honestly, she got a primetime slot here. Really, really goes far to highlight the power of women, or the highlighting of women they're doing here at the DNC. She suggested that Kamala Harris is working hard for a ceasefire deal. The second I heard this, I'm like, what are you smoking? She's campaigning. She's not working on the ceasefire deal. And I argued that's not really likely. I think Blinken and others are doing that, defense and state department. And so Politico ended up having a little note going, that's rare. We haven't seen that amongst Harris supporters before. And I thought that was kind of like a nod to that's not accurate. But Politico leans a little left, so they're not going to bash AOC too hard here. I will, though, because I'm just going to try to give it to you straight. Anyway, okay, we talked about this. Let's see. Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton says Kamala Harris showed us what it means, or Joe Biden showed us, rather, what it meant to be a true patriot. She says that young people are struggling to pay rent, families are struggling. All they're asking is that we keep fighting. Progress is possible, but it's not guaranteed. Kamala Harris has the vision and experience to lead us forward. She will restore abortion rights nationwide. Trump fell asleep during his own conviction. He has 32 felony convictions, and then chants broke out, lock him up, lock him up. That was actually a really cool moment, frankly, for Hillary Clinton. And I'm not here to shill for Hillary Clinton. I just want to give it to you straight. She got a lot of after the email scandal and people were shouting, lock her up. Donald Trump actually says in interviews that he didn't encourage people to say that, but he also doesn't discourage people from cheering that at rallies. So Hillary Clinton got a lot of hate and a lot of lock her up. So it was pretty powerful, and you could see she was like really proud to hear lock him up. It was a moment for them. Obviously, if you support Trump, you're like, nah, she's still a witch. But whatever. So she says that Kamala Harris will protect us, that Donald Trump is mocking her name, mocking her laugh, and doesn't that sound familiar? But now we have Trump on the run. She's trying to argue that she was made fun of, but now Donald Trump is scared of a woman. Donald Trump only cares about himself. And then, as I mentioned earlier, we put a crack in the highest, tallest glass ceiling. Today, we're close to breaking through. And through those cracks, I see freedom. Okay. She, by the way, first talked about breaking the glass ceiling all the way back in like 2018 when she was trying to win a primary against Obama. Lost then became Secretary of State under Obama, and then obviously lost against Trump in 2016. Anyway. I didn't really have anything for Jim Clyburn other than he's been in office since 1993, and I kind of like got lost on that idea that like he's basically been in office for as long as I've been alive, and I'm like, What? Okay, I was born in 92, so not quite, but anyway. Raskin says, what a surprise. There was a job opening for vice president. They tried to kill the last one. Okay, that was a funny joke for Democrats, but it was a J6 guillotine reference from, people who sort of made the sort of fake guillotine, whatever. Some people believe it was real. Some people say it wasn't. Outside of the J6 event, which I streamed for 10 hours, and I'm at a 6-hour and 9-minute live stream now. So I'm basically 60% through a J6 live stream here. Anyway, Jasmine Crockett, honestly, she's a House of Representatives representative from South Dallas, Love Field Airport area. And she kind of bagged on Trump for, taking over daddy's business, of discriminating. I mean, in rents, I think that's a little ludicrous. His father started working in renovating duplexes and triplexes, which provides housing for people, but whatever. Then argues that, he's a Project 2025-ist. That is, Trump is, and we've already cleared this up. No, Trump has tried to distance himself from this, but it's a powerful argument for Democrats, so they're just going to keep arguing it. She did give a really thoughtful speech about how Kamala Harris really related to her struggles of being a new person in Congress and feeling like she was misplaced while Congress was in disarray. I don't know if her story's true, but honestly, when I was watching it, it felt sincere. I felt she had a good story that really humanized Kamala Harris. I actually think she gave a really authentic speech, and she did a pretty good job. So shout out to Crockett. I'm not here again to shill for any side, but I actually thought she did a good job. On abortion bans, I just want to make a few things clear. So I'm kind of skipping through some of the things that were said about abortion, the stories and stuff like that, mostly because I just want to hit facts here. Trump did not ban abortions. He appointed 3 Supreme Court justices who interpreted the Constitution in a way to say the following, the Constitution of the United States does not appoint abortion as a federal right, and therefore it is a states' rights issue. That's all Trump really did with abortion. Enabled the Supreme Court to say that. Well, the Supreme Court does that by taking a conservative approach of what the Constitution says. The 10th Amendment says the powers not delegated to the United States by the Constitution, nor prohibited it to the states, are reserved to the states respectively, or to the people. Okay, in English, something that's not a fed right is a states' right. So Donald Trump has not proposed a nationwide abortion ban. At one point, he did support the idea of an abortion ban nationwide, somewhere between a compromise of 15 to 20 weeks of a ban, some compromise in there. Today, though, he's backed away from this, and he suggested it's a states' rights issue, and he supports abortion for rape, incest, or medical emergencies, and then leaves the rest up to the states. It's worth noting that all states have life exceptions for abortion, so if the mother's going to die, you can have an abortion. But 10 to 11 states do not actually have an exception for rape or incest. I was surprised by this. Arizona has an asterisk. That's why I'm saying 10 to 11. And it's worth listening to the states. Texas, Arizona with the asterisk, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Louisiana, Alabama, Tennessee, Missouri, Ohio, Wisconsin, South Dakota. Other states have expirations for these exceptions between 8 to 22 weeks. 13 states also don't allow fatal anomalies to be aborted. So like if the kid's going to die anyway, they make the woman carry it to term. Which honestly is probably kind of effed up anyway if you already know with certainty it's going to die, but all right. Democrats just want to codify a nationwide solution, which will likely be some form of a right to an abortion up to fetal viability, which is typically around 23 weeks. So keep in mind when people say, oh, like far left states are going to kill babies after they're born. No, those babies were going to die anyway. Or on the 40th week, no, the only way that's possible is if the mom would have died. Otherwise, even the most liberal states don't allow abortions after like 23 weeks. Jill Biden talks about Joe Biden's character, working for a greater purpose. I found Newsom in the audience, and I was really confused because I'm like, well, then who the hell is running California? And then I realized, oh, wait, nothing's changed. Ashley Biden said, I don't really have any notes on what she said. So she had some nice stories about Joe Biden as a dad. It was cute. Honestly, I didn't write anything down because it was a cute story, but I didn't have anything like factual to hit on it. Okay, Joe Biden, are you ready for freedom? Are you ready to vote for America? You can't only love America when you win. The best days are here ahead of us. Democracy has prevailed. I had no intention of running again, but I had to fight. Wages are down. Inflation is falling. Smallest racial wealth gap. Okay, all of this so far, fine. I'm okay with some of this stuff. I have some disputes coming up here. Then he says, we finally beat Big Pharma. Okay, no, you really didn't. You allowed Medicare to negotiate some drug premiums, and you have a $35 cap on insulin. Yes, that's useful through the Inflation Reduction Act, but it does not solve Big Pharma at all. It does a little bit. It's better than nothing, some would say. Some would say just let the free market regulate it, but yeah, I don't know. Free market in healthcare, there's some problems there. Anyway. Inflation Reduction Act is probably, and this is my fact check, going to be a lot more expensive than expected, maybe according to Goldman Sachs 3 to 4 times as much, mostly because they loosely interpret the credit guidelines and they basically just hand out a lot more money than the actual legislation authorized. So the savings Joe Biden talks about are probably just being spent away and increasing the debt anyway, which the debt is obviously totally unsustainable, but topic for a different video. Maybe there's a reason gold is skyrocketing in price right now and Costco starts selling gold. Okay. Donald Trump never built a damn thing is something Joe Biden says. Okay, that's not entirely true. It is true Donald Trump never really got to his $1 trillion infrastructure plan or his healthcare overhaul. Some argue that was because of COVID, but Donald Trump did get through a lot of smaller policy initiatives and projects such as cutting red tape and regulation, relaxing environmental restrictions, protecting building, like new building from lawsuits, emergency power to fast track infrastructure projects, the United States-Mexico-Canada alliance rewrite of NAFTA, the revival of the Dakota Access Pipeline, the approval of the Keystone XL pipeline, which Joe Biden killed on day one of office, so it never got finished, and multiple other allocations like $6 billion to America's Water Infrastructure Act in 2018, the Tax Cut and Jobs Act, blah, 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 blah. So, yes, there wasn't like one giant infrastructure plan. COVID probably screwed that up, or it just was never going to happen because Trump lost the majority in Congress in 2018, so you didn't have control anyway. You needed bipartisan stuff anyway, and so it just didn't happen. Joe Biden says pro-union support is good. We need to support better schools. Donald Trump wants to do away with the Department of Education. Look at Project 2025. Okay, in fairness, Donald Trump did say in an interview with Elon Musk that he wants to get rid of the Department of Education and give the states the rights to do that, although he does think that there is a use to the Department of Education in some part because some states are going to screw it up. So that was a little confusing by Donald Trump. Anyway, then he says Trump's the loser. America's not the loser. We need to ban assault weapons, demand universal background checks. Never thought he'd call a president a liar this much before. Says that Trump says Harris won't. Oh, no, sorry. This was a Reuters update. Reuters update came in and said that Trump says Harris won't do the Fox News September 4th debate. So no debate on the 4th on Fox. Biden says that Trump killed the bipartisan infrastructure bill. Bipartisan, that's not infrastructure bill. It's the immigration bill. That's true, by the way. He did kill the immigration bill. That is true. The immigration bill probably would have fully passed and gotten signed into law, but Trump did kill that. That is just no ifs, ands, or buts. That is exactly what happened. Donald Trump did not want that passing because it's a great thing for him to run on. Some people say, hey, if you want Trump, you're just kind of going to have to play the game so you can get Trump, and then you can fix everything. That's what pro-Trump folks say, because even they agree, yes, Trump did kill it. Anyway, let's see here. Then Biden talks about Trump's tariff on China would cost American families up to $3,900 more per year. This is based on research from a left-leaning organization that actually says $2,500 to $3,900 due to tariffs. It's questionable. There's definitely bias at the organization, and they give a larger range. Joe Biden then incorrectly says that billionaires pay less than 9% in taxes. This is incorrect. Billionaires have an effective tax rate close to about 23.1%, and the top 2% of Americans pay more than 70% of all Americans combined. So the way Joe Biden manipulates this is by arguing that, well, had wealthy billionaires paid taxes on unrealized capital gains after the Great Recession, then they would have paid more in taxes. But because they didn't, they now pay less than 9% in taxes. But it's wait. Since when are we taxing unrealized capital gains? This is just false. Donald Trump wants to cut Social Security. No. No, Donald Trump wants to eliminate taxes on Social Security benefits, but yes, that could make Social Security even less sustainable. And if Social Security is less fiscally sustainable, then yes, Social Security could fail. Donald Trump is unwilling to accept the election results, says Joe Biden. Okay, yeah, that's also partially true. Donald Trump did say that he would accept the election results if it's a fair, legal, and good election, which is a pretty fat asterisk. So, I hope you liked my summary. I'm kind of exhausted, and I'm going to leave now. So, thank you so much for watching. If you like this, make sure to get life insurance within as little as 5 minutes, and we'll see you in the next one. Thanks so much, and goodbye. Oh, go to metkevin.com/life for that. It's a paid promotion. Thanks. Bye.